Ethel's been bowled for 14 and it's 99 for 2. Henry round the wicket.
Oh, crikey. I mean, good luck playing that.
You don't see many of those on the second day of a Test match, do you?
No, and we've been moaning a little bit about the pitch, haven't we? And you can hear by the crowd that was dug in just short of a length, and it hasn't got up 6 inches. Rolled along, hit the base of off stump. Good luck. You're not going to be able to play then, I'm afraid. Poor pitch that is. Yeah. Second day.
Well, that's the sort of thing you see on the 5th day sometimes, isn't it? That sort of dismissal. Yeah. But to see it on the second day, you just don't expect that. Yeah, I mean, even on this surface, it has kept a bit low, it's skidded a bit, but wow. And there's absolutely nothing you can do as a batter. It's funny, isn't it? You never want to be out. Of course you don't. But when you go back to the dressing room, you think, well, absolutely nothing I could do with that, or very little I could do with that.
No.
So Joe Root's out there at 99 for 2.
Jameson past the stumps, and that is a lovely drive from Gay. He looked very confident leaning into that one out to deep point just for a single. And that's the 100 up for England. 2 down with a lead of 127 in the 27th over.
Yeah, inching their way, aren't they, England?
Nathan Smith past the stumps. Oh, that's guided through the slip cordon down to the third-man boundary. Was it a deliberate stroke?
Yeah.
He kind of just hung his bat out there.
It's a good shot because that was swinging away from him.
Okay, as he now guides it down to the same area, just waited. Again, I think that was deliberate.
Yeah.
Nathan Smith trying to angle that ball towards him. He just waited on it with an angled bat.
Cheeky.
48.
Cheeky. Nice little cute shot that, wasn't it? This time a little bit fuller.
Yeah. Smith round the corner.
Go on, push.
Tucked around the corner, out to deep backward square. There's a chase on. He's going to come back for 2. Emilio Gay, England's new Test opener. In his second innings in Test cricket, he's picked up 50. He raises his bat to the crowd. And he's now getting a handshake from England's greatest ever Test batsman. What a moment for him.
Yeah, well played, young man. Really good knock. Composed, unflustered. As you say, second knock in Test match cricket, just knocks up 50 on a spicy one.
Now a lovely, delightful clip through mid-wicket. All class as that heads out to the boundary in front of the mound stand, and the crowd are enjoying that. Lovely touch. As Emilio Gay moves to 54, 116 for 2 at the end of the over, and a lead of 143. Root eyes the ball past second slip out to third man. A few third man runs here for England as the sound of Root reverberates around the ground. 120 for 2. He is off the mark.
Around the wickets, and Gay is beaten. Has it gone through to the keeper? He has. It's gone a low catch to Blundell, and he's held it. And Gay is on his way. Nathan Smith gets him, and a debut half-century for Emilio Gay in his first Test match. He's out for a second innings, 57 from 95 balls. He's going to get a really warm ovation as he exits Lord's, a thin edge, and taken low down by Blundell as he's prodded forward. Smith in a big double-fisted celebration. He's got his man. England 126 for 3.
O'Rourke turns to the distance. Chandeliers burning bright in the pavilion there as he comes running in again now. Bowls to Brooke, who's hit on the pad, a peeled leg before wicket. Oh, he's been hit on the knee, I think. He's hobbling up to the far end. Now he's been given out. And that was all very dramatic, and Brooks reviewing it. A lot happened there in 5 seconds. Yeah. The first one was he got hit on the inside of the knee, which clearly hurt him, and he went hobbling off into the leg side.
Review for LBW. Original decision out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Umpire Tucker gave him out. He hobbled to the far end. Let's have a look.
Pitching outside of
out.
Impact in line.
Yeah. Hitting a leg bail.
I'll go back to Rod on field. Rod, you.
Yeah. Well, Tucker's had a good match, I think. He's got most things right, although there's been a few umpires' calls. Yes. I think he's outstripped his partner probably in this match.
A strange one, because Brooks' bat was nowhere near that.
No. Well, it's not the first time that's happened.
Brook
The
out
ball
for
did
naught.
come back down. It came back.
Have another look at it, because it pitched out around about off stump, but he didn't really offer a shot at it almost. His bat was nowhere near it. Got him inside the knee. He's in some pain there. He sets off for a leg by, hobbling up to the far end, and umpire Tucker gives him out. Well, there's still Joe Root, who's on 8, and he's waiting for Smith, who runs it and bowls to him. And he's in on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket, that's out. That was out from here, and I don't think you should review that one, Joe.
No.
Again, it kept low, it came scooting into the pad. He was half forward. Is he reviewing it? Yep, he's going to review it.
Well, they'll be running out of reviews shortly.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery, front on piece.
Nip back, kept low, and we'll have a look, unless he did get a little bat on it, but I don't think he did by the length of time it took for him to decide to review this.
It's going to be plumb, surely.
1,
Pitching outside off,
2,
impact in line.
Umpire's call. Umpire's call, he's out.
On field. Aiden, you can stay with your decision.
And New Zealand will feel they've got one back there. Smith bowls, Stokes has bowled! It's gone right through him, and it was a walking defensive shot, not a sort of solid forward defensive stroke that you expect. He walked into the shot, never a good sign, and he's walking off, shaking his head. Stokes out for a duck. And did this one keep a little bit low? No, he's just missed. I think he's just missed a straight ball.
That's not how he saw it, of course. He's shaking his head. I think he felt he was shaking his head at the pitch rather than his. But he was on the walk.
Yeah.
He's right in the beginning of his innings. He's not been any form.
Can't blame the pitch for that.
I don't think so. I mean, he may have the ball beat his outside edge, whether it moved a little bit, but he's come and he's gone.
6 down.
Who have we got now? Atkinson.
Yep. The lead 154. There's Smith bowls. Oh, he's got away with this. He's reaching and slightly uppishly, but Atkinson gets 4 runs. Ball did swing actually, and he chased it. Goes Smith again. Bowls, it's edged, and goes flying through the slips at a very catchable height. 4 runs it is, but no control over that shot at all. He went very hard at it. Nathan Smith's cursing his bad luck. O'Rourke moves in, bowls, and that's pushed way off the back foot. That's beaten the field.
That's a good shot.
Be 4 runs. He's just timed that nicely.
Henry bowls outside the off stump, driven away gloriously for 4 through extra cover from Smith. The best of Jamie Smith. Well, when he's on, he's so talented. Henry bowls full. Smith drives, more runs from here down the ground. It's heading up towards the long off boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. The ball is heading towards the rope, and it gets there. The lead now 193.
Smith again from the nursery end, wide of the crease. He bowls. Oh, they go straight through Atkinson and through the keeper, and rattles down into the boundary for 4 byes. That's a little bonus.
And here's Jameson with 2 slips in the gully. Goes in now to bowl to Atkinson. Atkinson gets a short ball which hits in the air. I think he's... Where's this gone? Yeah, it's gone up in the air, straight back to the bowler. I'd lost it for a moment. It went so high, and Jameson takes the catch, and England have lost their 7th wicket. It was a short ball. He went for the pull, just top edged it, and it looped up. I was looking at mid-off, but didn't get that far. And Atkinson's gone for 14, and it's 184 for 7.
Well, so ends that handy little partnership. We really do want someone to stay with Smith, who's played really well. But that was handy from Atkinson. Handy, but they'd like more. You always want more.
New bat. Anything can happen here. Jameson goes in, bowls to Robinson, gives himself some room, and he top edges it over the keeper. And that's gone for 4.
Smith has bowled him! Smith bowls Smith. And it's Jamie who's walking back to the pavilion. It's just scooted through, burst onto the stumps. And he's gone for 39. So New Zealand are now well into the bowlers, with the lead 240, and England now 213 for 8. Bowled him. Smith is gone. Sorry, Smith bowls Josh Tongue. He's out for 5. So stumps rattled again. 225 for 9. So Tongue on his way. Smith has a 5-fer. He's on the honours board at Lord's. And he's in a huddle then with his New Zealand teammates. And what a fine effort, really, because He got Roots, he got Emilio Gay. That wicket of Gay was what then set about that rot, and a fabulous passage of bowling for New Zealand.
He's pitched it up, he's gone for a massive swipe, the ball's gone miles in the air. Somebody's underneath it, I wouldn't like to be, but he's taken the catch, well done. That was a long way up. Phillips takes the catch, he's a good fielder. That went miles in the air. And New Zealand need 254 runs to win the match. England bowled out for 226.
Atkinson bowls, and that's edged and caught in the slip cordon. Latham on the drive. Atkinson gets a wicket in the first over, and England are on their way. It wasn't a great shot really from Latham. It's a bit of a loose drive, and New Zealand's captain is on his way, and Atkinson gets his third wicket of the match. He's not even considered 10 runs in the game yet. It's a bowler's match, this one. It was caught at second slip. Harry Brooks snaffling it. New Zealand a 0 for 1.
Yeah, just the start England wanted.
Big, massive open space on the offside. Josh Tongue coming into the attack then, bowling from the pavilion end. Past the stumps. That's driven beautifully by Williamson. All class in that shot. The wideish mid-off goes past him, up the slope, towards the members for 4.
Here's Tongue, bowls. Oh, it's hit him on the pad. That's surely going to be out, LBW. It is. Williamson's out for 18. He's standing there. He's aghast, but I think if I were his partner, you'd be saying you got to go. But I suspect they'll review it because it's Williamson, because of the situation.
He's going to review it.
They're going to have a look, but it looked absolutely plumb here.
It did. It was very full. I think he was playing.
Back to director.
Let's have a look at the angle. Oh, that's hitting middle stump.
I mean, he shouldn't be reviewing that.
No, that is a burned off review.
He's done well, actually, Tongue, to look at the umpire. You know, sometimes you just celebrate.
It's that tongue delivery again that has straightened. It's just held its own.
Yeah.
And the bat is inside the line. He's hit the back pad. It's a real knack. Tongue's got a stack of wickets, you know, from that far end. Red.
Pitching outside off.
Red. It was a middle stump halfway up.
Rod, you can see with the decision.
Well, they couldn't be hitting middle stump more flush than that.
Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke. Straight ball, he's bowled him. He pushed forward. Atkinson got through. It's another bowled in this match. Another player bowled. It's been that sort of game. Such a tough one for the batters. O'Rourke has not done his job tonight. And the umpire's just checking their watches to see
England want to stay out.
Yeah, see whether there's time to have another player come out. I make it 6:57. That's what our clock says.
In which case, he's got to come out.
Yeah, you think so?
It's a nice ball. He hasn't gone anywhere.
What are the umpires deciding here? Is that it? It might well be it.
I
think this is a really bad regulation in cricket, law, whatever, that play finishes now. Because the bowler's created the opportunity. You should come out. It's one of the law changes they should make, I think. It's 36 for 3. They need 254 to win.
Smith round the corner.
Go on, push.
Tucked around the corner, out to deep back to square. There's a chase on. He's going to come back for 2. Emilio Gay, England's new Test opener in his second innings in Test cricket. He's picked up 50.
Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke. Straight ball, he's bowled him. He pushed forward. Atkinson got through. It's another bowled. Well, a memorable day for Emilio Gay at Lord's yesterday, but not for many of the other batters. It's been a really tough game for the batting sides in this Test match, and we are very well advanced with New Zealand needing a further 218 to win, England needing 7 wickets. Good morning from Lord's on the 3rd day of this first Test match between England and New Zealand. I'd love to be able to tell you the weather was like last Saturday, but unfortunately it is not. It is overcast. We've had some rain this morning. The umpires have been out recently with their umbrellas. The covers are on, and the word from the umpires is that when, if, whatever, it stops raining, it will take an hour to get everything ready. A few people in the ground at the moment, a few optimists in the ground at the moment. Let's check on the forecast for the day. Let's say good morning to Stav Denias, the BBC Weather Centre. What have you got for us, Stav?
It's not looking great, is it? It's more like a mid-winter's day than a June day. It has been cool, windy, unsettled, outbreaks of mainly light rain this morning. The main front, though, has cleared away towards the north and the east, and we're hopeful as the low continues to advance into the North Sea, it will allow for a few sunny spells to develop through this afternoon. So there is a bit of hope with some drier weather around. The only thing is, with low pressure still close by, and if any sunny spells do develop, then it could trigger off some heavy and possibly thundery showers. So we have that to deal with into the afternoon. Temperatures pretty disappointing as well for the time of year, around 17 degrees. And winds fresh to strong west-south westerly, 15 to 20 miles an hour, gusts up to 30 to 35 miles an hour as that low continues to pull out into the North Sea. So not a great day today. Tomorrow, though, is looking vastly better. We've got higher pressure building in, conditions to improve significantly. It's going to be largely dry with sunny intervals, and it'll feel warmer. Afternoon temperatures 22 degrees or so. Winds light southwesterly, 10 to 15 miles an hour. If we have to go into Monday's play, then it's not looking great. Unsettled with outbreaks of rain in the morning, followed by sunshine and heavy showers into the afternoon. Temperatures mid to high teens, so feeling on the cool side once again for the time of year. Simon.
Great, thank you very much, Stav. So it sounds as though we will have enough decent weather tomorrow to get this game done if we don't have any play today, and question mark about that at the moment, whether there will be any play today. But we'll be with you throughout the day. If there is any play, of course, we'll bring it to you ball by ball. We'll also bring you lots of conversation as well from 11 o'clock. It's our view from the boundary day as well here on Test Match Special. But what we're going to do for now is we're going to have a look back at yesterday. Dramatic, fast forward day. Here's a reminder of what happened.
So Phillips on 31, an interesting innings in store here, I would think an important one as he lets the first ball go outside the off stump, because if somebody can make a bit of a dent in England's lead, it'll be him. It's a moment it's standing at 79. Now Tongue is going to bowl from the pavilion end, and he's on his way and he bowls to Phillips. Is bowling first ball. The off stump is uprooted. It's lying there flat on the ground, and umpire Tucker will come pick it up and stick it back in the ground again, and that's just what England wanted. Absolutely the batsman they wanted to dismiss early, and has gone to the first ball of the second over. Bowled by Tongue. It's a pretty straight ball, is it? Did it straighten a bit, hold a bit?
Just went away slightly, and Phillips was left looking at what he imagined was going to be the line of the delivery as it continued towards his bat. It just held its line a little bit and went up against the slope once again. We're seeing a bit of that.
What he does, isn't he? Tongue from where he lets it go.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's beyond the perpendicular, just slightly, and it's just nipped away. This ball, don't forget, it's only 20 overs old.
Yeah. Well, 65 for 7, 75 behind. Smith now drives and he'll get runs out through the offside. Important that he does play some shots here, I think. I mean, controlled shots. If he gets an opportunity to score, he's really got to try and take it. And that's a nice boundary through the covers. As Robertson rocks his shoulders and bowls. Oh, he's gone for a mighty blow as a scything sort of a drive. The ball goes in the air and it's going for 4 down to third man. Now, this is dangerous. This is dangerous because Stokes wants to attack, obviously. He wants to have men up in catching positions. You've got the big fella there, well, it's like someone wielding an axe, chopping a tree down. Here comes Tongue. Bowls, and that's flicked away off the pads. Nicely played once more. Chase for the fielder there out towards the deep square leg boundary. Down he goes. Oh, I think that might be 4 runs. I think he's actually touched the edge of the boundary there. And took the ball with him, perhaps. Yeah, 4 runs it is. Duckett couldn't control that. It's quite hard out there. It's on quite a slope. It's a short boundary. The ball runs away very quickly. 82 for 7. Here comes Tongue. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled in, playing no shots. We've seen that again. That one came down the slope and made firm contact with the stumps. Been a number of misjudgments by batsmen in this game, whether it's the slope or the skill of the bowler or what it might be, a combination of all maybe. But here again, a ball that was actually, I mean, it did cut back. It cut back quite significantly. And Smith, I think, probably was entitled to certainly to think about leaving that. It's that slope again, and the angle that Tongue produces. No shot played, and that's a second wicket to go down this morning. It's 82 for 8. Smith is out for 15.
His Tongue comes in on angle, and Jameson smashes it back past him, over his head, and that has gone all the way to the boundary. A 6 into the members. Just waking them up this early morning, Jeremy, as the score moves to 89 for 8, trailing by 51. Robinson bowls short, and that's pulled away. There are 3 men out in the deep on the leg side. It's missed all of them. He's picked up a boundary. It's gone all the way for 6, over towards the grandstand. So Jameson moves to 23 from 17 deliveries. It's 98 for 8. He's getting up short again. Jameson goes again, and he's gone again for 6. That plan is not working. Ollie Robinson. Another one for the giant that is Carl Jameson. He moves to 29 from 18 deliveries, and New Zealand cross 100. They're 104 for 8.
Oh, we've got a silly point in now and a short leg. Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke, and he edges that, and he's caught a second slip. There you go.
Well, that was a shot. It wasn't a block.
Atkinson makes the breakthrough, comfortable catch, and O'Rourke's innings is over. So 1 from 17 balls. I kind of feel we talked him out there. Not that I really believe in that, but he pushed at it. It was in the channel outside the off stump, and it was safely pouched by Harry Brook. You're supposed to catch those that slip. They come right to you around about waist height, and he made no mistake. So 108 for 9. Atkinson's taken 2 for 9, and New Zealand are nearly done. But Matt Henry is coming in at number 11. He's not the worst lower order player. It's actually quite a good New Zealand batting lineup, isn't it? Most of them bat, and O'Rourke can stick around. Robinson moves in and bowls to Jameson, who gives himself some room there, launches this down the ground, out towards long on, and it's gone for 4, I think. England fielder down here signalling 4. I'll check it. Rod Tucker wants to check it, but he's got those long levers, Jameson. If it's in the slot and he gets hold of it, it goes a long way. Just checking to see whether this is 4 or 6. It's Stokes down here signalled 4. He's emphatic, but not prepared to take his word for it. They want to check it, and well, does that land on the bottom of the sponge or just before? Just need to. Yeah, it is just in front. So 4, and here's Robinson bowling to Jameson outside the off stump. Huge mow at that, misses it through to the keeper. So Emilio Gay will be thinking about his next test innings out there. Maybe he can wrap it up. He's there at short leg at the moment. And Robinson bowls to Henry, and Henry's bowled. And now Emilio Gay can think very much about batting, because Robinson has taken 5 for. He's wrapped it up. What a comeback for him. Taken a bit of tap this morning from Jameson, but he's finished it off. That lovely sight of the middle stump lying on the ground. And New Zealand are 113 all out, and England have a first innings lead of 27. Henry castled for naught. Jameson is 38 not out, and England have wrapped up the innings inside 55 minutes. But New Zealand have scored a few as well this morning. It's been a very entertaining first hour's play.
Yeah, we've seen a few stumps on the deck this last couple of days. It's been the off stump more often than not, but this time the middle stump again, just a little bit of movement. You can see Henry's not moving well at all. I'd be amazed if he bowls in what I've seen with the bat, but brilliant from Ollie Robinson. Waves the ball to the crowd. Fantastic comeback.
Really the openers are out in the middle. Time to turn our attention back to the action. So England have a first innings lead of 27. New Zealand are all out for 113. Emilio Gay's down at the non-strikers end warming up. But Duckett to face up to the tall figure of Jameson. 3 slips in a gully. Jameson in around the wicket, and it's full on Duckett. He's defending back up the pitch. Here is a big drive. It's over the top of point, flying away backward of square on that offside for 4. And Duckett throwing his hands at that one.
Yep.
So he's got a second boundary. England adding to their lead of 27.
Round the wicket he comes, bowls to Duckett, he flicks it in the air. Oh no, is that a drop? I think it is.
Oh, is that...
It went hard and low to mid-wicket. And I reckon that's a drop catch, and Duckett, yeah, the body language confirms it for me.
Oh,
that was clipped. It was a firm strike to mid-wicket. Is that Ravindra there?
Yes.
Who dropped a bad one yesterday, and he's put another one down here. Oh, he should have caught that.
I mean, Dolly.
Really, he's put down 2 sitters now in this game. Oh dear, that was a bad miss.
Smith bowls outside the off stump, clattered away. That's a nice looking shot from Gay, standing up and forcing it through backward point for 4, up towards the grandstand. It was there for the stroke. He bowled it a bit wider, and Gay took it on. Takes him into double figures. He's on 10, and England moved to 30 for no wicket.
Oh, the red 21 on his back as he comes round the wicket to Ben Duckett, who drives him back down the pitch, out to the long off boundary. First ball, just lent into that with a full flowing bat and picks up 4. Mid-off kind of moves in towards extra cover as Henry is in again. He bowls full and again driven, this time to the long on boundary. So 2 4s of the first 2 balls of Matt Henry's over. Open stance for Ben Duckett, the left-hander, is O'Rourke bowls short, and that's pulled away to the boundary quite nicely. He waited on it. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot. He just kind of helped guide it down and into the rope in front of the grandstand. So England have crossed the 50 mark without losing a wicket. 52 for no loss. Duckett to 33. Man still positioned out at deep point, probably about 20 metres off the rope for Duckett. There's a big space and then extra cover on the offside. There's 3 slips in a gully as well as Duckett squeezes one out. He's taken... Well, O'Rourke has bowled a full delivery outside the line of off. He's tried to squeeze it out from underneath. He's used that bottom hand, and he's hit it straight to gully. So Duckett out for 33. That's the first wicket down for England. 52 for 1 with a lead of 79.
Well, I mean, it looked like a 4-ball. It was very full, and he dug it out, and it's just carried to gully a couple inches off the ground. I think it was Phillips who caught it. He catches everything, doesn't he, Phillips?
Yeah, he's a very good.
I mean, it was a terrific. It was really travelling straight at him, but only a couple inches off the ground. As he squeezed it, I bet you Duckett thought, "Oh, that's 4 more," but it went straight to that gully fieldsman. Phillips made no mistake. So Duckett, just as he was starting to look really dangerous and was timing the ball well, has gone for 33.
Matt Henry. He bowls full to Gay. It's a lovely flowing drive through cover. He does not move. Just a lovely, characteristic textbook cover drive. There's Henry. Oh, and he's edged it. He's edged it through the slips, down to the boundary. It went between first and second.
It's not going Henry's way. It's going Gay's way. And that went quickly. No one got a hand on it.
Daryl Mitchell is splayed out on the ground. Henry bowls on down the leg side.
I think.
Yeah, tried to work that leg side.
Byes, he's given Byes.
No. So that's headed down to the boundary in front of the members' pavilion. And Byes at the end of the over. 64 for 1, a lead of 91. Here comes Will O'Rourke, bowling to Jacob Bethell, who's driving nicely. A full delivery, just lovely flow of the wrist as he opens the bat out to the deep cover boundary. Chases on for Devon Conway.
He can't do it though.
And,
he can't stop it.
Yeah, he can't stop the ball. He does stop it, but his legs have crashed into the boundary cushion at the same time. So 4 to Jacob Bethell, and he is off the mark. O'Rourke pushes forwards past the umpire. Bethell keeps the ball down, guides it past gully to his right. Out to the 3rd man boundary, catches the outer part of the bat, but he handled it well. That was class from Jacob Bethell because of the position he got himself into and realised it wasn't quite there to flash it through covers.
Here we are, the lead, 99, with 9 wickets in hand. But it's a different name at the crease, Emilio Gay, for England on his Test debut. He's facing up 24 from 36 at the point the lunch interval came. And he'll be facing Matt Henry with 2 slips and a gully. The sun's shining again. So Gay awaits. Henry is in outside the off stump. He lets that one go, just shapes a touch down the hill as it passes the bat into the gloves as Henry is in. Oh, strikes him on the pad. Bethel this time, the appeal back towards the umpire. No response. The appeal goes on a little longer. Well, given what they've seen from the last one, will that sway the captain?
Wondered if that hit him outside off.
Oh, Henry looks less interested this time. He's been more quick to turn. Oh, hello, we've gone for it. Well, that was quite late. I thought Henry had walked away and decided no review.
Third umpire to director.
Here we are then.
Player review for LBW.
She's shown to be clipping the top of the bails. So if it'd been given out on field, it would have stayed out. Very, very tight one.
Well, these are the issues, of course, New Zealand will feel just slightly miffed about. I mean, they won't get excited about it, I don't think, but in the context of what happened yesterday,
yes,
at least it's not Rod Tucker.
True, this is,
and that would then start. Yes.
And short leg in place. The 3 slips the gully. Deep backward square as well. As O'Rourke is in, driven, lovely square out to the cover boundary for 4, all along the ground. Henry continuing around the wicket. Gay clips it down the leg side, just evading the leaping wicket keeper as it come off the thigh pad. Yes, leg by signalled by the umpire. He was looking to follow that. But it evaded Blundell, diving away down the leg side. So that will add to England's total in the lead. O'Rourke in again to Bethel, who's on the drive. This time on, he's dropped. Dropped to backward point. That was the chance. That's what O'Rourke has been building for. And well, it's gone down. And Conway slowly gets to his feet. It went sharply to him, but it was there. And then it was gone. 84 for 1 at the end of the over. Bethel survives on 8.
I don't know what to say. Conway put a catch down in the first innings.
Yeah, similar, I think, of similar height, just
point.
above head height with the fingers pointing skyward.
Yeah, both of them were reverse cup catches.
It was Duckett, wasn't it, in the first innings?
I don't know quite.
Brooke, yeah.
He's got an outside edge as he looks to sort of open the blade slightly. It's straight to him. He doesn't have to move. He just has to judge it carefully. 2 catches for Ravindra, 2 catches for Conway. Both put down. Can't do that in this level of cricket.
Henry bowls down the leg side. Oh, it's going to be for Byes. I don't think it's going to be Wise. No, it is Byes. Donald couldn't get across there. The ball dying and going through very low. Tricky for the keeper. Henry bowling round the wicket, down the leg side, and Blundell just couldn't get across despite the dive. 4 more. 94 for 1. Henry bowls. Oh, that very low and bowls him. Oh, goodness me. That's gone along the ground, hasn't it?
Oh, blimey.
Bethel looks back at the pitch, looks back at his off stump, which has been knocked back. Well, good luck playing that one. Just seemed to roll along the ground.
Well, crikey, O'Reilly. I don't think the England bowlers will be too worried about that, but I mean, that's tough for Jacob Bethel. That is an absolute pea roller.
Bethel's been bowled for 14 and it's 99 for 2. Henry round the wicket.
Oh, crikey.
I mean,
good luck playing that.
You don't see many of those on the second day of a test match, do you?
No, and we've been moaning a little bit about the pitch, haven't we? And you can hear by the crowd, that was dug in just short of a length, and it hasn't got up 6 inches. Rolled along, hit the base of off stump. Good luck. You're not going to be able to play then, I'm afraid. Poor pitch, that is.
Yeah.
Second day.
Well, that's the sort of thing you see on the 5th day sometimes, isn't it? That sort of dismissal. Yeah. But to see it on the second day, you just don't expect that. Yeah, I mean, even on this surface, it has kept a bit low, it's skidded a bit, but wow. And there's absolutely nothing you can do as a batter. It's funny, isn't it? You never want to be out. Of course you don't. But when you go back to the dressing room, you think, well, absolutely nothing I could do with that, or very little I could do with that.
No.
So Joe Root's out there at 99 for 2.
Jamieson past the stumps, and that is a lovely drive from Gay. He looked very confident leading into that one out to deep point just for a single. And that's the 100 up for England. 2 down with a lead of 127 in the 27th over.
Yeah, inching their way, aren't they, England?
Nathan Smith past the stumps. Oh, that's guided through the slip cord and down to the third-man boundary. Was it a deliberate stroke?
Yeah.
He kind of just hung his bat out there.
It's a good shot because that was swinging away from him.
Okay, as he now guides it down to the same area, just waited. Again, I think that was deliberate.
Yeah.
Nathan Smith trying to angle that ball towards him. And he just waited on it with an angled bat.
Cheeky.
48.
Cheeky. Nice little cute shot that, wasn't it? This time a little
Bat
bit
moving,
fuller.
yeah. Smith around the corner.
Go on, push.
Tucked around the corner, out to
Go on.
deep backward square. There's a chase on. He's going to come back for two. Emilio Gay, England's new Test opener. In his second innings in Test cricket, he's picked up 50. He raises his bat to the crowd. And he's now getting a handshake from England's greatest ever Test batsman. What a moment for him.
Yeah, well played, young man. Really good knock. Composed, unflustered. As I say, second knock in Test match cricket, just knocks up 50 on a spicy one.
Now a lovely, delightful clip through mid-wicket. All class as that heads out to the boundary in front of the mound stand, and the crowd are enjoying that. Lovely touch. As Emilio Gay moves to 54, 116 for two at the end of the over, and a lead of 143. Root eyes the ball past second slip out to third man. Few third man runs here for England as the sound of Root reverberates around the ground. 120 for two. He is off the mark.
Around the wickets, and Gay's beaten. Has it gone through to the keeper? He has. It's gone a low catch to Blundell, and he's held it. And Gay is on his way. Nathan Smith gets him, and a debut half-century for Emilio Gay in his first Test match. He's out for a second innings, 57 from 95 balls. He's going to get a really warm ovation as he exits Lord's, a thin edge, and taken low down by Blundell as he's prodded forward. Smith in a big double-fisted celebration. He's got his man. England 1-2-6 for three.
A walk turn to the distance. Chandeliers burning bright in the pavilion there as he comes running in again now. Bowls to Brooks in on the pad. A Peeled leg before wicket. Oh, he's been hit on the knee. I think he's hobbling up to the far end. Now he's been given out. And that was all very dramatic, and Brooks reviewing it. Was a lot happened there in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
The first one was he got hit on the inside of the knee, which clearly hurt him, and he went hobbling off into the leg side.
Review for LBW. Original decision out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Umpire Tucker gave him out. He hobbled to the far end. Let's have a look.
Pitching outside of
Out.
impact in line.
Yeah.
Wickets hitting.
Hitting the leg
Thank you.
bail.
I'll go back to Rod on field. Rod, you.
Yeah. Well, Tucker's had a good match, I think. He's got most things right, although there's been a few umpires' calls.
Yes.
I think he's outstripped his partner probably in this match.
A strange one, because Brooks' bat was nowhere near that.
No. Well, it's not the first time that's happened, though.
Brooke out
The ball
for
did
naught.
come back down. It came back.
Have another look at it, because it pitched out around about off stump, but he didn't really offer a shot at it almost. His bat was nowhere near it. It got him inside the knee. He's in some pain there. He sets off for a leg by, hobbling up to the far end, and umpire Tucker gives him out. Well, there's still Joe Root, who's on 8, and he's waiting for Smith, who runs it and bowls to him. And he's in on the pad, a Peeled leg before wicket. That's out. That was out from here, and I don't think you should review that one, Joe.
No.
Again, it kept low. It came scooting into the pad. He was half forward. Is he reviewing it? Yeah, he's going to review it.
Well, they'll be running out of reviews shortly.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Nip back, kept low, and we'll have a look. Unless he did get a little bat on it, but I don't think he did. By the length of time it took for him to decide to review this.
It's going to be plumb, surely.
1,
outside off.
2.
Impact in line.
Umpire's call. Umpire's call. He's out.
On field. Aiden, you can stay with your decision.
And New Zealand will feel they've got one back there. Smith bowls. Stokes is bowled. It's gone right through him, and it was a walking defensive shot, not a sort of solid forward defensive stroke that you expect. He walked into the shot, never a good sign, and he's walking off, shaking his head. Stokes out for a duck. And did this one keep a little bit low? No, he just missed. I think he's just missed a straight ball.
That's not how he saw it, of course. He's shaking his head. I think he felt he was shaking his head at the pitch rather than his But he was on the walk.
Yeah.
He's right in the beginning of his innings. He's not been any form.
Can't blame the pitch for that.
I don't think so. I mean, he may have the ball beat his outside edge, whether it moved a little bit, but he's come and he's gone.
6 down.
Who have we got now? Atkinson.
Yep. The lead 154. There's Smith. Bowls. Oh, he's got away with this. Reaching slightly uppishly, but Atkinson gets 4 runs. Ball did swing actually, and he chased it. Goes Smith again. Bowls, it's edged, and goes flying through the slips at a very catchable height. 4 runs it is, but no control over that shot at all. They went very hard at it. Nathan Smith's cursing his bad luck. O'Rourke moves in, bowls, and that's pushed way off the back foot. That's beaten the field.
That's a good shot.
Before runs, he's just timed that nicely.
Henry bowls outside the off stump, driven away gloriously for 4 through extra cover from Smith. The best of Jamie Smith. Well, when he's on, he's so talented. Henry bowls full. Smith drives, more runs from here down the ground. It's heading up towards the long off boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. The ball is heading towards the rope, and it gets there. The lead now 193.
Smith again from the nursery end, wide of the crease. He bowls. That goes straight through Atkinson and through the keeper, and rattles down into the boundary for 4 byes. That's a little bonus.
And here's Jameson with 2 slips in the gully. Goes in now to bowl to Atkinson. Atkinson gets a short ball which hits in the air. I think he's... Where's this gone? Yeah, it's gone up in the air, straight back to the bowler. I'd lost it for a moment. It went so high, and Jameson takes the catch, and England have lost their 7th wicket. It was a short ball. He went for the pull, just top edged it, and it looped up. I was looking at mid-off, but didn't get that far. And Atkinson's gone for 14. And it's 184 for 7.
Well, so ends that handy little partnership. We really do want someone to stay with Smith, who's played really well. But that was handy from Atkinson. Handy, but they'd like more. You always want more.
New bat. Anything can happen here. Jameson goes in, bowls to Robinson, gives himself some room, and he top edges it over the keeper. And that's gone for 4.
Smith bowled him! Smith bowls Smith. And it's Jamie who's walking back to the pavilion. It's just scooted through, burst onto the stumps. And he's gone for 39. So New Zealand are now well into the bowlers with the lead 240, and England now 213 for 8. Bowled him. Smith is gone. Sorry, Smith bowls Josh Tongue. He's out for 5. So stumps rattled again. 225 for 9. So Tongue on his way. Smith has a 5-fer. He's on the honours board at Lord's. And he's in a huddle then with his New Zealand teammates. And what a fine effort, really, because he got Roots, he got Emilio Gay. That wicket of Gay was what then set about that rot, and a fabulous passage of bowling for New Zealand.
He's pitched it up. He's gone for a massive swipe. The ball's gone miles in the air. Somebody's underneath it. I wouldn't like to be, but he's taken the catch. Well done. That was a long way up. Phillips takes the catch. He's a good fielder. That went miles in the air. And New Zealand need 254 runs to win the match. England bowled out for 226.
Atkinson bowls, and that's edged and caught in the slip cordon. Latham on the drive. Atkinson gets a wicket in the first over, and England are on their way. It wasn't a great shot really from Latham. It's a bit of a loose drive, and New Zealand's captain is on his way, and Atkinson gets his 3rd wicket of the match. He's not even considered 10 runs in the game yet. It's a bowler's match, this one. It was caught at 2nd slip. Harry Brooks snaffling it. New Zealand are 0 for 1.
Yeah, just the start England wanted.
Big, massive open space on the offside. Josh Tongue coming into the attack then, bowling from the pavilion end. Past the stumps. That's driven beautifully by Williamson. All class in that shot. The wideish mid-off goes past him, up the slope, towards the members for 4.
Here's Tongue, bowls. It's hit him on the pad. That's surely going to be out LBW. It is. Williamson's out for 18. He's standing there. He's aghast, but I think if I were his partner, you'd be saying you got to go. But I suspect they'll review it because it's Williamson, because of the situation.
He's going to review
They're going to
it.
have a look, but it looked absolutely plumb here.
It did. It was very full. I think he was playing
By
it.
to director.
Let's have a look at the angle. Oh, that's hitting middle stump.
I mean, he shouldn't be reviewing that.
No,
to be honest.
that is a burned off review.
He's done well, actually, tongue to look at the umpire. You know, sometimes you just celebrate.
It's that tongue delivery again that has straightened. It's just held its own.
Yeah.
And the bat is inside the line. He's hit the back pad. It's a real knack. Tongue's got a stack of wickets, you know, from that far end. Red.
Pitching outside off.
Red.
It was a
middle stump halfway up.
Rod, you can see with the decision.
Well, they couldn't be hitting middle stump more flush than that.
Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke. Straight ball, he's bowled him. He pushed forward. Atkinson got through. It's another bowled in this match. Another player bowled. It's been that sort of game. Such a tough one for the batters. O'Rourke has not done his job tonight. And the umpire's just checking their watches to see
England
whether
want to stay out.
Yeah, see whether there's time to have another player come out. I make it 6:57. That's what our clock
In
says.
which case, he's got to come out.
Yeah, you think so?
It's a nice ball. He hasn't gone anywhere.
What are the umpires deciding here? Is that it? It might well be it.
I think.
See, I think this is a really bad regulation in cricket, law, whatever, that play finishes now because the bowler's created the opportunity. You should come out. It's one of the law changes they should make, I think. It's ludicrous the players are walking off. A couple of minutes to go, the umpires are saying, oh no, we've got to go off. And that's the regulation. If it falls 2 minutes before the scheduled close, you've got to go off. But actually, why? It's a nonsense.
I think that is being changed, but not.
Yes, I read that somewhere as well, Zoltz.
Not yet.
But not yet, yeah. Anyway.
And they do like digital clocks now, because otherwise you're straining at that thing.
Yeah.
See, is that hand just?
Well, I think our digital clock was a bit slow then because it said 57 and 20 seconds.
Well, it says 58 there, I think. Anyway, that's it for the day's play. And 36 for 3 is pretty healthy. It includes a night watchman, but from an English perspective, that is pretty healthy. Can't quite work out how many runs are still required, but it's about 220 odd.
It's 36 for 3. They need 254 to win. And that's how it finished yesterday. 218 more New Zealand need to win this Test match. England 7 wickets. Now, the situation here at Lord's today is that we're not going to start on time. It's possible we might not play at all. You might have heard Stavden Ives at the start of our programme at 10:30 this morning say that there is a block of rain coming and then it'll dry up and then there'll be sunshine and showers this afternoon. So it may be one of those situations where they get everything ready and then it rains again. It takes them about an hour from the last time it rained to get everything ready. That was the word from the ground staff. Now, it's actually stopped raining about 20 minutes ago and the sun has been out. And then they took the covers off. They have been taking the covers off. And we thought, oh, hold on a second, we might be in that little gap of dry weather, but they're now putting the covers back on because away to our left-hand side, it's really filled in, it's grey. So they've clearly looked at the radar and they've decided that rain is on its way. So they can't take the covers off and prepare for play. That's how the radar helps the ground staff, or can help the ground staff in situations like this, so they don't get caught out. So the crowd has built up since 10:30 this morning. Not everybody here today on this Saturday of Lord's Test, which is often a big day, but I just wonder how much cricket they're going to see today. Let's keep our fingers crossed. There's actually not that much cricket, relatively speaking, needed in the game to get a result. So New Zealand need 218 more to win. England need 7 wickets to win the match, and we've had this fast-forward Test match over the last couple of days, or day and a half really, because we had all that play knocked out on the first day. But not long left. But the good news is that if we didn't get any play today, which is not good news, we've got a ticket for today, but good news is for the game is that the forecast tomorrow is good and it looks like a full dry day, and clearly we'll need maximum 1 day to get this game done. Stephen Finn is alongside me. Michael Vaughan is alongside me. If you're in that New Zealand dressing room, Michael, do you think actually, when you look at the weather today and possibility of stop-start, do you actually think prefer there to be no play today and have a sort of clear, brighter day tomorrow to have a go at these runs?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you'd prefer the sun to be beaten down, and you'd be praying that it has some kind of impact on the surface and it flattens it out somewhat. I think they know it's probably not going to be the way. I think it's going to be a pitch that offers plenty. I'd be more interested in the conversations that they've had last night going into today about their approach in trying to chase down 218 on this kind of surface, because I think, I said last night, I think if you think on this wicket that you're going to play the traditional way and try and knock off the 218 in 70 odd overs, if you think that's going to be possible, I think that's the wrong approach. I'd break it down quite simply and say, can we get 218 in 40 overs? So you've got 40 overs, you've got 7 wickets, go out and cause a bit of chaos. You know, the only time that I've looked down this last few days and thought, oh, there's a chance for a bat here, is actually when the batsman's taken a huge risk, spread the field. Ollie Robinson, the perfect example yesterday, Kyle Jamieson, Harry Brook. You play a bit of baseball, you get fielders back on the square leg boundary, on the cover point boundary, mid on and mid off goes a little bit deeper, and then the bowler bowls a good ball and you get ones. You know, while the field's in on a pitch like this and you're not scoring, there's always going to be a ball with your name on it. So I'd be more intrigued in terms of what the conversation's been in that group. But clearly, if they had a choice of batting on a day when it's cloudy and miserly over a day when it's bright and sunny, I think they'll take the bright day, Simon.
The thing with that as well, from a bowling perspective, is that what you want to do on this pitch is just try and be a metronome on a length and be allowed to bowl at people. And like Robinson on that first evening when he ran amok, he was allowed to just hone in on a length. I think the way to do it is to try and disrupt that length and cause a bit of chaos, which is kind of counterintuitive to the new way that England want to play. So the way to bat and score runs on this pitch, it feels, is to try and put pressure back on the bowlers and throw them off a little bit.
Should 254 on this surface be just about impossible, Finney?
Should be, yeah. I think me and Varney bowling seam on it could be quite handy. It's certainly been a blooming interesting track, hasn't it? And it's the variable bounce. I think you accept here at Lord's that there will be sideways movement when it's cloudy and when the conditions are like this. Even on what you would think is a flat pitch, there would still be movement with the slope and with the overheads, but it's that variable bounce that has cast the seed of doubt in almost everyone in the game's minds, I would say. So 254 should be way too many.
So what do you say to yourself as a seamer here? Just bowl straight, basically. I mean, not every single ball straight, but pretty much. We saw actually, I think, towards the close of play yesterday with the night watchman out there, Rourke, England were just targeting the stumps, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference between straight as you might imagine it. You might think straight, middle and leg, and attack the stumps and attack the pads. I think straight is probably a fourth stump coming back into that off stump. So think of Nathan Smith bowling wide of the crease, angling it in towards off stump. From just outside, Ollie Robinson, when he uses the crease, he comes wide and angles it in towards those right-handers. Josh Tongue as well, that beyond the perpendicular, angled in towards fourth and off stump has been the most challenging line to play. So it would be easy, given the amount of bolds and LBWs that we've seen as a bowler, to get greedy and go for that middle and leg stump, but it's about trying to remain disciplined just outside it is the really challenging line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's not been a hard week for the bowler, let's be honest. You just rock up, land it on a length, and the pitch does the rest. It's, so often over the years, and, I guess in T20 cricket, recent times, we've complained a bit about the pitches just being all in favour of the batter. Well, the first test of the summer, it's all been in favour of the bowler, which, it's not been great for Lords, but I've actually found it quite interesting. It's not been a nice week to wait on that balcony, I'm sure, with your pads on, looking at one or two of the deliveries, and you're seeing a P-roller for Jacob Bethley. You're seeing world-class players like Joe Root and Kane Williamson struggled, so you're waiting to bat, going, how am I going to do on that kind of surface? But, every now and again, I'm not saying that you'd want a pitch like this often, and I think it's a bad look for the home of cricket, but I have found it quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, low-scoring games can be some of the best, actually. What is the best sort of type of cricket match or test match or first-class game? Is it where, say, the first thing scores are around about 300, 320, something like that?
We were actually chatting yesterday, weren't we, but just about the pitch and what the ground staff can do here, and thinking back to old Lords pitches, and I don't want to turn into one of those guys who's like, oh, back in my day the wickets were brilliant and great cricket wickets, but what I think you want for a test match pitch is one that allows the batters to trust the bounce for the first 2.5, 3 days, so that if you bowl well, that there's carry in the pitch. So if you find the edge, you're rewarded for finding that edge. And if you bowl badly, you do get punished. But then as the game wears on, as you get into late on day 3, day 4, and in particular day 5, you're looking at spin, you're looking at variable bounce, you're looking at a bit of reverse swing maybe. For me, is the perfect course of a test match to finish somewhere in the middle of the 5th day, having been a relatively even contest.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, look, England's last 6 test matches, including this one, you go back to Perth, how many overs of spin were bowled in Perth? Did Nathan Lyon bowl a couple when he got his injury? You go to Melbourne, I don't think we had over a spin in Melbourne. And I have to say, Shoaib Bashir gets the ball here, England are in trouble. So 3 test matches, 50% of the last 6. We haven't seen any overs bowled by the spinner. I think that's very sad for test match cricket. Look, you don't want Rhodes, you don't want 550 play 500. But I think that score around 300, 350 in the first innings, that means that, you know, you've had to play well as a batter and you've had to earn the right as a bowler. I think that's where the balance is. But you do, you know, if we get into a stage in test match cricket where we're really starting to think that the only spinners that we're going to pick are those spinners that bat, I think test match cricket's on a little bit of a slippery slope. And to be fair to Lords, I mean, there was a cracking test match here last year where we did have first innings scores, I think, was 387, played 387, played 190, played 170. So in a way, that's kind of the pitch you were talking about, Finney.
Yeah, and I think here that the curious thing about this week has been, or for the ground staff in trying to produce the pitch, is that last week we had 35 degrees, so I would imagine they've had to water that track loads, try and keep it covered because of the heat. You don't want it to over-bake underneath. But then it's almost just turned on a knife edge, hasn't it? And this week has been the complete opposite. It's hammered it down for 3 days straight, and then they'll be desperately trying to get firmness and heat into it. And it's that firmness, I think, and the softness underneath with the layer of grass on top that Carl leaves on it, I think leads to the ball darting around and the variable bounce that we've seen here.
You have just switched on. There was a dry patch for about 20 minutes or so. They began to take the covers off. That was from about 20 to 11 till 11 o'clock-ish. And then it's filled in, and that rain that they thought was coming has arrived. It's not particularly heavy. It's a drizzle at the moment, so the covers are on. Prospects for play today, questionable, I would say, at the moment, just having a look at the forecast. But we'll chatter away. We'll keep you entertained. Salts, you've got something for us.
Well, just on that lack of spin, if Bashir doesn't bowl in the rest of this game, it will be only the 3rd test in England ever without a single over of spin. The last was the Headingley test of 1988 between England and West Indies. Chris Cowdrey's one game as England captain, and the other was the first test of the 1981 Ashes series that ended with Ian Botham having captained the first 2 tests, turning things around for England and winning the Ashes spectacularly. So, yeah, very rare. And Michael said we had similar in Australia. I think it might have been the first ever test in Australia with not a single ball of spin bowled from memory.
I just think you go back to the MCG. I think of all the tests around the world that would get more eyeballs on it, I think an MCG Boxing Day test is probably one. And I think the home of cricket here at Lords. And to think that we had a 2-day game in Melbourne and probably in overs, a 2-day game here at Lords, it's not acceptable. 2 players made half centuries in this match, but basically they kind of made them over. This is a rough approximation. They made them over 3 innings in a way, because Harry Brook was dropped twice on his way to 56. Emilio Gay was out on 24, but New Zealand did not review the not out decision, and he also nicked one when he was on 20 just past Daryl Mitchell at slip. And it's one of those you'd probably expect Mitchell to catch it, but he was a bit narrow with the keeper just gone up to the stumps. Anyway, it's been in a way a really memorable match for Emilio Gay. You make your test debut at the home of cricket, and at the moment he's made the top score in the game. He made 57 yesterday, so an excellent day for him. And after play, spoke to Alison Mitchell.
Emilio, half century on your test debut, congratulations. How hard did you have to work for those runs on this pitch?
Yeah, obviously a tough day. I think, pitch had its demands, and I think that's the beauty of test cricket, I guess, is like the challenges that it brings. I think the most important thing was just trying to embrace it and see it as an opportunity. I think when it's a low scoring game, 20 partnerships and little little bits of momentum there are massive. So yeah, I had to work hard with the new ball, but I think against an attack that New Zealand have to offer with the skill they bring, it's always going to be tough. So yeah, I think it was nice to get a 50 partnership there with Ducky. Both Northampton boys, so that was good. And yeah, no, really, really happy, and hopefully we can put some pressure on tomorrow.
You've experienced all sorts of roller coasters across this brief 2 days so far. What was it like in the dressing room when the wickets tumbled after you were dismissed?
Yeah, I think naturally games ebb and flow. I think obviously seeing Rooty get out and after me, I was kicking myself a little bit, Rooty and Brookie getting out, because the conditions were probably perfect for a set batter. So I was slightly disappointed with that. But yeah, I thought the way Jamie Smudge and Robbo put that partnership together, that was massive. I think, like I said, the small partnerships were huge, and that partnership there and that shift of momentum with Smudge coming back in really put us back in the driving seat. So yeah, I think it's naturally, obviously new to the dressing room, but such a relaxed dressing room. There's that calmness and confidence that the next man will come in and do the job. So it was calm and relaxed, and yeah, we managed to put a score together in the end, and 3 wickets tonight, we're in the driving seat.
Yeah, to get the wicket of Kane Williamson and the night watchman, I suppose a bonus on top, but how big to get Kane?
Oh, massive, yeah. I mean, I was at short leg just trying to soak it all in. Kane Williamson, one of my heroes growing up, batting there, and the crowd getting behind us, all of that was brilliant. It's a massive wicket, again, just late in the night, and then getting the night watchman there. I mean, tomorrow morning, if he plays a few shots, it'll be frustrating. So, yeah, Tungy and the rest of the lads there were brilliant. Robbo with the new ball. Just can't wait to get out there tomorrow, really.
You've got a real close-up view there at short leg. How's the wicket playing now? How do you think it will play going into tomorrow?
I think there's a bit of up and down bounce, which is we can use in our favour. We've got some height in our attack. I think that'll play in their minds. I think when you put a partnership together and the ball gets a little bit older, it's definitely a nice scoring wicket. It's just every other ball, if you put it in the right area, may, like we've seen with the bounce, go up. A couple may go slightly lower, but that's a skill in itself to get the most out of that wicket, and I think we've got the bowlers to do that. I think tomorrow will be similar to today. I don't know what the weather's like. If there's some overcast conditions, then that's great for us, but if not, it's about being patient and then taking our chances, and that was probably the best thing about being at short leg day one, was taking that catch. It was as easy as it comes, but it felt like it was in the air for 2 days. So hopefully we can use the conditions to our advantage tomorrow.
Have you done much at short leg in your career?
No, not really. At Durham, I've not done a lot, but at Northants a few years ago I did a little bit. But Baz and Stokesy said about doing short leg, and I wasn't going to say no, so I had to do it. So, I've really enjoyed it. It's been good.
What kind of a short leg are you? Did you have a bit of a conversation going with Kane Williamson when he was there in front of you?
No, I just let them get on with it. I just keep my head down and try and do the job. But no, I've enjoyed it. I think with spin it's a bit different if they're sweeping, but against the seamers it's quite fun in there. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
And what has this whole experience been like as being part of an England side at a test match, and a Lord's test match, no less?
Yeah, awesome. I mean, my parents have been here the last 2 days, family have been here, and it's great. It's nice to play a nice shot and you get a real cheer behind you, which has been great. Obviously, the test matches here in England are so well supported that, it makes it even more special. And at Lord's, I mean, today, obviously, the Ruth Strauss Foundation, we're walking out and all the fireworks are going off and we're all in red. I've seen that on TV so many times, so to be part of that was amazing. But I think this has been such a good experience. I mean, hopefully we can try and win, and looking like hopefully it could be tomorrow. But it's been great so far. I'm just trying to take it all in and go out there and put my chest out and do the best I can for England.
Does confidence come naturally to you? I know you spoke before the match about nerves and almost sort of embracing those rather than letting them, get ahead of you.
I think, look, I have been nervous, but I think the opportunity to play for England and put this shirt on is like such a cool thing. It's more excitement than nerves. Obviously, I have been nervous, like I said, but I've dreamed of this for years. I'm not gonna lie, I've absolutely dreamed of moments like this. So being around this environment, I just can't see it as anything else as just an opportunity to do well. Obviously, like I said, I'm nervous, but I'm embracing that. Everyone's nervous, I'm sure Ruti and Kane probably nervous. Everyone's nervous, but that's part of the sport and part of when you do well, it's so good. But like I said, I'm trying to contribute, and in a low-scoring game to get some runs today, I suppose makes it a bit more nicer that those runs hopefully can be in a winning position.
And when you come into this environment, is there anyone in particular that's helped you to feel at home stepping into an England dressing room?
Yeah, obviously it's nice to have Stokesy there with that Durham connection. I think Baz has actually been great. He's been so encouraging of the way I play. Just encouraging and trying to get me to play the way I want to play, and help England win games of cricket, whether it be striking at 35 or 75, just don't try and change the way you've played for Durham. And hearing that from Baz last week at Loughborough really gave me the confidence to go out there today and not have a pressure to score like maybe Harry Brook or Ben Duckett, who do it so naturally. If I'm getting stuck in and maybe not scoring as quickly as I'd like, that's absolutely fine. And having that backing probably was the thing I needed to hear, and that's really helped.
That is Emilio Gay talking to Alison Mitchell after play yesterday. I think it's fair to say he enjoyed his first half century in Test cricket, enjoyed the whole experience as well, and why wouldn't you enjoy your first experience of Test match cricket? Talking about nerves there, how long before those nerves, those intense nerves, go away? We've got Katie Martin with us now as well, Michael Vaughan and Stephen Finn. How long before those nerves kind of dissipate? Do you feel really at home, Michael? I mean, you play for England so often.
It'd be a while before that happened. I think if you arrive to play for England, even Joe Root, I think if he arrives and there's no nerves, I think he'll probably tell himself he's probably have to step down and retire. I mean,
even now,
absolutely, you're always nervous representing your country. At the start, you just hope that these players that get picked, they have. I always think there's different types of nerves. There's negative nerves that you look at the surroundings and you look at what could go wrong and you start to think about failure. You have excitable nerves, and those are arriving, playing at the home of cricket, putting the 3 lines on. Everything around a week at Lord's is special. And, the net facilities, indoor facilities, the food, everything. The hotel's great. England look after them superbly. And he, to me, looks like he's revelled in it. Sometimes you see players get picked and you look at the shirt doesn't quite look right. It doesn't quite look comfortable on a player. I thought from the minute that I met him, it's the first time I met him this week, just walking across the ground on the first morning, really nice, confident, came up and shook me in Philip's hand. Phil gave him some lovely advice on how to bat, which I'm not too sure that he took.
He obviously didn't take that, did he?
No, he didn't. He advised him on life, which I thought was quite nice. We also advised him that he made a very stupid decision to look too good at short leg. That's number one rule in cricket, is the first catch that comes your way at short leg, I think it's in your right to drop it, so you don't have to do too much at Boot Hill. But he just looks like, I really enjoyed the way that he batted yesterday. I think analysing him in the first innings when he snicked off, we're all talking technique and he's playing across the ball. You think, how's that going to survive against the better bowlers? But in the second innings, I thought his front foot didn't quite go over as much. He aligned himself a little bit better, and he played some beautiful shots. I mean, one of the shots after 50, where he just kind of flicked the ball outside of off stump, full of length, through mid-wicket, it was very much like an Alistair shot. I'm not saying he's going to match anything that Alistair's done, but that kind of stroke and the way that he moves, he obviously went to the same school. Cookie gave him his cap. If England can find half the player at the top of the order that they had in Alistair Cook, they'll take that. But he looks comfortable. At early days, and there's been so many players that have come into the England team and done well straight away. And actually, it's when you've played about 10 games when you really assess these players to see, how they've coped with the whole surroundings, and teams work out little ways of bowling to you. But from what I've seen so far, and I said last night on the podcast, these metrics that all these data analysts have these days, I'd love to know what they value that 57 at. Because I personally would think that on a week where we've had 33 wickets and only 2 half centuries, that 57, I managed to stroke a few hundreds here on some real flatties. One against Bangladesh. I would say that 57 was worth a damn sight more than my 100 against Bangladesh.
But Katie agonising for New Zealand, because they'll say, well, yeah, he got 57, but we really should have reviewed that LBW when he was on, 24?
yeah, I think New Zealand will probably gave England 150 runs. So you imagine the difference in where this game potentially could have been. But that's Test cricket. Talked about it last year at the Ashes, how many drops that England had that could have changed the game. And look, maybe it's just the adjustment in terms of these particular grounds. New Zealand we don't have slopes. We don't necessarily have big, tall, square type stands here, and the square flatness. Eden Park, you think, is probably the opposite way. So, yeah, they'll rue their chances, and I think they would have been in a different position in this Test match. They're still in this Test match. They'd love for the sun to come out and stay out for a long period of time to make the batting.
It has just come out, bizarrely. I mean, we had that real sort of filling in phase for 20 minutes. The sun's back with us and there's some blue sky above. I think it's going to be that sort of a day today, and the ground staff are emerging because it stopped raining, so they are sort of legally obliged to get out there and try and mop up. But we just wonder, once they've done that, whether there's going to be another band of rain coming in. So do you think New Zealand really, right deep down, they really do believe they can get these runs?
Well, I think when you've got the likes of a Daryl Mitchell, who is that fighter in his side, and a Glenn Phillips as well, I think that they will believe that they've got the opportunity. I just think on this particular surface, as a batter, you feel like you can't leave it because there's been a number of players that have been bowled by leaving the ball. So then you feel like you've got to play it more, which then brings the outside edge and play in the inside edge. I think England have set really nice fields with having multiple options to get New Zealand batters out, whereas New Zealand probably maybe a little defensively, and they were more about let's just be consistent and build up that pressure, which did create opportunities. But yeah, I think it's going to be how the ebbs and flows of the conditions, the overheads. There's going to be a period of time, which we saw yesterday when New Zealand took 4 wickets for the 1 run, where it was overcast, and it might be those times when New Zealand dig in a little more, and when the sun's on, maybe make the most of it.
Michael Finney was just saying that how much was this Emilio Gay innings worth? In terms of, say, a degree of difficulty of chase, if this were a flat pitch, say, a really good sort of middle of the Test match, end, really actually, if it's a high-scoring game, this is what I'm thinking in my mind, end of Test match or a game, and say you had a day and a half on a pitch, some pitches just don't deteriorate, it's quite flat. What sort of target is this on a flat pitch? Are we talking about sort of the world record, 420? Is it a 400, 420, 430 type chase? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, you're asking me to put it within the context of...
It's a flat pitch of chase. And
it would be on the high end towards the top end of world record chases, I think. To me, it just looks as though batters can't trust the bounce or the movement, therefore scoring runs is just incredibly difficult. And I think as a bowler, your game plan is so simple because you just have to bowl back of a length or on a good length around off stump, and you know that there's going to be enough there to keep you in the game if you're disciplined enough with that. So yeah, in answer to your question, if this were a flat wicket, we'd be looking at world record.
World record.
Yeah,
the world record.
I think it is an unbelievably challenging chase. The metrics of chases have changed, haven't they, within the last 4 years? Because it wasn't that long ago that England shut up shop against New Zealand, I think. Was it New Zealand? That
it was here, 5 years ago.
Where you just think, well, now you just go for it, you just do it. So I think that has changed slightly in the last 4 years, but still very challenging.
Yeah, I think they wanted about 270, something like that, and they blocked out for 160 for 3. I think that Dom Sibley was playing in that Test match, presumably playing to captain's orders. Joe Root was skipper there.
Yeah, and that's the mindset, and that's the great thing about this team in those first couple of years was the mindset that they shifted to try and win games of cricket as opposed to just surviving games of cricket was so impressive, but clearly lost their way in the last couple of years.
Michael, in a game like this as a batter, do you just shrug, just say, oh well, that they were so heavily in favour of the bowlers this week? It's just what? Or are you able to look at your game and think, hold on, perhaps I need to work at this or I need to work at that?
Yeah, I wouldn't overanalyse.
Yeah,
I think if you're really working on your technical side and questioning it on a pitch like this, you're probably not doing the right work or you're not thinking the right things. The one thing I will say is I actually thought Ben Stokes got a ball yesterday that he could have played, but he looked down at the pitch as if it did also. It didn't do a great deal, and I think sometimes as a batter you can get yourself in such a negative mindset that you get out and you think, oh, it's the pitch. Well, actual fact, I think he could have played that ball. And, that's why I look at New Zealand today to get out there and play. I think if they have a real positive mindset, and you've almost got to accept that the pitch is going to do some tricks. It's going to offer a few balls that you think, well, there's not a great deal. But I think if you study most of the dismissals, you'd argue that it's probably been one of those weeks where a lot of the dismissals, the batters couldn't do a great deal. It's not often that you have a test week where you look down and think, oh, I'm not too sure what you could have done about that. But there are a few dismissals that you can, and Ben's one of them yesterday. I think he could have played that better. So you've got to have a mindset of, don't overanalyze a week like this as a batter. But, if New Zealand are in that dressing room now, I think, well, we're 1-0 down. We can't chase 218 on this. They'll have no chance. They'll get blown away. But there's always a chance when you've got a chance.
Yeah.
And you think about the conditions here, and from a bowling perspective, you're thinking if the ball gets wet and the ball gets old, then the movement happens far slower. Even on a pitch like this, it happens slower. The field goes slightly more defensive. A partnership builds, then it's only 160, 150. The mindset of it can shift really quickly. So New Zealand, like Michael says, I thought Latham's shot yesterday actually was a shot and a reaction of getting out of someone who almost said, well, I can't score runs on this.
Yeah.
Whereas they need that more gritty, traditional New Zealand determination in the middle order, and anything's possible.
It's playing a bit of baseball, spreading the field, and then just going, okay, the field's spread, because then, you've got to remember Ben Stokes has to win this game. You think, there's a lot of pressure on the England team. You can spread the field, and then you start getting the ones and the twos. That's the only way that I can think New Zealand can get anywhere close to this.
Yeah, and on that analogy of being sort of in world record ballpark, of course, teams. Well, the world record is 420. It has been done, that kind of thing on the chase. Teams have scored over 400 to win Test matches. So you've got to have that belief. We were talking about Emilio Gay, his debut in this game, and what his ceiling is and what he can go on. You say have a look at him after 10 Test matches. There is an opening batter, a left-hander, who's causing many more headlines at the moment than Emilio Gay, and that is Suryavanshi, Vaibhav Suryavanshi in India. And he has been picked today in India's T20 squad for the series against Ireland and England. They play two T20s in Belfast at the end of June, India, and then they play a 5-match series against England, which starts in Durham on the 1st of July, then games at Manchester, Nottingham, Bristol and Southampton, and we'll bring you those games here on 5 Sports Extra. Right call, Michael, 15 years of age. I mean, he's just made 776 runs in the IPL, a strike rate of 237. He's 15.
Absolutely, it's the right call. And I honestly have watched him over the last year or so, and you study when he scores his runs. And you look at the eliminations in the IPL, 15 years of age, he got a 97. The next game, he gets a 96. You look at an under-19 World Cup final, what does he do? Gets 175. So this kid can just deliver when it really matters. We're watching and studying something very, very, very special. I honestly, at this minute, I think he's the best T20 player in the world. Honestly, his strike rates are beyond anything that we've ever seen. He's hitting Jasprit Bumrah's first ball for 6, Pat Cummins' first ball for 6, Josh Hazlewood's first ball for 6. So he's not hitting trundlers. He's damaging the best bowlers in this generation. And people are kind of already having huge debates of how to bowl to a 15-year-old. We had Liam Livingstone on the show. We wanted to go straight and full. You have mid on and mid off. You have your kind of mid off back. You miss your length by an inch, he's smacking you out the ground. Forget where the fielder. He just hits it over the top of the field. He hit 77 sixes in the IPL. 77 sixes in the IPL, more than anyone. I mean, it was a record that stood, I think, for 14 years, and he's broken it as a 15-year-old. It's his bat swing. He clearly has an incredible eye, but he's clearly got an amazing awareness of the cue of the bowler. So he can assess the field, but as a batter, you see a cue in what the bowler's going to deliver. The real great players can just see it before the ball's released. It's an action. They'll see a head drop for the bouncer, and they see a little bit more upright for the fuller ball. He clearly can see the cues of the bowler earlier than many, and he can smack it over extra cover, over deep square leg. He can hit it over third man for 6. Teams went short into his right shoulder. caused him a couple of problems at the start of this year's IPL. He got out a couple of times playing the hook shot early, worked that out by the back end. He started to sway and put it over third, and then came inside the line and put it over fine leg. Teams have tried to go really wide to him, inside the wide line, put 2 men out, kind of point third on the boundary. He has the game to still use the pace and put it over third man for 6. I mean, I've seen many great players. There's the Laras of this world, Tendulkar's brilliant players, Chris Gale in T20 cricket. From what I've seen in a couple of years of studying Suryavanshi, I think he has it in him. And I actually bumped into him in Mumbai a couple of weeks ago. Had a great conversation. How did you prepare for the game? He said, watching cartoons. I said, oh, you training and what do you eat? He said, I eat everything. And I just chuckled to him. I said, you could be the first cricketer of all time to retire at 21.
It's crazy.
And actually, Yashasvi Jaiswal was there, and Yashasvi's an incredible player. And if you actually look at that T20 squad, start naming the names that aren't in that squad. Surya Kumar Yadav, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Shubman Gill. So India have got an incredible group of white ball cricketers now, which is a real threat to the rest of the world, because they kind of look at the white ball World Cup and think, how's anyone going to beat India? They could probably put out 3 teams across the 50s, across the T20s, and I'd argue that India would play India in the final, and India would beat another Indian side in a semi-final to get to the final. They've got so much talent, so it's down to the rest of the world really to try and chase. Again, I'm in awe of the way that he plays, and I think if you ask the bosses of Geostar who cover the IPL, I think if you said to them, come on, give us your viewership numbers across this year's IPL, I think they're down by 26, 27%. And then you ask them a question, but when the kid comes out to bat, what happens? And Virat Kohli's had that spike, MS Dhoni's had that spike. I would argue that I reckon this kid is creating a spike across the globe now. I'm on loads of WhatsApp groups, and a lot of my groups are football orientated. But when the word gets out that he's walking out to bat in the IPL, they're all watching him bat. So I think it's the right selection. He's earned the right, and for those 5 games in the UK in July, this country's going to light up. Bristol, it'll be hitting them down to Taunton. I mean, Bristol's just not big enough for him.
Best ground in the world, isn't it, Simon?
Well, it used to be a big ground.
Those flats, he'll be smashing all the windows.
He'll be hitting them onto the downs in Bristol, yeah.
What's the public sentiment about him? Because you've been there. Like, is he up there now? It's like Kohli, Dhoni, Suryavanshi. He's up in that.
It's Virat who?
Yeah.
MS who? He's got his own minder. He strolls through the hotels, and understandably, I've never seen anything like it. And he clearly he's going to have to be managed. Yeah. That's the one thing that I worry for a young player like that is everything surrounding what it's going to bring. And he clearly, at the minute, has I think he's at a good franchise in Rajasthan. I think they've got a good management group that will look after him. But clearly in India, Virat lives here now because he can't live in India because of the spotlight and not having a normal life with his family. And I hope that's not going to be the case for Suryavanshi, but
it is going to be the case, though, isn't it? We know it's going to be the case.
Well, I think where it's good for him in India, he's got Sachin who he could go and sit with, and Sachin's had to cope with, being that prodigy since the 80s. He's been able to come through and cope with it. MS Dhoni, Virat Kohli, they're all megastars over there. So he's going to have some, good mentors to talk to and work with. But he's so exciting. He's an absolute joy to watch.
Katie, you've been commentating on the IPL. You've been watching Suryavanshi play. What's your sort of take on it all?
I don't know what Vaughan said. I've been downstairs practicing wicket keeping, which I probably need to grow up and get over that. But yeah, I mean, he's a superstar. I think when he was a kid, he watched Brian Lara's clips on YouTube, and his dad taught him a lot like that. And
he's still a kid.
I know. But
when he was 5.
When he was 8, yeah. He's like a lot of Indian kids that have grown up. They go to academies, their family move miles and miles away for them to get opportunity. But he's an X factor. You drive to the ground to work on a game, and it's always the most enthralling stuff, looking out the window and seeing the crowds just storm towards the stadium. And I just remember seeing Suryavanshi tops, thousands, like en masse, and it's it's a Rajasthan Royals game, but even at non-Rajasthan Royals, and it reminds you of MS Dhoni, and you feel like he's that kid that's sort of going to take over the mantle of those two guys from a love from Indian cricket that will travel around different parts of India to go and watch him play. But when you look at him technically in the positions he gets, and I'm a bit of a cricket nuffy, so I look at a lot of that, but his uniqueness in how he gets his back lift so far around that his bat's nearly pointing back at the bowlers, he creates such a load and base, and so many people go, how does a 15, 16-year-old kid create so much power? But he just gets in such a loaded position that he's just able to explode through the ball and hit with power, and he's hit Josh Hazlewood, Mitch Stark, they're all saying to each other, it's all right, we've both been hit from 6 from Suryavanshi, but he's a guy that plays the ball and not the man, and I think that's allowed him to, I guess, look mature and be mature, because he says, it doesn't bother me if that's Mitch Stark.
I'll be honest, I had a bit of a fan moment. Honestly, I don't think I've had that moment since meeting Chris Waddle back in the 90s. I honestly went, I was like, oh, Suryavanshi, I was like really excited to meet him. And I actually think, okay, you've been at the grounds. I think a lot of the commentators, and actually Josh Butler, he said he was like in awe meeting this young kid. He's like, Pat Cummins has spoken out. He said he's just an incredible player, a superstar. Look, cricket is doing fine, but I actually look at Test cricket and think, whoa, can you imagine him putting on the whites of India? There's a long way to go before that. I mean, he hardly fields, so he's got to get used to fielding first. That's the one challenge as a young player, and I think Rajasthan will admit the reason why they put him on the impact sub bench in terms of fielding was because they wanted him completely fresh to bat. Because he's a young kid, and international cricket, you can't sit on the bench. You've got to field for 20 overs, and the next step up, if he's going to get in the 50-over team, which is no question he will. Will he make it for the World Cup next year? We'll have to wait and see. But that's where they might have to be careful with him. Fielding for 50 overs and then going out to create that kind of power. Having had 3.5 hours in the dirt could be a challenge for someone that hasn't fielded a great deal.
Yeah, they haven't picked their one-day squad yet. There's 3 matches against England. I haven't seen a one-day squad yet, but we just know the T20 squad.
I was just going to say about the thing that reminds me of him still being a kid is he still cries when he gets a duck. And as you probably still did when you were near retirement, Vaughnie, but all kids cry when they get a duck. But when he wasn't fielding, he actually said to the coach, I want to be in the game, I want to make an impact. And you talk about Virat Kohli and MS Dhoni. So he got Virat Kohli to sign his Rajasthan Royals hat that he wears out. And so he literally was wearing his Rajasthan Royals cap with 2 Vibab from Virat, and it's signed from Virat Kohli. So he's fielding and batting in a signed Virat Kohli hat.
But you're absolutely so in India over the course, particularly in the last couple of years with MS Dhoni, because I think everyone's been expecting the announcement. It still hasn't arrived. So every single game that Chennai would arrive all over India, all in yellow shirts. I noticed towards the back end when Suryavanshi arrived, even in Mumbai, Mumbai are true blue. All the Mumbai Indian fans all wear their blue shirts. I noticed in that last game, which Rajasthan had to win to qualify for the eliminations, there was a number of pink shirts. So the sway of the next few years, the IPL, most venues, I would think, if Rajasthan stay to play in pink, I would think most venues will be pink when the kid arrives.
What are the dangers for him? I mean, it's a lot, quite young, isn't it? 15. Most people struggle to cope with that sort of thing. And I think probably sport is full of players who everyone said that person's going to be the next big thing. People who were really good in their teenage years, who kind of plateaued, and some dipped and couldn't deal actually with the fame and the stardom. Can you think of players that you come across like that? Yeah. Go on, Katie.
Yeah, Prithvi Shaw probably. He was. I mean, did you play against him, Finney? But he was a guy that come in quite similar to Suryavanshi, that explosive player, and I guess he got success so quickly. And what happens in India is you get people hanging around. Like you get people wanting, let's sponsor you, we'll give you this for free, we'll give you that for free. Even now people are saying he's going to sign for Mumbai and get a free apartment somewhere where Mrs. Ambani's going to buy that. So there's just all these people that start getting around and trying to get closer to people because they see him as an opportunity to get rich as well. So Prithvi Shaw was a guy that was very similar, and
and he sort of just went off the rails with fitness. And I know Vibev loves KFC, so that's something that they're working with him a lot more on.
I wouldn't be changing that if I was there.
It's working.
Yeah, so it's just being able to manage that. And I remember watching that last game Rajasthan played, and he was talking to Virat Kohli, and you just saw Virat Kohli like with his hands indicate stay in your lane. There's going to be people that are going to be here, but how do you just keep that focus of it's about cricket first and foremost? You'll have trusted advisors around you that will help manage that kind of stuff. How do you just keep focused on cricket?
I think Virat, to me, is I played against Virat when we were 16, 17, we're the same age, so all the way through. And he always struck me as a good person. So having people like that who can help guide him and nudge him in the right direction when he comes to a crossroads, or use them as counsel, I suppose, as people who have gone through it, you would like to think that he would be forthcoming with them.
The only thing I would say about that, Finney, is how old is Virat now?
37, yeah.
So he's almost probably his dad's age. Do you know what I mean? Teenagers don't listen to their dads, do they?
No, that's true.
As you'll discover.
Well, I've got a 17-month-old daughter, and she doesn't listen to me already. So,
is she hitting balls yet?
she's tall. I'm getting her to pick up a golf club though instead of.
I've had my media advisor Pete Tufnell arrive with a piece of paper, and he's mentioned the name, and he's absolutely spot on. Not surprising with Phil. Vinod Kambli.
Yeah.
200 against England on that tour, if that's right. Yeah, he's nodding his head, Philip. So Vinod Kambli, he was the superstar, Sachin's kind of prodigies. They had that massive partnership of 560 odd for, I think it was a school, and he obviously came into the inside and then suddenly just went and Prithvi's in a similar kind of way. The one thing that they've got to be careful in, that there are some lights over there that you can get kind of drawn to. It's not like the old where there was nothing really happening. There are bars, there are nights out, there's lots of people that you probably don't want to hang around with, like any place in the world. So look, the perfect advice I'd give, just try and stay close to Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli pretty much lives the purest life. He doesn't drink, eats everything right. I'm not saying that Suryavanshi has to go completely down that route, but if I was him and around him in terms of management, you kind of go and kind of sit with Virat and Virat's team and go, right, what have you guys done? You know, because they seem to be doing a lot of the good stuff right.
I suppose the hard thing for him is that the bar that he has set at this age is so high. I'd say almost higher than anyone has ever done at such a young age. So is striking at 180 and averaging 35 next year going to feel like huge disappointment? And is he going to have to deal with the fans and everyone being disappointed in him only doing that? I suppose that's going to be a really interesting caveat for me to see, is how, like you say, that his family, his franchise, the big players in India get around him in those kinds of situations of, because everything kind of feels like striking at 240 and scoring 770 runs is ludicrous. Striking at 240 for one innings is an amazing effort. You see fellas walking off with, I've struck at 240 there, brilliant. He's done it for an entire season against the best bowlers. Like, what does disappointment look like now for him that the bar has been set so high?
I want to know who's going to have his car.
Surely his dad.
Well, yeah, he won a car. I mean, he won every award. The only award that he didn't win was the four hitting award. I don't know who ended up winning the boring along the ground award, but
probably
I would think he'll never want to win that one. You know, he wants to continue launching it into the stands. But yeah, he's so exciting. He's great for the game, and as I said before, the sun's shining quite brightly here. He will light up the UK when he arrives in a few weeks' time.
So one of his next challenges could be to translate white ball into red ball.
Can he do a warm-up game at Leicester in mid-June?
Well, they don't play them anymore.
He's played a lot of four-day cricket in India and has got decent records as well. I mean, he faced 600 balls a day throwing at him. His coach used to throw to him, and when he got tired, he got another support staff, and then he got the net bowler, and you know, there's 30 net bowlers at the back lining up batters anyway to bowl to. So he's grown up in India playing and practicing, and it's what you see so much. Players come into international stage, they've got unbelievable batting technique, they've got the mindset, they've got the discipline of training and the sacrifices that they've gone through. It'll be how we adjust to conditions in England. What is that going to look like? And whether there is opportunity moving forward for three format players. Are we going to see that disbanding a little bit because of so much franchise cricket? I don't know. Are we going to see a Kane Williamson and a Joe Root who have pulled away from from those formats, or whether that is an opportunity. And maybe the new Baz ball is these modern day players coming in that look to continue to hit the ball in a controlled fashion.
What do you do as a bowler? I mean, Finney, you're a former bowler. What do you think you could come up with?
Head down, field at fine leg, look the other way. It's
a hamstring.
Yeah, no, the one, there was a little period, wasn't there, in the middle of the IPL where people started trying to bowl full straight Yorkers to him, and it seemed as though, I mean, who has an answer to a perfect Yorker? But it seemed as though that was his one weakness. But trying to run up with a brand new ball and bowl Yorkers is very, very difficult.
Because?
Well, it's just the newness of the ball, the greasiness, the seam. Like, you want some grit. That's my personal feeling, was I wanted an older ball to be able to grip the seam to bowl the Yorker. But I honestly, from watching him, I cannot find a weakness, and it's ridiculous. I usually I really look forward to watching overseas bowlers come here. So I get really excited about watching Cummins, Bumrah, Hazelwood, Rabada. They're the guys that I look for the tours, and I'm like, I cannot wait to sit behind the bowler's arm and watch those guys bowl. He's the first batter I've been excited about watching coming over here.
I think lateral movement. I think in India, and particularly this year's IPL, the pitches have been roads. Ball's not been doing anything through the air. So I guess a little bit of lateral movement. There was a couple of innings, though, that he played down. I mean, there was only one innings late on in the group stage where I actually didn't get off to a flying start, and I thought, this is a good challenge, because Yashasvi Jaiswal came out and struck. I think it was against Chennai, and Jaiswal came out and he hit some quick runs, and Suryavanshi was at kind of end, and he just started to knock ones. He went, it's your day today. And I thought, God, he's actually got a bit of maturity.
Yeah.
So that to me tells me he's hit loads of balls. He can clearly play the game, but he's also got a bit of sense about him. It's not just. He's not, look, I'm not just want to pick on Carl Jameson, but he just slogged, didn't he? He was just baseball slog. He doesn't do that. He hits proper cricket shots, and he works out areas of the ground, and he knocks it every now and again. And as I said, if you miss your zones, he's pretty much, it's irrelevant where you put your fielders. He's not too worried if there's a fielder on the boundary.
I'm going to offend Finney here because he's a fast bowler, but there was the KKR game where he played Narayan, and I mean, everyone struggled against Narayan, but spin early to
him. He had Narayan, people might have not watched the IPL, but he still had an incredible economy rate, didn't he, Narayan? He's like streets ahead of anyone else.
He probably didn't pick up wickets as much as we've seen, because they sort of batters went defensive against him because they couldn't pick his variations
just
that
see him off, don't they?
Yeah, they just saw him off, and then when he started having that partnership with Chakravarti bowling, that's when you know that KKR started to find a bit of rhythm. Plus, they picked the right team and had the right balance. But yeah, I think early on, if you can get spin to him and go, look, if he hits you for 6, that's fine. But how do you make that constant pace adjustment, that lateral movement? And that's going to be interesting, how England and Ireland first up, how they're going to go about that. Maybe just that difference in pace control. But he was when you sort of played in the box, where you call the box just upside off stump in there, because he's always looking to go under the ball to hit for 6 over mid-wicket. He did get a little bit circumspect after he got out like that, but it's that extra, I guess, bounce that you get, and maybe the different conditions here might be how quickly does he adjust? Does he go a little bit more circumspect early to find a few balls to then work it out?
Yeah, my mind in these conditions, I think Vaughan's right, the pitches in the IPL have been absolute belters predominantly all the way through, but in these conditions here, but to a batter who does have that big backlift, who looks as though he wants to hit the same pace of ball all the time because of the way the bat flows. On pitches this here, I personally would set a square field on the leg side. I'd try and bowl quite straight and change your pace as much as you can and hammer over the top of the stumps and hope that the pitch gives you a bit of variation and movement, and that your changes of pace can disrupt his swing. But when guys have tried that in the IPL on such true surfaces, he just seems to hold off and then lash it. Whether the wickets here will be slightly more challenging for him, for bowlers who can bowl to that kind of plan, will be really interesting to see.
He did okay last year with the under-19s here, so he's had a bit of experience playing in the UK, but he didn't do what he's done in the IPL.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a little bit of an indication, with a little bit of lateral movement, a bit of bounce off a length, that he might just sky 1 or 2. But from what I've seen, I think he'll work it out pretty quick.
What about an old-fashioned technique against him? Good hard sledging.
You want to go abusive, do you? Well, what are you going to say to it? How can you abuse? Will he be 16 by the time he plays?
Past your bedtime.
He was born. Listen, he was born on the 27th of March 2011. So he's 15. You'll come as a 15-year-old.
So Sam, you're going to abuse a 15-year-old.
When he's 16, I don't know.
You leave it another year.
Don't go on X after this, because remember Cole Jameson had a go at him. It was a big celebration.
No, I'm not saying you
do
should.
India know Simon Mann? Simon Mann wants to abuse the kid.
I've watched Simon watch football. So
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying, is that a tactic that could be used to disrupt him? That's what I'm saying.
He's in his own world, isn't he? He's that guy that's in his bubble, and I don't think it'll disrupt him.
Apparently, bowls a bit of spin, as well. So he's one of those that can offer a few overs potentially in the future. Probably get 500 Test wickets as well. Why not?
The situation here at Lord's is that it is sunny at the moment, and it has been for a little while, and the covers are coming off, and they're doing the clean-up operation. It hasn't rained stacks and stacks. It hasn't belted down today. It's been on and off and steady and drizzle and that sort of thing. But they're actually going to take lunch at 12:20, which means, I'll just do the calculation, which means there can be no play before 1:05. So, anyway.
My weather expert, Mr. Agnew, he thinks at 1 o'clock it could be coming down. And on my map, it's kind of coming up from the. What's it coming up from the southwest? It's kind of coming up. Looks a bit wet from around 1, so maybe 12:20 lunch, knowing that there's a bit more to come.
Yeah, so it's like an intensely pragmatic decision they've taken. Basically, is it? That I think that they feel there is more rain. I mean, you look at it at the moment, you think, well, could they start and play for?
It dries so quick. I mean, you could do. I think you could do.
Do you know in T20 cricket, guess what would happen?
They get out there and play.
They'd be playing in 20 minutes. So they get fed, don't they, players?
I think so.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying, in a white ball game, this game will be starting at 20 past, 12:30.
Yeah.
Why in Test cricket do we always wait?
Maybe it's the Lord's lunch.
Could be. I suspect England will be thinking, do we really want to get out there? We don't want a wet ball, for example. That might be one thing.
But it shouldn't be down to England.
It's not. I know it's not. I know it's not. But they'd probably be thinking, and perhaps the umpire. They might. If you were England captain or England coach, you'd be getting wouldn't you be getting the umpire and say, well, are you sure umps it's going to be a bit wet if it goes?
I've played with coaches who would be doing that.
Exactly.
I've never seen someone run. The quickest I ever saw Andy Flower run was when he needed to run to the match referee's room.
Exactly.
He was a regular, wasn't he?
He went in every. Yeah. You knew that you'd hear the door slam and then he'd be sprinting up to the match referee's office.
Would have loved 3 extra balls last night, though, in those 3 minutes.
Oh.
Imagine that.
Well, that's coming in, isn't it? When's that coming? That rule of finishing the over.
Well, Zolt's saying October, because we had that ridiculous situation last night where it was kind of on the cusp, 2 minutes, how much was left, and they came off. And you think, actually, you want the drama, don't you? You want the drama of a batter going out there to face 2 balls. I mean, the bowlers created that. You should reward them. Anyway,
the bowlers definitely haven't been rewarded enough this week.
It's taken them a long time to come to that view, but I've always thought coming off with a few balls left with wicket falls in the last day was one of cricket's more ridiculous regulations or laws.
Agreed.
How flat's the next wicket going to be prepared?
Yeah, it's going to be a CEO's pitch, isn't it, the Oval?
A view from the boundaries coming up at 10 past 12. It's one you won't want to miss. Are we allowed to say who it is or not? Are we? No. Okay, we're not just yet. Okay, I'll leave that with you.
He's been doing a lot of research, Jonathan.
He gets a bit nervous this time of a Saturday. So we've been talking about Suryavanshi. We've got 10 minutes to talk before view from the boundary arrives. That India squad for the T20s. I mean, it seems pretty ruthless from a distance. Perhaps you can give us a bit more insight. I know he didn't have a great IPL, but Suryakumar Yadav, who led India to the T20 World Cup and was magnificent in the T20 World Cup as well. He played several fine innings that helped them win the competition. He's like had his head lopped off. He's no longer captain. He's not even in the squad anymore.
Yeah, it's ruthless. He was probably a byproduct of how poor Mumbai Indians were.
Yeah.
Generally, there was so much turmoil going around that squad, and you almost felt a lot of those players in that Mumbai side looked tired after that T20 World Cup. Bumrah's been rested for this tour.
Yeah, no Jasprit Bumrah, everybody. Unfortunately, he's not here. He had a remarkable IPL. He took 4 wickets but I think he was still in the top 10 for economy rates. I think he was 10th for economy rates, but he didn't get anyone out.
Yeah, he really struggled. He did look tired, and I think Hardik Pandya in a way looked tired as well. There's a few things going on in that Mumbai Indians squad, but yeah, Surya, he looked a bit behind the game. He looked a bit slow in the way that he was playing. He got found out by. We know he's so good at his 360 game, and bowlers actually just continue to bowl in good areas, and he was just trying to force options early in his innings that were quite challenging. So, yeah, his natural game didn't come off for him. I think the Shreyas Iyer as captain, and listening to Ricky Ponting, who's the coach of Punjab, talking about him, said he probably makes a difference of 60% of winning games, because captaincy, he believes, is so important in T20 cricket, and the way Shreyas Iyer led that Punjab side for maybe 65% of the IPL.
Well, he started so well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I don't think they won a game in May.
They had an astonishing tournament, didn't they? They got odds on to finish top of the group and didn't make it through.
Do you know one of my favourite cricketers in the world is? Mohammad Siraj.
Oh.
Mohammad Siraj, brilliant IPL, final last Sunday. Guess what he's doing today for India? Playing a test match.
Playing a test match.
Guess what? He's in the T20 squad as well. He's a cricketer, and guess what he does? Plays cricket.
What's the score in that match, Michael?
330 for 3. Shubman Gill, last I looked, was 80 odd not out. KL Rahul had got 100 at the top. Let me have a look.
Jaiswal was playing, didn't get many today. He got 24. I think that's a test match that's being played in Chandigarh.
Yeah.
And Afghanistan are the opponents for India.
It's interesting, India, with their test grounds, isn't it? Where like New Zealand and Australia and England are quite similar, where you play at the same test venues, whereas in India, I don't think there's many people at that ground, but they're trying to get test cricket around different areas. I wonder if they start to look at saying, let's just have three or four venues each year that we play test cricket at to get the crowds back in to watch test cricket.
I give them half an idea of how to get a few people back in. I'd pick a young person who's 15.
Because New Zealand have got India coming, haven't they? This your summer, our winter.
Yeah, end of October, 5 T20s, 5 one-days, and 2 test matches. So
and that's where the New Zealand
tour.
Cricket Board makes its money, on a tour of India.
Yeah, well, New Zealand Cricket make money out of the IPL. They get revenue from players playing in the IPL. So I think that's probably why there's maybe not as much discourse around pulling players out of the IPL, because they do get some revenue from that. But every board wants India to be able to tour, because you get so much money from broadcast rights. New Zealand's got a new broadcaster this year in Sky Sport, so cricket's going back after 6 years. And Sony will put it on over in India, and it's going to be all the bells and whistles by all accounts. So, yeah, it's going to be a massive summer to have India on our shores early. But I think everyone is also hoping Suryavanshi going to be there, because you just know, you turn on the cricket, like you said, Finney, he's a guy that you want to watch, you want to see them play. But there's one player, Prince Yadav, who's, 145k fast bowler, who I think will like these conditions here.
Yeah, I'm just looking down at the pitch. It looks absolutely glorious.
It's a batting time now, isn't it?
3 minutes past 12, and we're certainly not going to see any cricket till at least 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it does seem strange, doesn't it?
My man, look at the results. He hates this. Look, he's looking down. Get him out there.
Well, if you've got a ticket for Lord's Day, you're probably thinking the same thing. Are people standing up and probably actually feeling the heat of the sun on their faces? Well,
you can't tell me that this wouldn't be right at 12:30.
No, but it'd be bone dry. The drainage here is so good. And you'd imagine the MCC would be there banging on the match referee's door saying, let's get out there and try and get 30 overs played.
I've always said in cricket that in T20 cricket we do everything we possibly can to get out there. And in Test match cricket we do everything we possibly can to not play.
Cricket would be one sport where common sense never prevails.
Rarely,
Well, hence the regulation that's persisted for how many years that you go off if there's a wicket in the last over of the day.
Yeah.
I'm looking at there as a batter thinking, if I'm a New Zealander, I would love to be batting right now, because maybe it wouldn't move around so much. Or the opposite is, can it rain for 3 days? But this is probably the better batting conditions that they're going to experience, maybe until it gets a bit overcast later on.
Well, what we do know is the forecast is kind of rock solid for tomorrow. So if we don't get any play today, then tomorrow we should get the game done. Forecast not great on Monday, but we shouldn't need to get there. The forecast is good for tomorrow. And you look at the moment, if you just turned up at Lord's, you're thinking, well, why aren't they playing? Well, we've had sort of on and off patches of rain, not just during the scheduled hours of play, but also this morning. But again, it hasn't bucketed down, and I think there was when they first put the drainage in, I think it was a game against Pakistan where there was a kind of like a lake on one side of the ground.
Yeah, well, was I playing in that?
You might have
I
been.
think I had a bet on the balcony with someone about playing in the afternoon. I said, this drainage is good, and they went, no, it's off for the day. No,
never going to play.
I reckon we'll play.
Yeah.
Only a little, pint of lager or something. Yeah. We were playing about 2 hours later.
Yeah.
I think this has been the best invention around the actual drainage in the corners of the block. So now all you pretty much do, instead of the old school nature of putting all the water on the outfield and the super stopper going on, it's now the drains are literally installed at the edge of the block, and all they do is just, what do you call that? Broom, shovel it into the corners. So you guys are meant to sweep up the leaves, not us. You just sweep it into the corners, and then the drainage goes down. So you don't have to worry about waiting for certain areas to dry out on the outfield.
That would be bone dry down there. I promise you that would be bone dry.
So you'd say this is playable now?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, if it's not played, it's 12:05. Without any question, that pitch would be playable in 25 minutes.
Yeah. Well, if you have just switched on, the decision has been made by the umpires that an early lunch will be taken at 12:20.
This is just like a tease for the crowd. It's like, bullseye. Here's what you could have had.
Yeah.
The stumps are up. Fourth umpire's out there.
It's almost as if they're preparing to play, isn't it? It's almost as if they're going to put the bells in a minute and the teams are going to come down the steps of the long room. But we are not going to get any cricket for at least an hour, and then the feeling is that by the time that comes around,
that's when the next big bang comes through. Yeah.
The next big bang and the rain is on its way, and the forecast this morning at the start of play from Stabden Ice at the BBC Weather Centre was that we will get some sunny interludes this afternoon, but that kind of, for whatever reason, meteorological reason, causes the rain clouds to build up and storm clouds, and we get some heavy downpours.
Oh, it's going to be heavy, is it? Because it's just been light drizzle this morning.
Yeah. That's what you were saying. Heavy showers this afternoon. Just when you think, oh yeah, we're going to play, and then heavy showers come over the ground. Of course, then that takes another, half an hour to get it ready. It's kind of one of those days.
We've now got Jeetan Patel, the England spin bowling coach, putting out the stumps for the bowlers to come and have a little bit of a bowl through.
So they're not having their lunch.
Again. Well, only Test cricket.
I mean, it's a frustrating situation. I mean,
Simon, can I give you a clue of the guest? I'm just going to say the guest is here. I've seen the guest arrive, and I'm going to say Southampton Football Club. That's the clue.
Okay. That doesn't help. I mean, I see. Right. Okay, yes. I'm with you now. Yeah, no, I am with you. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah, it's kind of tangential.
Yes.
A bit left field, that clue.
It's a left field, but it's just a little clue.
Yeah. Well, that's coming up very shortly. Yeah. We all know what happened with, those people who follow football knows what with Southampton over the last month or so. That's kind of like a...
Did you agree with that, Simon? Did they get the right punishment?
You put me right on the spot there. I think you...
Andy's agreeing.
I would... Okay, this is what I would say. One of my best friends is a Southampton supporter.
We should ask Chris Wilder. Look, he's a Sheffield United manager.
Yeah. My best friend is a Southampton supporter, and he's absolutely furious with what his club did. So I'll kind of leave it with that. That's how
very moral friends.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's.
Here he is, John.
Let's put everyone out of their misery. Thanks very much to Katie and to Stephen and to Michael. Jonathan is moving in for view from the boundary, even though it does feel as though we should be playing or very close to playing. They're taking early lunch at 12:20 with a view, presumably, to playing at 1:05. But whether there'll be rain over the ground then, well, remains to be seen. Let's hope not. Let's hope we do get some play. Right, it's all yours, Jonathan.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, I've just looked at the weather, and there is rain to come, unfortunately. So I think what they've done is they've been unable to roll the pitch and all the sort of stuff that has to go on in the meantime at the start of a day because the covers were on. So that's why there's a lunch now, and they are hoping that everything will be completed by 1 o'clock and they can start play then. So we're having an early lunch, having an early view from the boundary, and I've been really looking forward to this, not least because it's been cancelled at least twice, possibly even 3 times actually. Our guest is a civil servant, a diplomat, who until last year held one of the most fascinating positions. He's been an ambassador to Turkey. He worked at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, but he's spent time as a British intelligence officer. Do we call him a spy, I wonder?
I think that's okay.
Is that okay? Excellent.
I'll pass muster, Jonathan.
Who's just finished a 5-year spell as Chief of the Secret Intelligence Service, otherwise known as MI6. Richard Moore, it's lovely to meet you. It's been in the pipeline this for a while.
It has. I've just been explaining to you, haven't I, off air, that
yes.
We had a cake baked for you in the shape of Vauxhall Cross, green and sand-coloured icing, all done by a brilliant colleague in what is our sort of equivalent of Q Labs, where we make some of the wonderful
So there is
gadgetry.
Q. You sent us a cake from Q.
I was going to.
Would it explode
and it's
or something?
been eaten twice by the crisis operations room. So I'm sorry about that.
Well, I'm reassured that there is at least an existence of Q.
There absolutely is. In fact, Q, the wonderful Blaise Metrovelli, who was Q, the head of all our technologies, is my successor as C. So she moved from being Q to being C.
Yes.
Strange for
is that unprecedented, I wonder? Has that happened before? And I also didn't realise, I assumed that you because you were C, weren't you? Not like the sort of tropical storms that come through, and so the next is D or E or whatever. So you're always C.
No.
Which is M in James Bond.
Exactly.
Well, look, more of that in a minute. We're talking cricket first, because that's why you're here. And first time, it's not your first time to Lords, is it? I mean, you're a regular visitor here.
I may betray that by the tie I'm wearing. So yes.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, well observed.
Yes.
No.
I feel you're analysing me, Richard. Can we just be very careful here?
I'll be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've loved cricket ever since being a kid, and my first introduction to international cricket was in Sri Lanka, because my parents were in the days before, I guess, Sri Lanka had only just stopped being called Ceylon. I mean, it was before it became a test side. But the MCC sent down a side there. I think Geoffrey Boycott was in it.
Was it? That's a sound about right on the way to Australia, probably.
Well, it was an odd one, because it was a diversion. It was a overly strong side, because they were supposed to go to South Africa. And then because of apartheid, they were diverted, and they went to Sri Lanka, and then they went on bizarrely to Pakistan, but pre-Bangladesh Pakistan. So I think they had quite a torrid time.
Well, that was when the riots were on,
Absolutely.
wasn't it? The students were rioting and so on. Good Lord. Yeah. So why were you? Your dad was in the service.
My dad was there. Yeah, my dad was there. He was made cricket attaché for the visit of the MCC, and as a little boy, I must have been 5 or 6 at the time.
Yeah. That must have been a real thrill.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
So if Geoffrey was there, what's your memory of your sort of first real memory of those cricketers coming then?
Well, Geoffrey, I looked at, because inevitably when I knew I was coming on, I went and looked at Wisden, and Geoffrey got a second ball duck.
Excellent.
And seven in the second innings. And the MCC had a first innings deficit. And to give you an idea, this wasn't baseball. The Sri Lanka cricketer, a chap called Tenakoon, got 100 and 101 overs.
I thought you were going to say balls.
No, overs. Yeah.
Oh dear! And so was it? How was he High Commissioner there?
No, he wasn't. He was relatively junior official doing management, and he was a real diplomat before. I can see the look almost in your eye, but he was a proper diplomat. He wasn't.
Yeah, because we still do occasionally. Part of a tour is to go along to the High Commissioners and meet, and it's just a part of the tour. It's wonderful actually.
I did a posting in Pakistan in the 90s, so the England teams came through at the time.
Well, the Islamabad High Commission is a wonderful
place.
It's
a rare event, isn't it? It's a bar.
Quite a refuge, actually. Real sausages.
With alcohol.
Yes, it is. No, that's fantastic. So Pakistan, that was being quite tricky in the 90s.
Yeah, it was before 9/11, so it hadn't become as sort of, the terrorism issues that were not as bad. It was still pretty fraught. I mean, there was a bomb went off just a few weeks after we got there, which damaged bits of the British compound.
Right.
It was there. But you were, unlike post 9/11, it wasn't a lockdown. You could travel around. So, I went all over the country, and I watched a bit of cricket, and it was, of course, the 96 World Cup.
Yes, of course.
Place. England did not.
The final in Lahore.
Final Lahore went to the final.
Yes, we were
Sri Lanka and Australia.
Yes, great game of cricket actually.
It was a great game, and Jayasuriya was sort of bursting onto the scene, wasn't
Yes, and Ranatunga was very cunning and chose to bowl first.
Yep.
knowing that that Shane Warne couldn't grip the ball under the dew. I remember when we arrived there, all the talk was about whether the lights would stay on, and I think they had three solid nights of tests. And there was a joke that no one could plug a toaster in or anything else in Lahore in case they all.
That was great. So I played a lot of cricket. When I was there, I played in a team, a wonderfully named team called the Malgala Gentlemen.
Right.
I was the only non-Pakistani in the side. It was a great way of meeting Pakistani friends.
Yes, I love Pakistan, and we're lucky now. We've been 3 times now in the last 4 or 5 years, having not been for years.
No, I know.
And it's a wonderful place. I know there are areas that you can't go. That's fine.
But they play cricket everywhere.
Yes.
On the edge of a mountain, up in the northern areas, there'll be someone playing cricket.
Yes, street cricket. But it's a kind of a bit of is it misunderstood country? I don't know. I'm going to be careful what I say. But I think as far as us going there, it's a fabulous reception, wonderful welcome. I mean, it's a sort of warm country for us to visit. Certainly.
It's like everywhere in the subcontinent. There is almost a quasi-religious element to cricket. I mean, everyone worships cricket. They all play it. They all follow it.
Yes.
Same in India. I mean, when there's security issues, it's difficult. I understand that, but I'm glad that we're back, and I'm glad that seems to be more under control.
Yes, and we went back under your watch at MI6.
Yeah,
so were you involved in that?
A little bit, not least because a very good friend of mine was the High Commissioner, Christian Turner, who's doing the job in Washington.
Yes,
bless him.
Yes, actually, we saw quite a bit of him. He's a character. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you were involved in well, not deciding whether it was safe enough, but in sort of the arrangements?
No, not so much that, but clearly when people are trying to work out what the threat picture is, at some point we will, I hope, be contributing to that and helping. And when I guess I'm a very, very good long-term friend of John Carr.
Yes, right.
So John, when he was director of cricket, I would occasionally get a phone call saying, we're thinking of going here, and I was very clear that I wasn't the official voice, but of course you want to help. Because
the England cricket team do go to some politically hot spots, don't we? We just do, because of the way that the empire and everything was set up, and the way that the tours and where cricket is played in the world. So actually, security does play quite a big part, particularly in the subcontinent of our tours.
Yeah, it has to do, doesn't it? It has to do. Having sort of remembering those scenes precisely around Gaddafi Stadium when the Sri Lankans were caught up in a terrorist thing. You never want that to happen. Cricketers don't sign up to be intelligence officers. It's a different risk calculation. They do things on the pitch that I would never do, facing down 90-mile-an-hour bowlers. But you've got to be sensitive to that and not go when it's not sensible to go. But at the same time, it means so much when you can.
Yes. But do you feel the responsibility? Do you feel that responsibility of being involved in that sort of decision?
Well, as I say, that's a slightly sort of quirky, odd one. But you are involved in decisions in MI6, and particularly when you rise up the ranks and you get to become chief, you are obviously making some quite tricky decisions. I mean, in my time, I had to make decisions about did people stay in Kyiv or not, and those sort of things. Yes, they're tough decisions.
And from a cricketing sense, where are you getting that information from? How can you be as certain as you can be that England cricketers would not be a target in Pakistan, for instance?
You can never be 100% sure of anything in this world, but you can, I think, give people some sense of what the threat is, whether the groups are active who might want to do harm, and you can give a sense of how capable the local authorities are about dealing with the threat. And it's those two calculations you're making, I think. And the ECB has got some very experienced security people who got great links in.
Reg.
Yeah, Reg.
Reg Dickerson, who you've probably come across.
I've met Reg, yeah.
Yes. And I was looking at your notes. So you came here and you saw Australia here in 75, is
I
that?
think so, yeah. I was trying to work it out, 74 or 75.
No, it was 75, and it was only a 4-test series. But you see, interestingly, I was fired by the previous Ashes Test match here, actually, which was Bob Massey bowling swinging.
Yes,
so you've got Lillian Tomo now.
Wickets.
Yeah, and you sat here and that was
I did, and I sat. I don't know which side, whether it was grandstand or on the other side, but I do. And I remember even as a 11-year-old, I suppose I was at the time, watching it. And when Tomo bowled, you literally, even with 12-year-old eyes, you couldn't see the ball.
Yeah.
and Marsh was somewhere in the pavilion. I mean, it was astonishing.
Yes, and Lily. I mean, they were very different, weren't they? I mean, Tomo.
It was violent. How bits of him didn't fall off. They eventually did, didn't they? But I mean, that sort of
sling
action.
Yeah, and then Lily off that long run and the gold medallion.
Yeah, I don't know if he got into the medallion stage, and he still had some hair, didn't he? Do you remember that sort of sweatband?
But he was so inspiring. I loved that Australian team, although you were sort of brought up not to in a way, and so many of them have become good friends actually. I mean, Ian Chappell I saw during the dear Rodney Marsh, who we've lost now, but he was a really good friend, and it's interesting in this job that I've been doing, where you get the chance, from those childhood days of actually not just meeting people who are heroes, but actually getting to know them.
And of course, it's wonderful. It's one of the privileges of doing this, and occasionally you do get a chance to meet people. I remember I was able, in a sort of gap, I was able to get to the Barbados test. God, what was the last time but one we were there with? I want to say 2018, 19 when we were over in the Windies.
Yeah, so that very, very, very flat.
It's the one where we got absolutely pummeled.
Oh right, okay.
They
got 700 and something.
Exactly.
Yes.
And the skipper got a double century.
That's right. Yes.
But it's the only time I've been able to spend all 4 days watching a test. That was wonderful. But I was invited by the president of the Barbadian Cricket Association to come in and use his box, and so I had lunch every day with Charlie Griffiths and Wes Hall.
Yes.
And
great characters.
Sobers and Everton Weeks just before he died.
Yes. Oh, well, that's special.
I had returned to my 12-year-old self. It was just sort of wonderful.
Yes.
Wes Hall did at some point. One of our fast bowlers was being carted back over the head for 6, and Wes Hall sort of declares to the group around his thing that he was never hit back over his head for 6. And you think, excuse my language, but no, probably not, Sir Wes. No, there's no helmets, and
They were great characters. Those old West Indian cricketers. So Tomo and Lily, that was the game that you saw, in which David Steele made his debut.
Yeah.
Came down the dressing room steps famously, and of course went down a level too far and ended up with the gents, which is a story which he dines out on regularly. But he came out. I mean, he eventually emerged and scored 50.
That's right.
And Tomo
Very
greeted him and said,
slowly.
"Yes." He said, "Oh my word, it's Groucho Marx." He said as he walked past him. But that was sort of childhood dream stuff with David Steele, wasn't it? I mean, from nowhere.
Absolutely. It was great. It was a great head, wasn't he? I mean, when he played.
Yes. No, he was, and such a character. And I was intrigued as well to see that you played your last game. It says here you played for the MI6.
I did.
Team.
Our team.
But they play under an alias.
They do,
that just conjures up all sorts of crazy images,
doesn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't it? They've got a very elite fixture list.
Yes.
Which I'm not going to reveal to you. On.
So it's a team of spies playing.
Yes.
Playing
there are some nifty cricketers in that.
Yes.
Team. And I first played for them in '88 when I still had a sort of little bit of sting in my medium paces.
Right.
And I played for them last summer. I had to. One of the sort of, things you've got to do as you leave as chief. I had to go and have one more.
Yes.
Go out with them, and it nearly killed me because I made that mistake. I scored about. So I was going quite well on a 30-odd, but that meant I was in for way too long.
Right.
For my body. And so literally for days afterwards I couldn't move. And I was out because I turned for a second run. And I think 40 years earlier, I might have come somewhere, I might have made it to half the pitch. But I was still only about 5 yards in, the veils are off.
Well, there you go, advancing years. But it's this thought of a team of intelligence officers, spies, whatever you want to call them. Presumably, you all know that you're all
yes. There are limits to the subterfuge.
But you're not. No one else does.
No.
The umpire. No, I mean, when you hand over your Walter PPK, could you hand that with our sunglasses?
No.
The holster under the whites. I mean,
all of that. I can see there's a whole image here going on.
That's fascinating.
It's very helpful. It deflects the blows.
Yes, a sort of an early. Yes, chess.
There are sides probably all around southern England who are completely unaware of who they're actually playing. And now they're all
incredible.
There's a whole point. There's a whole pile of slightly obscure sides that everyone's going to look at them now. Aren't they?
Yes.
They're probably. and they won't be.
Well, I suppose you wouldn't have had your own ground. That's a start, was it? Were you a nomadic team?
We were definitely nomadic.
Yes.
No ground at Vauxhall Cross.
Did you call each other by your proper names when you changed the bowling?
You are really probing. You're really probing.
I'm fascinated. It's such a fascinating state of affairs.
We took on the names of Test cricketers. I'm just making this up now.
But that whole question of the subterfuge, and on the one hand, yes, of course, it does seem funny, but of course it's deadly serious.
It has its moments.
Yes,
it is there for a serious reason.
So, in effect, has your life until whatever you did reveal yourself, and which was that? Do you reveal yourself when you actually become chief, and until that point you're under the radar?
Absolutely, the chief is the only person in the service who is avowed to use the term of art. So everyone else is still undercover. Now, look, I mean, realistically, I may have a couple of colleagues in the box. You know, you get to a certain stage in your career, and you know you've been around a while. Inevitably, you've probably worked with other foreign services, so you're not so worried about it. But when you're in your first 5-10 years of your career as an operational officer, yeah, you do take it seriously, and you need to not show out. And if you're in places which are, you just put yourself back into Islamabad in the mid-90s when I was an operational officer there, then you know there are certain threats. It's probably lowers your threat if people don't know that you're an MI6 officer, and if they do, then they might want to do you harm.
So what did you say you were?
Oh, I've said I was in the Foreign Office. I was working in the High Commission.
Right.
And that's, it's what...
So it's sort of a life of deception in a way.
It is, and look, it's you can't go around. You can't tell your mates that on the weekend at a cricket match or something what you do, and so you've got to have a certain degree of the self-containment about that, and you've got to take satisfaction from the work you do, the mission that you're on, and the fact you, of course, can talk to your colleagues. You just can't talk about it to your family, and some of your family will know.
Right. Did your wife know?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and Maggie and I were already married when I joined, which
right.
We didn't have that rather complicated thing that people do, who may meet and fall in love, and of course you can't tell the other person what you do for a living initially, until you're fairly confident they're the one.
And they could still go wrong.
Well, it could, and
but you've revealed yourself, though.
You have, and it's a one-way door, isn't it? Once you've said what you do for a living, you can't take it back. You can't sort of say, "No, you misheard me. I said I work for MFI." Or whatever the thing is.
Yes. So in that circumstance, I'm just thinking it's probably best if you sort of broke up fairly amicably. I guess if you are going to break up.
I think we would encourage people not to have violently painful breakups.
No,
I think you're probably right. But no, look, most people are very that stuff happens. But those members of your family, you are putting a responsibility on them. It is a peculiar thing of our world, because if you bring siblings or parents, and then eventually your kids, at what point do you tell your kids
absolutely
what you do?
So what did you do? You have got kids, presumably.
I do.
Yes.
The story of telling my son is unprintable, and I can't I can't actually, because of his reaction. But
he was shocked.
I will tell part of the story. We built up to this, and we were on a holiday, I remember, in New Zealand, and Jacko must have been about 14 when we thought it was time. There was a slightly unworthy thing, because Jacko, he's now in his late 30s or mid-30s, he won't mind me saying so, but he was quite a stroppy teenager.
Oh, of course.
I thought, maybe this would suddenly he'd get some respect for his dad if I told him. So, which betrays a complete lack of knowledge of teenage boy psychology. Anyway, we sat him down, and Maggie and I, we were a bit nervous. It was odd about telling him. So,
what did he think you'd done up to this point then?
Oh, he wouldn't have thought much, I would think. But I'm in Foreign Office, not particularly
worked at a desk or
undistinguished diplomat.
Yeah.
So we sat him down, but then we made the mistake of looking quite serious, because we were actually quite nervous about this moment. And then I saw this look of utter panic in his eyes, because I think he thought we were about to tell him we were getting divorced. So at which point, I've been trained to deliver this pitch.
Yes.
And it just sort of spewed out in some way. And I think he was very relieved.
Was he?
That it wasn't what I think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was a sort of string of un-14-year-old like oaths.
Right.
Were saying, but
Just right. Okay.
anyway,
So
we were a bit better with my daughter. We didn't fluff our lines.
Yeah, but friends. I mean, who must have had lifelong friends.
Yeah.
When they found out that. You hadn't deceived them. That's wrong. But when they found out that actually you were completely different, or you're doing, you are what you are.
Yeah.
What was their reaction to that?
Look, I think people don't think they've been deceived. They kind of understand the logic of it and why you would need to do it. And for most people, the distinction between MI6 and the Foreign Office is not entirely clear in their heads anyhow. So I'm not sure it made that much difference to friends. And also, as I got older, and as I'd been posted in places like Malaysia, I would think half the British expatriates in Kuala Lumpur knew who the spook was in the embassy. And so it's, at that point...
See, I wasn't going to use that word.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, at that point, if you've been friends with somebody for 25 years, it's probably okay just to check in with the office and say, do you mind if I tell this? I mean, I've already mentioned John Carr being a very, very close friend of mine. I'm John's known.
So he knew what you...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary living, isn't it? I mean, did you feel in danger doing it? I mean, were you looking over your shoulder at every move that someone's spying on you, actually? Because part of your job, I guess, is to obviously discover who's spying for other countries in this country. So therefore, people in those countries are looking for who's spying for us, I guess.
Yes. That seems entirely clear.
Yes.
Did
you feel you were under surveillance yourself?
You are occasionally. I mean, you don't want to overstate the dangers. I mean, they are there, and occasionally you'll be in certain environments where you might face that. But it's not a sort of day in, day out thing. It's really clear, and there are lots of people in the service doing really valuable roles who are not in those roles. Maybe they're a technologist or they're an analyst type person back home. But yeah, it will be there. And if you are running operations overseas, then by definition, you're trying to develop a clandestine relationship with someone, and then you're trying to run them in place while they can provide the secrets that you.
So that's how you operate. You go to a country wherever you are, and you would try and get somebody a local on side, as it were, who you could.
It might be local. It might be. It might be a Russian identified intelligence officer in their embassy in that particular.
And you'd work on that person.
Yeah, you try and develop a relationship and see whether you could.
How do you do that?
Whether you could find something in them which meant that they were prepared to come and work with us. Yeah.
And at what point would you reveal to them who you are?
Well, that's a great sort of moment of art, is judging the right moment to do that, when you think you are going to maximize your chances of them saying yes because they've learned to trust you and trust your professionalism, trust you as a decent human being, and that they might say yes, because obviously if you do pitch them and you do say who you work for and you ask them to help you and they're not prepared to, they probably will go and tell their own authorities, at which point
you're gone. Your cover's blown.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, well, your cover is definitely blown, and you may be going home at that point. So you judge it.
How do you select that person? How do you actually think that's the person I'm going to really
people, there's a bit of science to it nowadays. You can imagine that data is really important. You've got to try and identify. These are people, remember, who you are going to ask to run some serious risks. I mean, at the best, you're going to be in a place of great embarrassment if it's revealed that you have been helping MI6, or you might lose your job. And at the most extreme, if you're an Iranian official, then I'm afraid the results of being caught can be terminal. So in that environment, given the risks that they're going to be running, they've got to have a very strong motivation to want to help. And that can be, there's all kinds of reasons why people decide to come and help you. And some people do it because they are dismayed by what their own country is doing. So, I've spoken about this publicly, take something like the invasion of Ukraine by Putin in February 22. There are lots of Russians who were deeply opposed to that, who may have been within the system, who were dismayed. So we made a great effort to try and make sure they understood that they'd be welcome if they could find a way to us. We would look after them.
Yes, and that involves people being there, your people being there, does it?
There's a limit to how far I can go on all this.
Yes.
But obviously we've got people based overseas, but we've also got ways. When I was chief, we announced a kind of dark website that people could go onto, where they could be able to offer their services, if you like, in a way that we could protect, and then we would find a way of contacting them and taking it forward.
It is extraordinary. I suppose money too. I suppose, is it money talks? Is it?
Yeah, money is sometimes an element of it, but it's rarely everything, because you can imagine if it's just money, then the loyalty, the tie to you is going to be more limited, I think. So you're usually looking for stronger reasons than that.
It's fascinating. Lunch here, just to say that they're hoping to start in 25 minutes. And in fact, as I look up, we've got some players. We've got some out there in blue on the left, and that lime green training kit of New Zealand to the right. It's a bit blustery. It's a bit grey, if I'm honest. But we've had no play today. They are at least, though, on the pitch, working on it. And all being well, hopefully, in 25 minutes, we'll have some cricket. But our guest is Richard Moore's fascinating conversation, formerly C, the chief of MI6, and we've had a couple of attempts to get Richard here. Getting back to cricket for a moment, Richard, I was reading that you fielded.
I did.
For Oxford University.
No.
So this is.
I'm looking at my skipper over in the corner.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't have any recollection of this.
No.
He's rather relieved.
It was a bit of a one-sided event. I am going to be struck. I mean, it's nice, I think, for Vic to have people who are starstruck.
Yes.
By him, particularly in his playing days.
It's a rare event.
Yeah. I was once at an evening, Vic, I don't know, where you were doing a sort of evening thing, and you were introduced by a Sun correspondent who said something very unkind, I think. As
Sun correspondent.
Did you get 83 wickets for England, or how many wickets did you get for England?
No, not as many as that.
He made some aspersion to. Sorry?
Yeah, you got 83 runs.
No, there was some rather tart comment about getting all these wickets for the one that went on with the arm.
Oh well, they all went on.
Very unkind.
They always went on with them. So explain what happened here. So how have you come across Victor?
So this comes back to John Carr again, who at the time was playing for Oxford, a very fine player, went on to play for Middlesex.
Very unorthodox player. He had a very unusual.
Well, he moved in and out. I mean,
he
when
got
he was
a brilliant
Oxford,
100 against us.
Yeah, at Oxford he had a perfectly conventional thing, and then he didn't get any runs. So he then adopted, didn't you, sort of a one-leg splay towards the leg.
That's right. He was
the umpire at square leg.
He was very unusual.
Very good slipper, and a good player. And at one year, remarkably, do you remember, he was top of the first-class averages. And when Lara got his. Whatever it was.
The big one.
Yeah, the big
501.
501. Yeah. So Lara BC Lara was second in the first class averages, and Carr, because I think he scored something like 180 runs over 6 weeks without getting out.
A few not out. Yes.
Yeah. Snuck in ahead of him.
Yes.
At the end of it. So it was John. John was in those days they called honorary secretary, and it was his job to get the 12th man. And so very kindly, he offered me a day at the park, so off I went. And Oxford had an injured player, so I ended up fielding for them. And then Somerset having knocked something like 371 or something in the usual way against the undergraduates. I think Roebuck was skipper, and I think Roebuck just didn't really fancy fielding against a bunch of undergraduates, so I got drafted in.
Victor was often the stand-in captain.
Outstanding.
Yeah, no. But that's a pretty decent standard though to go out and you can actually.
It's very good, but
there's field.
If you look at that game in Wisden, you will unfortunately find nothing that's
at all
sub on the thing. I think I had a couple of shies at the stump, and that was.
We had a famous court sub. Do you remember Jamie Salmon, the rugby player?
Oh,
right. Well, he turned up because he was a big mate of Chris Cowdrey's. We were playing against Kent. Somebody got injured. Jamie Salmon was around, pulled some whites on, went out and fielded, and took a catch in the deep. So there is a court sub for Leicestershire against Kent at Grace Road, which was actually caught by Jamie Salmon.
Very good. Anyhow, I have to say that Victor was extremely kind, to a young undergraduate.
Where were you fielding?
Very good. He didn't.
Short leg.
I wasn't running from end to end. No, he put me in extra cover or something. He was.
Yeah.
They had got 370 for one at the stage. I don't think.
No, fair enough.
They were too concerned about us keeping the runs down.
Are you a traditional cricket lover? I mean, are we talking Test matches for you, or do you like the T20s and the colourful stuff and the 100 and all those sorts of things?
I like cricket in all its forms, and I do enjoy the short form of the game, and I'm absolutely a supporter of it for bringing people into the game. Completely get that, but no, it's Test cricket through and through.
Yes.
And I will. It's one of the things to explain. Having spent a lot of my time talking to foreigners, it is impossible to explain why you would want to watch a slow scoring, not that we have much of that in recent years, but slow scoring Test match, and you watch them ball after ball and things. But I do, I love it.
You sort of get engrossed in it, don't you? I mean,
do.
you're lucky. I mean, you mentioned that
quasi-
4 days you could watch. I really admire people who come and watch one day. Like everyone here today, they come on the Saturday,
which is
so
the way I
third day of the
usually
game. So how do you keep up with the game, and how do you follow it after you've had your one day of actually being there?
Yeah, well, I guess you have telly, don't you? And you have
Yes.
the radio, and you follow it and avidly go and watch the highlights and all the rest of it. So I've struggled to get more than the odd day at the cricket in recent years. I'm rather hoping that I'll see a bit more of it. But,
Yes.
I do love it.
What have you thought of England recently and the way that they've been playing? Has it frustrated you? Did the Ashes frustrate you?
The Ashes did frustrate me. It's hard not to, because I think we all got our hopes up, didn't we?
Yes.
I mean, even though statistically we shouldn't have done, but that's a good side. It's a good side, and they went there with high hopes. And so, yeah, like everyone else, a bit frustrated. I'm not expert enough to comment on preparation or lack of it and all the other stuff that
We can have a view,
people
though.
people like
You can have a view.
I can have a view, and I have lots of ignorant views about cricket, but I perhaps shouldn't have to share them with all your listeners. But yeah, it is frustrating. But overall, have I really enjoyed the last period, under McCullum and Stokes? Yeah, I absolutely have. I've loved it.
It's been some very exciting moments. There's been sort of soaring highs and deep depressions. Yes.
And I sat over there watching the World Cup final. That's the most excited I've ever been on the planet.
And that was a day.
Oh, what a day! Amazing. So yeah. No, I enjoy what they do, and there's some real talented cricketers.
Yes. Well, I think we've seen one. Gay, did you see him?
I saw the highlights briefly.
Yes.
Looks very well organised, doesn't he?
Yes. No, he does. Right, I'm taking back to your day job again now, Richard. So, because this is what I love about this job. You get the chance to actually talk to people about what they do, and I mean, is it glamorous? Is being a spy a glamorous occupation, or as Ian Fleming sort of jazzed it up to ridiculous extents? I mean, is there any semblance of or resemblance between you and your profession and Roger Moore, your namesake? I mean,
yes, I know. I've been, by the way, over many years, decades. I've been called Roger.
You've been Roger.
I have been. No, I nearly said something I shouldn't have done, but I have been. I have had the word Roger applied to me, and it's really funny because people do it completely without realising, and carry on. They've just thing, and I have this rule: I never put them right. So I've
just chuckle inwardly. Yeah.
I once got a Christmas card addressed to me in Malaysia when I was the head of station there in the period after 9/11 from the local Malaysian intelligence service, which I was supposed to be preserving some kind of cover, but they handed in a card at the front desk which said, Mr. Roger Moore, MI6 representative, British High Commissioner, Kuala Lumpur.
That's a brilliant, but that's superb, isn't it?
Okay, absolutely, brilliantly. So I can't match the late and great Roger Moore's suavity. We don't go around much wearing DJs and doing parties. We do occasionally, but no, much more of it is, and this is where the Bond thing is. That the Bond thing is marvelous. I'm now kind of in the private sector doing advisory stuff these days, and
right.
I meet lots of businesses who would die for the brand recognition that Bond has given MI6. So it reaches all the corners of the planet.
Yes.
It means that you don't have to explain where you're from. They kind of get it. So that's very powerful. But Bond is a kind of loner, deeply, certainly the early Bond, deeply sexist.
Yes.
There's all kind of whole pile of stuff that goes with that. And that's not what we are. You're
not loners.
No, we're not.
Even though you're carrying out this life of subterfuge.
No, because with your colleagues, of course, you have this astonishing esprit de corps. So we're we're massive. I mean, it's teamwork.
Yes.
You know, it's a good analogy, cricket, isn't it? Because it's such a team sport, and yet, at the moment, it is a battle between bat and ball, one batter, one bowler. Yes, in that moment, it might be you and the agent that you are cultivating or perhaps running, but you've got this massive team behind you. You've got the support staff. You've got all of that going on. You've got the other people on the field who are all playing complementary roles. So it's intensely teamworky, and one of the things I've spoken about this, and I tell you who has said this more eloquently than anyone else. It was my predecessor, Alex Younger,
right.
So sadly
Recently, yes.
lost earlier this week. It's a deep, very close friend. As you can slightly tell, I'm still rather upset by it. But Alex made this point that we're not like the opposition, that the people in MI6 are deeply moral, deeply ethical.
You do play by the rules.
Absolutely do. You have to. Everything we do has to be in accordance with British law. We have,
even if others aren't, even if for the people that you're working against, if you like, probably aren't.
No, they're absolutely not.
Yes.
If you look at what happened in Salisbury, that was Russian intelligence. They were prepared to use a military nerve grade agent on the streets of Salisbury, and they threw it away. And that perfume file that sadly was picked up and killed Dawn Sturgis, it could have wiped out a school. So there's a recklessness and an amorality there, which we don't have. We're Democrats, and we believe in democracy, and we are helping to protect democracy. And if you stoop, as Alex said, if you stoop to using the methods of the opposition, then you become like them. You have lost the plot. You've lost any kind of.
Even if it comes down to the nth degree of absolutely kind of life or death or whatever, however serious it may be, you'd still play by the rules.
The end does not justify the means. It really doesn't in this space. So clearly, there are very difficult issues you have to confront. There are partners overseas that you might have to work with on a counter-terrorism operation who don't have the same values as we do, and they don't treat people as well as we do. But if you are going to work with those types of partners, which sometimes you have to do to keep Britain safe, then you do it in a really carefully circumscribed environment with assurances that people will be treated well, and you check up on the assurances, and if you don't get the assurance, you stop the work. It is as simple as that.
Yes.
And you've got a whole pile of very senior judges looking at. You can be a young desk officer in their early mid to late 20s, and a senior judge will come and look at what you've done, months later in the cold light of day. So it's pretty
with hindsight and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really inculcated into. Do we make mistakes? Of course we do. But is there a really strong ethical compass in MI6? Absolutely there is, and we recruit for that.
That's my next question.
Yeah,
about recruiting. I mean, if the people listening now, I quite fancy being a spy. You don't write in, do you? I mean, how do you become a spy?
So nowadays you literally apply online. We've got a website, and you go on.
MI6 has a website.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having been a secret thing for 80 years, or it was.
Absolutely, we've taken some steps in recent years, obviously, to try and make ourselves a bit more accessible. So we get people of talent from all across the UK, all regions, all ethnicities, etc., to come and join us. And so you apply, and we obviously have ways of keeping that secure. You apply, and if you get through the fairly rigorous process, you can join. And you'd be surprised if you went into the building, you would of course find a whole bunch of very ordinary people doing extraordinary things.
Yes.
We haven't got sort of three eyes, and it's very normal people. But yeah.
But if you say the three criteria then to apply to be a spy, what do you need to have?
Well, look, you've got very differing types of people. So you may have people like me who came in to be an operational officer, a case officer. Actually there to recruit and run people, but you may have other people who come in to do more kind of back office jobs or jobs involving analytical work or processing intelligence, and you may have technologists. Now you're not going to have the same necessarily. You don't need the kind of interpersonal skills that you might need at one level. For a technologist, it's lovely to have them, but we really need them to be brilliant technologists. And so you've got that variety. The thing that they all have in common, I think, is a sense of being really grounded. You've got to be self-aware, and you've got to have you can't have ego. Ego blinds you. If you're going to make judgments about another human being and make those very consequential judgments about whether or not they're prepared to help you, if you have your own really rather overlarge ego, that will just block out the sensing and the empathy you need in order to make that.
Yeah.
So pretty low ego people, I think.
Yeah, it is extraordinary, and that ability to just kind of be somebody else in a way.
Sometimes
to have that facade.
You have, but it's a bit like actors. You know, they're on a stage and they are pretending to be, by definition, to be playing a role on stage. But you often say, don't you, about the great actors that they can convey authenticity.
Yes.
They're authentic. And so a good MI6 officer may well be not quite what they seem on the surface, but there will be an authenticity there that the other person has to make the human connection with. Because if you come across as fake, no one's going to trust you.
But do you get trained as well? I mean, are you actually trained to be able to analyse somebody to that degree?
We put a lot of effort into helping people to think through this stuff, to be the best of themselves, to we do a lot of role playing in this, where there'll be either can be actors or they can be more senior officers or retired officers, or come back and sort of play we'll set them up in a scenario and then we'll test how well they react, and of course we'll throw the odd googly at them, and we'll see how they get on in responding to it.
Yeah. Is the world a more dangerous place now than when you came in? I mean, 2020 you started, didn't you?
Yeah.
With everything that's been going on, does it feel more volatile to you?
Hasn't got any better, has it? Sadly, and it is more volatile. People often ask this, is this the most dangerous point, and since the Second World War, or are we in World War III? And I don't like that latter thing. I think that's a bit sort of alarmist. But there were probably more dangerous points during the Cold War. The Cuban Missile Crisis, or the Berlin blockade, or some of the things we now know around the early 80s. There were very dangerous points where there was a near miss on some of the nuclear time. That's a more dangerous moment, if you like. But I think in terms of being disordered and not having some of the guardrails that were there and for most of the post-war period, even at the height of the Cold War, at the moment that doesn't seem to be there, and we're therefore dealing with multiple crises at the same time, whether it's Ukraine or recently Iran, or how do we more strategically think about China and its place in the world and how we're going to relate to that. All of this stuff is happening all at once without too much of the kind of international, ultimately in the international system it's the United Nations Security Council that can call things out and help to guide you to safer waters, and it does not operate at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I must mention Ukraine. I guess I don't want to get too heavy on this, but Putin, and just ordinary people living here in the UK. I mean, should we feel safe entirely? I mean, is this man someone who's going to press the red button suddenly and blow everything up? What's your thought of that?
No, I don't think I'm in the sort of Dr. Strangelove sort of scenario here with him. I don't think Putin has ever seriously contemplated the use of nuclear weapons over Ukraine, because apart from the absolute, that is such a massive taboo that he would be breaking with all the potential horrible consequences of it. But he knows that would be the end of him. So he's not. That's not the issue. But it is a very serious issue. We are now, 4 years in, four and a bit years into this. Russia has been in Ukraine now for longer than it fought in the Second World War. It's an astonishing thing.
Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. And we need it to end, but it needs to end on a basis which is fair to Ukraine. And thus far, Putin has not been put under enough pressure enough to bring him to the table ready to do it.
You think he should be under more pressure?
Oh yes, of course he should. And by the way, pressures are starting to rise, not least because the Ukrainians are being extraordinarily innovative.
Did you expect that, by the way, of Ukraine?
We worked really closely with Ukraine, really because we were caught napping, all of us, in 2014 when he, remember the little green men and the takeover of Crimea and all of that, and there was no reaction. So after 2014, we and the Americans really invested into building up the relationship with the Ukrainians, and that paid off, I think, in late 21 and early 22. But they've gone on to be extraordinarily innovative, and what they're able to do with drones now. There was an occasion on the battlefield recently where Ukrainian land drones took the surrender of a small group of Russian soldiers.
Surrendered to drones?
Yeah. So there was no Ukrainian infantrymen in that space. These vehicles went in. Obviously, were able to broadcast to the troops to ask them to surrender. They surrendered. They got on the vehicles and they were pulled out. That is astonishing that it's happening. So the Ukrainians are doing well, and at home, the pressures on Putin are mounting. And that do you remember he always has this annual parade, 9th of May, Victory Day. It's always a massive. Dictators love to show their toys off, and the fact that there was hardly anything there was a big moment. And I think we'll look back at that 5-10 years time. We'll think that may have been the moment when things started to slide for Putin.
And how do relations work the other side of the Atlantic then? Let's face it, we have something of a maverick in charge.
I thought I was the diplomat.
I mean, does that affect what your job was? I mean, the CIA, which is what kind of the equivalent, isn't it? I mean, if you've got someone like that in charge, how does that affect things? I mean, big statements, crazy statements, sort of wild statements. Do just kind of ignore them, or how does that relationship work?
Well, Donald Trump is the president of the United States, so wild though they may sometimes be, or those words of his vice president, but they're a fact, and it's quite clear that there are some tensions in the Western alliance that weren't there before. There were some underlying causes for that, which frankly are on the Europeans. We freeloaded on the Americans on defence, really, for decades, and it's right that we should put that right. But I think I can reassure you that the intelligence relationship is so embedded into the DNA of both sides of the Atlantic. And it's embedded in the DNA, partly because we've been doing it for decades together, partly there's a lot of trust that's built up. But mostly it's not a sentimental relationship. It's done to keep our respective countries safe, and that job is still there to be done. So I think the relationship on the intelligence field is really still in good shape. Isn't this a great sign?
You're going to see some cricket.
Wow.
Richard, thank you. I've really enjoyed. I mean, I could chat to you for ages. So thank you so much for coming. We finally made it.
No, this has been a little boy's dream. So thank you for letting me on.
Well, I have a Christmas card still at home for a couple of years ago, signed by C, which I showed off over the whole of Christmas, which is fabulous. I'm so glad you've come. Thank you. We finally got there, even though the cake was devoured a couple of years ago. No,
twice.
Enjoy your quieter time, I suppose. Is it quieter now for you?
Thank you. Well, I'm here this afternoon.
Yeah, so you can enjoy the cricket and
absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Lovely to have met you, Richard Moore. There we go. Formerly, in fact, recently, of course, Chief of MI6, wasn't that fascinating? Any budding spies? You know where to go. Go online. You can apply to be a spy online. It seems extraordinary, doesn't it? But that's what you can now do. Meanwhile, enough of spying, and we're going to watch some cricket, which is fantastic. I don't know how long we will get because there is rain around, but for now at least, we've got everybody out in the middle, more or less. We've got the stumps being put into position, and England will pick up from where they left off. They need 7 wickets to win this match, of course. New Zealand will have also their target in their sights as well. Victor and Isha Guerd.
Well, that was incredibly insightful, Aggies. Thank you very much for that. Richard Moore, former head of MI6, and that will be available on BBC Sounds if you didn't manage to catch it. Vic, he played against you.
No, what he played, he came on as a sub for Somerset. I didn't realise it until today, but I told the head of MI6, could you please go to extra cover? And he went there straight away. How about that then?
Obeyed orders.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, I wouldn't want to mess with you, Vic. Here we go. We finally have some play. It is looking a little bit grim in the distance, but importantly, the players are out there. We've had our lunch, Vic.
Wow.
And we are ready to go. We've got 3 slips and a gully in position. Gus Atkinson to complete his over after picking up the final wicket yesterday.
Ravindra on a king pair.
Yes, he is. So he's been thinking about that all night and all morning. As he spins the bat in his hand, he's got a big space on the offside. New Zealand 36 for 3. They need 218. England needs 7 wickets. We've got plenty of time to do so, because this is only day 3 of the first test. Here we are at Lord's. And the crowd are getting behind Atkinson, bowling round the wicket. And he's managed to defend it. Ravindra on a king pair. He's defended it calmly to the leg side.
It's probably the highlight of his match so far, Ravindra, poor fella, because he's got the first baller, one of those LBWs, orange, out you go. He's dropped a couple catches, and otherwise hasn't really contributed. But he met that ball with the middle of his bat.
That's why cricket is so special, Vic. He could be a hero.
He could be, yeah.
Still in this test match. Against the odds.
Against the odds, having been a bit, not exactly a villain, but totally ineffective for 2 and a bit days.
Crowd are excited. We're seeing some play. Ollie Robinson, who picked up 5 foot here in the first innings.
Switch of ends for him.
Yeah, he's bowling from the pavilion end. Lights are on here, and darkened grey, gloomy skies as Devon Conway assesses the pitch. 3 slips in a gully in position, backward point. Wideish mid-off, wide mid-on, deep backward square, and a leg slip. Here comes Robinson. He pushes forwards. Conway batting out of his crease, forwards and defending the ball to the offside. On the money straight away is Ollie Robinson. Targeting the stumps, aiming for the top of off. It's what he did so very well in the first innings.
Yeah, he makes bowling look very simple when he's on song. It's just got a lovely rhythm. And in that first innings, I don't think he bowled a ball that wasn't landing exactly where he wanted it to. Amazing stuff, really.
Couple of steps forwards, now bounding in. Past the umpire to Conway, who's inside edging it onto, I think, his thigh or his hip onto the floor. Leaning forwards to try and defend the ball. Ollie was successful in the first over, Ollie Robinson, in that first innings. And it was interesting to speak to him after play that day, because he said it's the most nervous he's ever been at the top of his mark. More so than making his debut.
Well, I think we want him to be very nervous more often.
Arms pumping. Bowls again. Conway leaves in the channel.
I mean, he may have been incredibly nervous, but he looked totally in control. It's a big moment coming back. And even when I thought, if you get 3 wickets and over, you get set. Well, I don't know, really. I don't expect you do either. Come to think about it, what it feels like to get 3 wickets in and over.
I've got 5 in an over.
Oh, goodness me. OK, well, I haven't. But there must be a temptation to get so overexcited that you kind of lose your control, I imagine.
Conway forwards and fending the ball to the offside. They're pushing through for a single. Ravindra comes through. He was ready to go. And that might be how they approach it here today. It's not been the easiest wicket to bat on, so pushing it into the gaps and just ticking away at that score. Yeah. 217 to win 37 for 3.
I mean, I'm bound to ask, and I'm sure you don't want me to, but against whom did you get 5 wickets in and over?
Well, I'm so glad you asked.
well, you can wait to the end of the over, because I'm sure there's a backstory here. 5 in and over.
I'd love to say that it was playing for England.
I know. I think we'd have known that.
I can hack into the system and put it on there if you want.
Yeah. Your Wikipedia entry is probably changing just at this very moment. But I do want to know the answer.
Devon Conway at the non-striker. So that's beaten the edge of Ravindra. Another point has just been put in, and you can tell that he's feeling a bit nervy out there. Lovely delivery that just left him down the slope.
Yeah, there's a hungry slip cordon there. 3 slips, a gully, and a backward point. Where a lot of catches seem to go in this match, curiously. But look at that, it's a perfect length. It's just probably left him a bit, but it's a tentative prod of a defensive shot.
Robinson running towards us here in the commentary box. Ravindra forwards and turning the ball to mid-wicket, no run. A very good over from Robinson. First over of today, just going for the single, 37 for 3, 217 to win then New Zealand. England.
Rick Bracey then, come on. How old are you when you get your 5 wickets?
I think I'm 11 or 12.
Yeah.
It's a boys' team, so I think it's under 12s. High Wycombe under 12s against Marlow Park.
Yeah.
They've showed up with 6 players because they don't want to forfeit the game, and apparently some of the other players
finished the
got
game
lost.
in 1 over.
We end up batting first.
Right.
And my dad shows up late because he's coming from work, and he's told that he has to go and score. So he's obviously very frustrated by this as Atkinson pushes away, bowling round the wicket to Devon Conway, who's driving back to the bowler. No run. And we score 200. And first over is bowled. It's a maiden. I then come on and bowl. Wicket first ball. Wicket second ball. Bowled. They were all bowled in LBW.
Okay.
I think the dot was the third ball.
So you still got a hat.
But I bowled out the team in over, yes.
So and that was the end of the game.
That was the end of the game. And Dad was so excited he brought everyone around a Ribena as Conway defends to the offside.
Well, thanks.
No run.
That's pretty amazing, that.
But what was even more interesting was, obviously they made a song and dance out of it in the papers the next day. Maiden over, blah, blah, blah.
You said it was very pleasing.
Well, they interviewed some of the parents of the opposition who made the excuse that the sun was in their eyes.
Well, it must have been fairly low sun, because I can't think, you were coming from... There's hardly Joel Garner in action when you were 11.
Conway pushes at the ball tentatively as cover rushes around to collect it. No run.
Gosh. LBW's out, you think? Were the LBWs out, do you think, or not?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right.
They always were, Vic.
Well, that is incredible.
Fluky.
Well, no, because I mean...
No, the sun was in their eyes, come on, of course.
Well, oddly enough, this is a bit of a... Well, it's not a non sequitur, but John Snow once got wickets here late in the evening when he realised the sun was in his eyes. He almost bowled lobs. This is John Snow, one of the great fast bowlers.
Atkinson moves in. Conway lets it go in the channel.
Mike Burley's talked to me. I think he was playing in the game. And Snow, who was not only a great fast bowler, but he was a bright guy. It suddenly worked out that from probably whether it's a nursery end, I don't know, sun low, if you kind of lobbed it up in the air, they just couldn't see it.
Maybe that's what I was doing as well.
No, you're 11 years old. You're not so guileful then.
Boos.
I'm not then.
Boos reverberating around the ground because we're getting some rain come through here again. It has been sweeping through all morning. The players are rushing off. And I really hope that's not all the play we're going to get today.
Yeah.
There is plenty of cloud cover in the distance, and it's looking a bit miserable, to be honest, as the covers are being pulled on to the field very quickly indeed from the ground staff here at Lord's.
You get scudding showers. I mean, it's almost going... The rain's almost horizontal, but not quite. But still a lot of breeze around, which will move the clouds along, but I don't know how many more clouds there are yet to come. I think it's New Zealand's session.
Yeah, survival. 37 for 3.
Yeah.
Robinson just the one over, and Atkinson, well, he didn't really get through too many. So Conway will resume on 13. Ravindra, success for him that he was able to get off a king pair. Umbrellas going up around the ground here at Lord's as the hover cover has now been neatly positioned over the pitch. And it is looking quite dark and grim in the distance over towards Maida Vale. Although I can see a bright patch over, maybe that's quite positive from me, Vic.
Yeah, well done. I can see where that aeroplane is.
Yes. It's a tiny little
It's light grey. And it does change incredibly quickly at the moment because the wind is strong. That's the only good bit of news. And it's also not torrential at the moment. It's sort of scudding shower. It's quite difficult now for the spectators because, I mean, Lord's is incredibly well appointed, but you are subject to a lot of open spaces in the stand where if it rains, you get wet.
Yeah, you're exposed.
And you've got to try and find cover. Out come the green tarpaulins. It's a nightmare days like this for ground staff, isn't it? Not only does it come and go, so you've got to wheel them off and wheel them on again, but there's a high wind, so that these tarpaulins, they sort of take off like a wild spinnaker sometimes, and you can lose yourself underneath sometimes.
You need to have a lot of strength to keep that down.
But the rain, as I say, is not torrential. If it were to stop, especially with this drainage, it's just a question of making sure the ball's not getting too wet. But how many balls do we have?
We had 11 deliveries, 1 run, no wickets.
There you go. I mean, just purely from a Lord's sort of commercial viewpoint, is it 20 overs you have to have before it's a full refund? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the BBC highlights later on this evening. We'll have to play in slow motion.
Yeah. I think you should talk them through your 5-wicket haul.
Reconstruct it in the end of the school.
I'm not sure that would take 45 minutes.
If you like, I mean, I'll go and find a net and I'll get out you 5 times if you like. If you can get 5 straight enough.
Are you saying I can't get you out on my own? You're gonna get out?
Well, it's hard to know really because I haven't picked up a bat for a decade or more. But I would be trying jolly hard.
Don't worry, we already filmed some extra content, Vic.
Have you?
Yeah, in the break that we had earlier, just before the rain came,
Well, it's just stopped now, actually.
Yeah. Has it actually?
Well, to my eyes.
Okay.
It's. But you've got. So how many minutes have you got already in the can?
I think we've got about 5 minutes in the can.
Oh well.
And we've got to make.
Well, only 55 to go then.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we've got Katie Martin with us, former New Zealand cricketer, and she's given us a mini masterclass on keeping and what she's liked about the keepers here in this Test match. Sarah Taylor, obviously, with the England group now, and has been working with Jamie Smith. They had a nice little natter yesterday, so yeah, it was a nice little bit of insight. We don't often get to hear from the keepers, do we? Welcome along, Toughers.
Afternoon, all.
Yep. Did we disturb your lunch?
Well, no. We was just enthralled by those 11 deliveries. I was on the edge of my seat. Yeah, it would have been handy if they could have got 7 out of those 11, but it wasn't to be. Ravinder will be happy. He's off a king.
Yeah.
He's still on a pair, though.
Well, he's still on a...
without wanting to be too gloomy about it.
Yes, and I'm sure... I wonder if do the boys still remind them that you're on a king and on a pair? They must do.
I think so, yeah. I would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Even you, Tuffers, even a genial fellow like you, if you had the ball in your hand, you had a new batsman on a king pair, I think you would make some reference to it.
Yes.
Some clever reference.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, no one likes a kingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, both tarpaulins
you got a
on
king
the field now.
I don't think I have, no.
I'm surprised by that.
Well, thanks very much.
At number 11, you've always got to get out sometimes.
Yes,
you know,
there you go, not out.
Not that I've talked to him about this very often, but I covered a sort of mundane Middlesex versus Worcestershire Saturday for the Observer. Yes. I'm scrambling around for some sort of intro. And who came to my rescue?
Yeah.
Tufnell, career best, was it?
67 not out.
67 not out.
Yeah.
Swatting, I can't remember which bowlers, lots of Worcestershire bowlers.
Yes.
Mostly on the offside, if I remember.
Yes, a lot on the offside. Internationals, Tom Moody, Richard Illingworth,
Sherrier, quite nippy, he was,
yeah. Decent. Lampitt, I think, was another one.
I mean, not quite so quick.
People still come up to me, you know.
And ask you, well, I haven't forgotten it.
No,
it must have been about 25 years ago, 30 probably.
They come up to me still and go, Phil, I was there.
Yeah, I was there. And it got me an intro. Whether I use the phrase that you have to use now, cleverly making room for himself.
Absolutely. I could have been the
so you weren't doing that
Ravanchi, clearing the front leg.
Yes,
you weren't doing that just to get out of the way of the ball.
No, sometimes it does. Oh, hello. Oh, there's a cheer.
As tarpaulins are coming off.
Yep, they are. So maybe you were right. It has stopped.
This has been quite a session for me because I've heard about Isha's 5 wickets in and over at the age of 11.
Oh, I say.
And I've also referenced the Tufnell magic hour. And it was barely an hour because he didn't hang around, you know.
No.
Do you want...
Everything must go.
Do you want us to talk about you now Vic?
No.
Yes.
What was your favourite moment in cricket?
I could talk you through my king pair, but it won't take very long.
Did you have a kingy?
Yeah, I did, actually.
Who got you?
Well, I was as a student. It was Oxford University. I was respectably dismissed in the first innings by someone called Bob Cotton.
Oh, I know. Bobby was my bowling coach.
Was he? Yeah. Well, he played for England, actually.
Very good.
Seamer off-cutter, clever bowler.
Yes.
Second innings,
Go on.
LBW bowled Larkins, which is
Wayne?
Yes, who bowled little occasional against the students away swings.
Oh.
It was a bit of a nadir, really.
Yeah. God bless him, Ned.
Yeah. He was a better batsman than bowler, and more exciting. But anyway, that's enough of that.
Yep.
The umpires have appeared.
Yeah, the covers have disappeared, apart from the hover cover. The umpires are coming out with all their kit on.
Yes.
I mean, with the appropriate umpiring kit, I meant.
You can usually tell with umpires if they want to see some play, and they're striding out with purpose, aren't they?
Well, they won't need to put a rope round or anything. It's virtually been a minute, hasn't it? Yeah, they look ready to go, don't they? Come on.
Well, the umpires look ready to go. They're having a chat with the number 3 or 4.
Wouldn't it be great if they all just came out and said, right, come on, get the covers off, come on.
Stumps in, let's get going.
Yes, they'd get a huge round of applause, you know.
I expect England might be stroppy if that happened because they don't want the ball to get wet.
Well,
you
no,
never
you're
want
right.
it to get wet.
No, you're right.
But everything gets soaked up so quickly here.
Yeah, it does indeed. I think that might be one of the reasons, why the pitches haven't been so good.
Because it drains too.
Yeah, it does. The drainage
right?
changed about 10 years ago, didn't it?
Yeah, and that was a sort of a bit of a start of a bit of a rot setting in here. I think.
Because of the drainage.
Sucks everything. Sucks the light. It's so good here. I can remember, where was it? India. It was like a lake, and then had me lunch, came back, and it was like, oh God, it was amazing. So the drainage perhaps is they've got to sort this pitch out. I'm giving this pitch 3 out of 10. I'm afraid, and that's just because they measured it out right and managed to get some stumps in it.
It is 22 yards long, and the stumps are well aligned.
It's a bit like when you do your physics exam, isn't it? And put your name at the top of the paper. They usually give you a couple.
Spelt correctly. Yes. 2 L's in Tufnell, I think.
Yes.
The players have emerged now as well. The England players are looking very keen. I can see Rod Tucker signalling up to the New Zealand dressing room as well. So I think we might get some play very shortly. Adrian Holstock.
The umpires are sort of hovering now. They're just ambling back towards the pavilion. Maybe they're just going to tell the players exactly what's happening, but I don't think they're going to go back to their little room.
In order to be an umpire, do you have to have that sort of slow walk?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, they're coming. Turn around. They're coming back again. They're having their official walkout now. Yeah. They both got hands in pockets. Really.
Yeah.
They look a bit silly.
It's a very.
They're very in sync, aren't they?
Yes,
they are.
Do you think they work on that? On days off, got to have that sort of like umpire.
It's like the catwalk, isn't it?
Well, you do have mentors. They have mentors now, umpires. Because
right. Well, I'm supposed to look up to.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure it's a very, very helpful thing. But I bumped into dear old Merv Kitchen. You'd have bowled to Merv's end.
I'll let you continue that story in just a second. A restart time 1:22, so we've got 4 minutes.
Okay. Right. Well, this won't take that long. But I bumped into dear Merv Kitchen, who's still with us, and who umpired for a long time, international umpire, and then he retired from umpiring. He said, I bumped into him, so I said, what are you doing now, Merv? Oh, he said, I'm a mentor now. And he said, oh, really? He said, yeah, I got to go to Worcester and I got to mentor Van Bernolder. I mean, I can't believe that was a very technical, long-term discussion. But he was popping up to Worcester to go and mentor Van Bern, who was about 64 at the time.
I wonder how you mentor.
Well, I don't know, but I think actually, thinking about it, I mean, have you got a summarising mentor? I mean, shouldn't we have mentors?
Well, I suppose so.
A bit late now for me, I think. And possibly for you, come to think about it.
Always learning, Vic. Always learning.
Well, this is good news. I mean, I told you there's a strong breeze that keeps those clouds moving. It doesn't look actually brilliant in the far distance, but there wasn't much rain there. There's a rope, a sort of token rope whizzing round.
Yeah, that's just to break up the water droplets and help it sort of dry even quicker. Light's still on here. We've got a grey blanket of cloud, as you say, and the players are heading out to the middle now. So we've had 11 balls today. We've seen one run, and as you say, Vic, Ravindra is still on a pair, so that's going to be of interest to the England players. First up, as they go on the hunt for 7 wickets to win this game. New Zealand require 217 runs. First Test match of the summer. And a few thoughts from you, Vic, before Simon Mann will come in.
Well, it's frustrating for the players as well as all the spectators, but even more so for the batsmen, I think. If they come out and they're thinking, well, how long is this session going to last? Is it going to be more rain? Whereas if you're in the fielding side, it's still inconvenient because you've got to loosen up again and get into rhythm again. But there's a lot to gain in 10 minutes if you're in the fielding side, but not much you can gain if you're on the batting side. I'm not saying we're only going to be out there for 10 minutes, but it's possible that we get another shower. These short sessions, they're a nightmare for batsmen, really.
England very keen to get out there, weren't
well,
they?
Quite right too.
I don't think I've ever seen a situation where the rope was being taken round and the players were poised on the boundary edge. We've still got one of those cars that carry the rope round on the field.
Yeah, well,
they
haven't hung around, to be fair to them.
No, they haven't. This is a very prompt
resumption,
definitely. And they're still sorting out, I think, the stump mic or the camera that goes in the stumps at the far end. So Atkinson's ready to bowl, and there are 2 technicians on the ground at the moment in red bibs.
They are sprinting.
Yeah. They've left something on the ground. Oh, the second one's come to pick it up.
It might have been the special stump. I think the stump with the camera in, I suppose, that's in those magic boxes.
So
there's good purpose. I mean, obviously, they're under instructions from the Treasurer. We want to get 20 overs in today. Let's don't hang around.
Is it 20, Victor, or is it? It used to
well,
be
20 is...
It used to be 15 and 30, didn't it? But has it gone up a bit now to 20 and 30 or something?
I don't know.
I think it's half back. Anyway, they'll let us know what it is in terms of refunds if we get there. So we've had 11 balls so far. It's going to be Atkinson to bowl by a pile of sawdust. And he's bowling to Conway, who's 13 not out. It's 37 for 3, and here we go again. Good luck, everyone. Atkinson bowls, it's full, it's driven, sliding away through a gap in that slip cord, and it's gone down towards the Warner stand for 4. Well, that was a sketchy shot, really, from Conway, but I suppose if you are going to chase these 250, A, you're going to need a bit of luck, and B, you probably need to play with a bit of positivity.
Yeah.
Hit that not where he intended to, but it hit the boundary, which was his intention. 42 for 3. Conway moves to 17. England with 3 slips and a gully and a short leg. It's been a real feature of this match, the short leg fielder.
Got the towel out on the ball.
Yeah, that's the concern for England, isn't it? That the ball, that's perfect and away from Conway, that he's got it out to the extremity where it is a bit damper. England will not want that ball to get wet. Here's Atkinson bowling to Conway. Conway plays a checked dab shot into the offside and gets a single, finds the gap. Right, 0 to 15 overs played, you're entitled to a 100% refund. 15.1 to 30 overs played, you're entitled to a 50% refund. Over 30 overs played, no refunds will be provided. So it's 15 overs is the first cut-off, and then 30. 43 for 3. Coming to the end of the 14th over, and again the ball is being carefully dried by Shoaib Bashir, who's fielding at mid-off, and it's now Ravindra, who's on a pair. He's got off his king pair, he's still on a pair, and here's Atkinson from the nursery end, bowls to him, and it's ball outside the off stump. He leans forward, lifts the gloves high and allows it to go through to Jamie Smith. So that's the end of the over. 43 for 3. It is grey around Lords. Some quite low grey clouds as well. There's a threat of rain, we know that. Although there was talk this morning of sunshine and showers this afternoon. At the moment it's really filled in all around London. I mean, good luck with the club cricket that's been played in London this afternoon, and indeed probably around the country as well. These bands of showers sweeping in. Still pretty breezy. It's been a feature of this test match, the strong winds. Such a contrast to a week ago. That is the English summer. 43 for 3. And it's going to be Robinson to bowl. Robinson bowling now from the pavilion end in this spell. Moves into bowl to Conway, and Conway plays a fiddly defensive push into the offside, off for a quick single and safely gathered as well. Nothing England can do about that as Bashir comes in from mid-off. 44 for 3. Of course, one of those wickets is a tail ender, Will O'Rourke. And England, New Zealand do back quite deep.
Yeah.
I mean, Henry's not the worst. He'll be coming at number 11.
Well, Henry was very restricted when he came out in the first innings. He barely moved he could barely move, it seemed. He didn't try and play any aggressive shots. Usually he's a uncomplicated swinger of the willow. But you're right, Jameson come back.
Here's Robinson bowling and Ravindra playing towards square cover. England have plugged that gap now, that dab gap on the offside, which New Zealand were looking to exploit. They've taken the short leg out and put him to the other side. So that one went straight to Emilio Gay.
I think they want to keep Ravindra on board. Just 2 men on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, naturally here, Robinson bowling around the wicket, you'd think it would obviously come in, but actually kind of what he's looking to do is
pitch on off
in and then move away down the slope, or just hold its line. Here's Robinson bowling to Ravindra, who's forward, again playing it to Gay, square of the wicket on the offside, and there is no run. Ravindra, we've seen in both Test cricket and white ball cricket, is a bit of a dasher. Circumspect so far, he's only faced 6 balls, and this is a tight situation that New Zealand find themselves in. At 44 for 3, England will be saying, well, 7 balls. New Zealand, a lot of balls to win this game from here. England 7 balls away. Here's Robinson bowling outside the off stump. He let that one go not far away from the off stump. And we have seen a few players in this game, I think probably as many as I've ever seen in a match, actually leave the ball and get bowled. You see it happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Gat used to do it a bit, didn't he?
He did it to Malcolm Marshall once or twice, I remember. Yeah. It might have been LBW or possibly bowled. Yeah.
I think, is it 3 in the game who've left it and hit the stumps from memory?
I mean,
Smith's done it. I think both Smiths have done it, haven't they? Yeah, Nathan Smith did. Certainly Jamie Smith in the first innings. Here's Robinson bowling. That one bounces more than Ravindra would have expected.
He left that
Didn't
well.
flick anything on the way through. Yeah, I think he managed to get everything out of the way just about in time, and immediately comes down the pitch to have a look at. And there's the uneven bounce, because that did bounce more than he would have expected. Who was the other one, Zoltz?
Daryl Mitchell.
Daryl Mitchell, yeah.
In the first innings, bowled by Robinson for 12. No shot.
So 3 players leaving them in this game and being cleaned up. Strong offside field then. 3 slips a gully, 3 saving one on the offside, a mid-on and a deep backward square leg. Robinson bowls to Ravindra outside the off stump in the channel, wide enough for Ravindra to leave safely that time.
Less likely to happen with Ben Duckett then. I can't remember him getting out, leaving the ball. Perhaps he has, but there is that stat about Duckett of established openers leaving fewer balls than anyone else in the history of the game. But that will keep changing, and I'm sure Andy will let us know if that stat changes. But I love it; it's a lovely stat.
We did see him. We left the first 2 balls of this test, 3 of the first 4, I think 6 of his first 20. In Australia, he left about 9% of deliveries, which is way below the kind of prevailing average for openers. But prior to that in his career, he'd been about 2%.
Atkinson bowls to Conway. Conway stabs at that ball outside the off stump. Again, it seems to climb on its way through to Smith. He misses it, which is fine as far as he's concerned. That's a ball gone. Trying to forget about it, however hard that is.
Zipped through that one,
didn't it? Yeah, it bounced down, left him. I mean, that just shows, you'd think, the degree of difficulty ahead for New Zealand here. I think we all know that from watching the 2 days of the match. 254 doesn't sound a big target by modern standards. It probably did a bit more in your day, Vic, didn't it? You know, a chase of over 250 in on fourth innings of a Test match, way back when. That was a lot. Atkinson bowls. Conway stretches forward and leaves. It's collected by Smith. But these days, teams chase bigger totals down with greater regularity. Well, I think it's probably to do with a couple of things. One is probably one-day cricket, and also to do with just pitches not disintegrating.
Yeah. I remember talking to Mike Atherton, not that long ago, but a while back. But I don't know, 10 or 15 years after he played his epic, 180 in Johannesburg to save the game.
Atkinson bowls to Conway outside the off stump, goes too low to Smith. Conway leaving.
And he said, no one will ever do that again. And he wasn't being arrogant, but he played innings that no one else will ever play. He just acknowledged that nowadays they wouldn't have played for the draw. They did, and there was England faced a hell of a lot of overs in that, about 150 overs, and he just acknowledged that nowadays they'd just try and win the game, and they would have probably got there.
Yeah.
If they were able to stay in long enough, they would have got there.
What was the equation?
Well, about 150 overs he faced, I reckon, or 130 odd. You'll look it up.
Results can look it up. And the target that South Africa set in England, 44 for 3. Atkinson bowls to Conway, a bit closer to off stump. Conway leaning forward and leaving it. I guess just moving his line over a fraction there, more towards the off stump. 44 for 3 as the wind buffets the trees around Lords.
Yeah, in that game in South Africa, the second test of the 95-96 series in Johannesburg, England was set 479 to win. They batted for 165 overs. So, yeah,
3 and over.
Three and over.
Yeah. This is Atkinson bowling to Conway, and Conway plays at a ball that's straight that time, offering the full face to the bat. Even my arithmetic can cope with that. Roughly about 3 and over, isn't it?
Atherton finished 185 not out from 492 balls in 10 hours and 43 minutes. Jack Russell 29 not out of 235. So England had been 232 for 5, with still 4.5 hours plus to go.
What did they finish on?
Finished 351 for 5.
I mean, Jack went even slower than Athens by a long way.
Yeah.
And foolishly, we'll let this ball go.
2 steps and 2 gullies for Atkinson bowling to Conway. Conway gets one outside the off stump, lets it go, collected by Smith. It's the end of Atkinson's over. That felt like a maiden. It was. Atkinson 6 overs, 2 for 16. It's 44 for 3 in New Zealand. They need a further 210 to win the match.
Foolishly, I was all full of superlatives that weekend about Atherton's innings, when obviously what I should have said, well, why didn't they get on with it and win the game? I mean, what was going on?
It was inconceivable. They
no, I know,
it wasn't.
Wasn't it? No one ever considered that possibility.
No. Well, look, the other thing as well, I mean, even how many years later, 30 years later, 479 is still 59 more than the world record.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that just shows the degree of difficulty of that. But they had, in theory, they had the overs, didn't they? Yeah. But I think if they'd risked it, they probably would have lost. Can you imagine how there's blocking, Aggers and Jack blocking till the last hour and thought, actually,
I think we can go for this.
Yeah, we go for this now, shall we? Yeah. I think
although I do remember watching, do you remember in Alistair Cook's debut at Nagpur? Were you there for that one?
I was, yeah.
When basically India batted out for a draw, were batting out for a draw, then suddenly at tea time, and they're only 3 down, they suddenly had a quick hour of acceleration.
Here's Josh Chung into the attack, bowls outside the off stump, nothing there from Ravindra, allows it to go through to Smith, and Tung is also bowling with a heavy offside field, just 2 fielders on the leg side.
So they just flirted for about an hour, having blocked for about 3 sessions or something like that. So hang on, we'll just go for this, and then lost a wicket or 2 and it fizzled out.
Yeah, it did fizzle out quite a lot. I think they were still about 100 away from victory when the game ended. But you're right, it's the whole mindset of the game suddenly changed.
Yeah.
And you can see almost some panic out there from England. Hold on a second.
They're going for him.
Yeah, I didn't expect this. Yeah, a memorable drawn game, that one.
Well, it was.
Yeah,
Alistair there were 3 England debutants.
Yeah, Blackwell, Monty and Alistair. Yeah. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Josh Chung bowling to Ravindra. Ravindra drives, nice looking shot. That's a glorious stroke down the ground. It's going up towards the long off boundary. Bashir's after it. Ball wins comfortably. Well, it was up there for it. I mentioned that Ravindra is a bit of a dasher, and that was the best of him. And that's his first, I suppose you could say, positive contribution to the game. He's dropped 2 catches, and he was out for naught in the first innings. And now he is off the mark with the boundary and a chance to make a hero of himself. It's funny how the game can turn around, isn't it? You've had a wretched time of it, and then you've always got that second chance in Test cricket. 48 for 3.
Yeah, he's just over pitch tongue, but a very, very sweet drive.
Back with Josh Tongue. He's got a pile of sawdust behind him as well. He goes in now and bowls to Ravindra. He gets the ball that's a bit shorter. He tries to force it away into the offside. Hits it up to Bashir at mid-off. Yeah, lots to remember from that game in Nagpur. There was CMJ turning up in the morning at the hotel, going for a morning swim, only to find that the swimming pool was full, literally full of rubbish and no water. Where was that? That was in Nagpur in 2000 and what was it? 6, yeah.
Did he notice that before he jumped in or afterwards?
Yeah. Fortunately, he noticed it before he tried to put his toe in. Here's Tongue bowling. Wobbles on its way through to the keeper. There's no shot there from Ravindra. The other thing I remember about that game distinctly is an astonishing, really truly astonishing admission from one of the great commentators of our time. And I'm sure these words were never spoken before or since. And Jeffrey was with us in that game, and Nagpur, Indian winter, but effectively still summer, warm and dry and no clouds in the sky.
Yes.
And Tongue bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke there from Ravindra. And one of us mentioned that there's rain forecast. Rudimentary weather apps in those days, and Jeffrey said, rain here for 3 months, he said. And then overnight, of course, a huge downpour, and our commentary box is flooded. And he emitted the immortal words, "All right, I were wrong."
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Did you note it down? Well, you obviously
Absolutely did.
Yes.
I remember it 20 years later.
It's in your books.
He admitted he was wrong.
Wow.
Yeah. On air, Tongue bowls. No shot there from Ravindra. Oh, he leans forward and the keeper dropped that and they pinch a bye. It nearly hit the helmet as well.
I think that's why Brooke was
diving. Yeah.
Or Root.
Trying to stop it hitting the helmet.
I tell you something, it hasn't moved as much. I know they've only just got into the game, and it's only had 3 or 4 overs perhaps, but just doesn't seem to be jagging quite as much. Sometimes bowlers have got to get a bit looser, but it is cooler today. There is this sort of mizzly sort of mist over the ground. 200, 205, New Zealand, you get a partnership here. All of a sudden, this could get a little bit tight. And I think England have just bowled a tad too wide. I think they've just given a few too many sighters. You've got to be, as you say, hitting the top of that off stump. 60% of the wickets, I think, would be bowled in LBW.
Yeah. So Robinson has switched ends. And the rain's coming across the ground again, I think, sweeping in. Yeah. Well, it comes so quickly because of the strong wind.
Yeah.
It's sweeping across the ground now.
It's no fun for anyone. Everyone always says it's tough for the batters because you've got to get back into that zone and get yourself in again. It's just as tough for the bowlers. No one likes days like this in the cricket, I'm afraid.
So, what cricket we've had today has gone New Zealand's way in a sort of very marginal way. They've gone from 37 for 3 overnight to 49 for 3. So they've added 12 runs without losing a wicket.
Pretty comfortably as well, really. They've left well, haven't they?
Yeah, there's not been a lot of playing this week. What we have seen is a bit of uneven bounce. A few have leapt.
Yeah.
You hope, as a bowling side, one of those flicks the glove on the way through. That hasn't happened so far. It feels as if, where that rain's come from, it feels as though it might be quite quick in terms of stopping, because it's a little bit bright. It's brighter grey to our left, if that doesn't sound a contradiction. Tough as his shoulders sag there. Yes. The thought
I've got my
brighter grey.
I've got my my front room in a sort of a brighter grey. I think it's called elephant's breath.
Elephant's breath.
Yeah.
No, you're making that up.
No.
Elephant's breath.
Elephant's breath.
Who sat down? Who sat down and done the colour code for paints and thought, I know that colour is exactly elephant's breath.
And it kind of looks like it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's sort of elephant's breath. I'm not quite sure what that one is. Yeah, a little bit more battleship grey over there. All the colour charts are grey. It's filled in though, isn't it? As you say, it's just awkward now for both sides.
Yeah, well, the central cover is on the hover cover. They haven't put the well, they kind of unfurl them, don't they, over the square here from the hover cover. They haven't started doing that yet. The fourth umpire is that. I think it might have stopped, you know.
Yeah, it's suddenly just got a bit brighter.
Yeah. It literally is just someone pressing the button on the shower, and it comes on for a few seconds, and then someone pushes the button again, off it goes.
Infuriating for both sides. But I'm certainly not discounting. Everyone's sort of, it's been a little bit sort of, oh, well, England have knocked these over. Not necessarily.
No.
Good players still in the hutch.
Yeah. Right, Tuffers, you're going to be joined by Alison Mitchell. We're making slow progress today. Progress is being made. The game is tiptoeing forward, no more than that. Here's Alison.
Oh, Tuffers, this would have been your nightmare as a player, wouldn't it? Just on, off, on, off, on, off, never any time to settle in the dressing room and get comfortable and cosy.
No, it's no good for no one. As we were just saying, you know, the batters have got to get back into that zone. You know, you never do. You relax? Do you keep yourself at sort of, you know, at that heightened sort of? Next ball, I could be out there batting, and for the bowlers as well, you've got to loosen up again. You know, you've just got yourself into your rhythm, and then you go and sit down for another 10 or 15 minutes. Everything stiffens up a little bit, so it's not much fun for anyone, really.
But this is an encouraging sight. That you can hear the sound of the hover cover, so the pitch is being hauled off. Ground staff are surrounding it. They each have a pulley. There's a cord, if you like, that they're able to guide it off, because of course it lifts itself off the air. It's the hover cover, but it still needs a bit of guidance. It's not left to drive itself.
Yeah, it's like you're sort of walking a very large dog.
An enormous, giant-sized poodle, maybe.
Yeah, pulling you along in the park.
Oh, they did a great job last night, the ground staff, because I don't know whether you are aware that air ambulance helicopter had to land on the nursery ground last night.
I hope everything was all right.
Well, so do I as well. I have to say, the operation from the ground staff was immense. It was very efficient. I didn't see it land, but I watched it take off, and the ground staff actually all had to go and hold down the nets in the nursery ground because of the wind whipped up by the rotor blades.
They were at the nursery, did it?
In the nursery ground, on the outfield, directly behind the media centre. So we were all in the media centre watching as the helicopter took off, but yeah, Carl McDermott and his team were all sort of grabbing hold of the posts of the nets and the sight screen, just holding everything down.
Yeah, I bet.
So the helicopter could take off. And the pilot, once he'd raised the helicopter to building level, was on eye level with us in the media centre and gave us a nice wave out of the window as he exited the Lord's Arena.
Do an excellent job.
The last time a helicopter landed at Lord's Tuffers that I can remember.
I know who you're going to say, and I've forgotten his name. What's his name? Stanford.
Alan Stanford.
That's it,
Alan Stanford. Aggers was at Lord's that day to greet Alan Stanford when his helicopter landed at Lord's.
The air ambulance do a fantastic job. Well, I must admit, I missed that. Hopefully everything's all right.
Yeah. Well, here come the umpires.
Yes.
So we're going to have some play again. It's been another very, very brief delay. So let's hope this one means the players can stay on the field a little bit longer, because it started as a really long session, isn't it, until 4:10. So without interruptions, it was going to be 3 hours and 10 minutes. So
I think
twice already.
Yeah, I think the longest one I did, might have been at Durban. Oh,
all right.
Could it have been longer than that? I don't know. It was
there could be a 3.5 hour session at the end of the day, couldn't there?
Well, that's what I think it might have been. 3.5 hours at Durban, just as a heat, and because it had rained and rained and rained, and then it and your sort of trouser flares were fluttering because the steam. It was like being steamed from the feet up. Oh, as the red hot sun came out and all the steam started coming off the ground. Oh my life!
You're going to iron your trousers when you get
home. Well, no, there you go. Yeah, I felt like a dim sum. You know?
Was physio hard at work when you came off the field?
Well, it was horrific, and it was a long time. So they're not nice, those long sessions.
No, well, these players are going to have to get through until 4:10. Let's hope we can get through until 4:10 and the tea break without any more interruptions. Players coming out onto the field. Well, the England whites are very much white, aren't they? And they gleam under the floodlights in comparison to the New Zealand whites, which are the traditional cream.
Yes, I prefer a cream, I think.
I think the England team should have some sort of sponsorship with a washing powder because they're such whites.
I reckon, Andy, you're looking for that Durban test match. I was going to come back and go, Phil, it was about 1 hour 3/4 or something. Come on. And my mind has got...
And the temperature was only about 15 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be... The memory fades.
Oh, look, we are... It was the end of the over, wasn't it? Atkinson had completed his over when we came off. Is that right? Or have we got a few deliveries?
Yes, that was the end of Tongue's over and Robinson switching ends.
Here he is, yeah. So Robinson from the nursery end. We've managed 5 overs. So as we resumed at
5 overs and the 1 ball.
Yeah, 5 overs and 1 ball so far. New Zealand then resuming 49 for 3 in pursuit of the 254 they would need to win. And England looking for 7 more wickets, 7 magic balls. And if they can target the stumps, Tuffers, the majority of wickets have fallen to deliveries that are going on to hit the stumps. Ravindra on strike. Robinson around the wickets and he angles this push at it wide of backward point fielder. Gully chasing back towards the Warner stand, picked up in the deep as Ravindra is back for 2. The throw comes back into Jamie Smith. They're keeping the short leg in under the helmet to Robinson, who swung around. He began bowling from the pavilion end. So now back to the nursery end where that angle around the wicket to the left-handers.
He looks more comfortable from the nursery end, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's where he bowled on
Thursday, and you just get a feel for it as a bowler. You just it just feels nicer as you're running in and your feet hit the floor better. You're not thrown off.
2 slips, Gully, leg Gully and short leg, beats the bat. He just prodded forward. No great conviction or footwork from Ravindra. He'll be keeping a little low again. And that was that groping sense from him.
That's no bounce.
But then we've seen others from this end that really took off.
That is your worst nightmare as a batter. I mean, look at that one. That's like a Bethel ball. Real ugly little grubber.
Well outside the line of the off stump, so didn't pose a danger to the stumps.
No. You don't mind, if it's going through the top, okay. If it's keeping a bit low, well, okay. It's when it's started doing both, that's when you're in a bit of trouble.
Ravindra waits as Robinson moves in, angles that one in a little tighter, again plays at it, misses, and through to the keeper it goes. He's not certain out there. Ravindra now walking down the pitch to have a conversation with Conway. It's not been easy throughout, has it, on this surface? Bowling with quite an upright seam.
Didn't really do much off the pitch. That was just a little bit of sort of swing in the air or a little bit of shape in the air, just followed on with its line. It's not doing it as extravagantly as it did yesterday off the pitch. Might just be
that can work sort of one of 2 ways, can't it? Though sometimes you talk about balls just doing enough. I guess almost if you've been used to extravagant movements. Robinson in again, forced to play at this. It's a tighter line. It's in behind it, about very close to body. Robinson picking up no run.
So I think I found the game tough as I was talking about. When Gary Kirsten scored 275.
That's right.
It doesn't have the exact details of sessions.
No.
But there's a little moment from the Wisden report.
Here we go.
A key moment came when Kirsten, batting on 33 with all the coordination of Bambi on ice, played back to Tufnell. And must have been LBW.
Don't remind.
Robinson pushes off, he's in there. Flick of the wrist past short leg here by Ravindra. Now was that aerial as it went past Gay. Ravindra is back for 2, fielded in the deep. Back comes the throw to Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
Had not Tufnell, quotes, unforgivably for a spinner, overstepped the crease.
I know, I had him
ball.
Absolutely stone dead.
Tuffers.
I know.
That only added to the heat.
In middle he was on. He was on 33, was he? Another 240 later. Still going. I had him stone dead. Oh, Andy, why did you tell me?
Well,
He's having a lovely afternoon. I'm churning now.
Went on to make 275.
He did. Ruined everyone's Christmas.
Yeah, the Durban test was Boxing Day start.
It was indeed. We should have won it as well. And then we were all sitting around.
Around the wicket. Oh, it's bowled in! Ravindra's gone. The bails have flown. Well, there's that ball that targets the stumps. He prodded forward. And Robinson picks up his first of this second innings. What a match he's having, and Ravindra's out for 8.
Absolutely, when he called it, Ali, let's bowl a little bit closer to the stumps. They've just been hanging it wide of offside, trying to get them sort of fencing at it at the off stump. This one, it's one of those ones that just angles in and then holds up and hits the top of off stump. Wouldn't fancy being an off stump during this test match because they've been absolutely battered. Great delivery from Ollie Robinson, just what he's asked to do. It's taken a little bit of time to get into this day's cricket, but that's an absolute beauty. Again, defeating the forward defensive push just by quite extravagant movement off the pitch.
So Ravindra gone. That's the first of the 7 further wickets England need today. New Zealand are 53 for 4 then. They are still 201 runs away from their target. So it is tough work out there for the New Zealand batters. Daryl Mitchell's been sitting up in the pavilion, on the balcony. He's just done a little turn, hasn't he? Turn of pace to come out to the middle.
Get yourself going, why
and
not?
he was sitting, we had a vision of him a minute ago, sitting in the doorway, looking out onto the outfield. Not on the balcony, but trying to make that adjustment to the light outside, which you need to try and do before you come out in these sort of circumstances.
I must try and explain, actually, to the listeners why they keep missing them. These are very, very good players, and it's all to do with angles. Where the ball is sort of delivered from the fast bowler, if it sort of goes on its natural line, that's where you sort of play. That's where you're looking to play, where it would then sort of cover on, like a Hawkeye. And all it has to do is just slightly move a little bit if you get the length right. The length right, then by the time it moves, it then misses the bat. Sometimes, like someone like Curtly Ambrose, perhaps, bowled too good a length because it had moved too much. Yes, moved too much. You couldn't get a nick on it. And that's why these very, very good players keep getting bowled.
Well, Daryl Mitchell, the new batter, is at the non-strikers end, so Conway is facing up to a new over then from Josh Tongue. It was the last ball of Robinson's over, so he's got 6 for the match so far. And Tongue pushes off from the pavilion end in now to Conway, who gets on outside the off stump, bit of lift, and he played at that and missed, as if to try and re-uppercut and flail it out towards point. Very difficult to read this surface.
Absolutely.
Impossible.
It is a bit impossible to read it.
Like reading Chaucer. Ever tried that?
No, I haven't.
Shakespeare, Chaucer.
Is that tricky?
Very tricky.
Oh, okay.
Not my favourite subject at school when we did that in English classes.
Should I bother to try?
I wouldn't.
No, okay. But you're right. I mean, it's very difficult to read anything off the pitch. Some are going that way, some are going that way, some are squatting down, some are bouncing. I mean, good luck. Tough test match for the batters.
Conway's awaiting, staring down the pitch with his bat raised as Tongue moves in again, angled bat and defensively off the edge into the ground and out towards Bethel in the gully, who fields. They're just trying to keep it out, anything that's on the stumps.
Yeah.
But it's not a day where runs are coming for New Zealand. It just feels like they are in survival mode. Not many balls that... Well, England haven't offered freebies either, have they? Again, in these conditions, they're still putting it in the right spot to challenge the batter consistently and kind of let the pitch do the rest.
They didn't do that in Australia.
Different surfaces.
Wow. Oh, no, it's still a length you hit, isn't it?
Short leg there as Tongue bowls in. That's a nasty one. It rears up and it struck him on the glove. Fielded by Duckett at point, but this is a vicious little passage of play.
Yeah, it's just sort of woken up now, the pitch. I think everyone's got a bit loose. The bowler's a little bit more,
Well, you talk about those Australian pitches, Tuffers, and that the MCG pitch was rated as unsatisfactory, wasn't it, at the end of that 2-day match when England won in Melbourne? And this pitch will receive an official rating.
Yeah, sure, but
at the end,
you still hit the same areas. We didn't hit the areas. The pitch doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
It's the areas that we hit.
I'm just saying...
The consistency wasn't there in Australia, was it?
Tongue around the wickets, and Conway covering up off stump this time, managing to defend it out towards Duckett in the covers, and there is no run. Results.
Well, highlighting the state of the pitch and how uncertain the batters have become in terms of footwork. That was the 21st bowled or LBW dismissal, 12 bowled, 9 LBW. There's only been one test in England since 1935 with more bowls and LBWs combined. That was 23 on this ground, England against India in 2007. The only other one with more than 20 in the last 60 years was the Edgbaston test of 1981. So this is it could set a new record, 23, the most ever in a test in England bowled in LBW.
An unwanted record, given the pitch. And this one angled in from around the wicket.
Yeah, these are no mugs. These are no mugs, And as a batsman, you sort of you pride yourself on your castle. It's got to be a pretty good ball to bowl you, and also same with LBW. It's not really your highest mode of dismissal, and so yeah, that is quite a telling stat. That.
Well, pitches, if they're deemed to be substandard, it's when they're given a rating of either unsatisfactory or unfit, which is the lowest, the low ratings that a pitch can receive.
Might need a new thesaurus for this one.
Yeah.
So still the 2 slips gully. Stokes is there at leg gully, and Emilio Gay at short leg. Tongue moves in. Conway has to work around the corner and finds Ben Stokes at leg gully. So no run to end the over. 53 for 4. 201 away from the target.
Yeah, you're missing it. Good players are missing it. They're just missing it.
And they just shouldn't be, normally.
Not really, you know. You don't really miss it if you're a top-notch player. You know, one might leave you getting outside edge, or if it's a good ball, you might get an LBW, but not just, you know, thumping into the pad. Like Harry Brooks' dismissal. You know, he almost hit him on the pad and his bat was about a foot away from it, you know. These are good players. They keep getting bowled. Doesn't happen often.
Well, we'll get much more of a measure of the two teams. You know, they move on to the Oval and then Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
Different surfaces, but then there's a back here for the Pakistan Test match, a women's Test match as well. So in 3 marquee games at this ground across the summer. Right, the slip cordon being bolstered, 2 slips, 2 gullies now for Robinson from the nursery end, because it's the new batter in Darryl Mitchell.
Leg slip.
It's taking guard. Leg slip is in place and short leg. Robinson bounds in, bat and pad close together, runs off the outer edge into the ground, out towards gully. And there's no run. England can just be all out attack. I mean, it makes for sort of gripping cricket. I mean, when it's moving this fast, you can't take your eyes off it, because at any moment, you know, a wicket can fall.
Good bad cricket.
Good bad cricket.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Compelling, but
yeah. It's like a good bad golf shot. I've hit many of them in my time. You know, thin one on a par 3 and it ends up about 4 foot away.
Just looking around the crowd, is everyone huddled today? Jumpers and raincoats. Robinson moves in again, looking to try and move back up the slope. Defence into the onside, no run.
And it is difficult then to see a pathway through it, actually, because you just, as a bowling side, you just know there's going to be one round the corner. You know, so you don't feel under pressure. And as a batting side, you're thinking to yourself, well, how am I going to try and get through this and then perhaps go through the gears to try and threaten this total? Very, very difficult for a batting side. It gets into your brain.
Well, we talked a bit yesterday morning, didn't we, pre-play, about how batters might approach it, because we saw Harry Brook take a more sort of proactive, slightly aggressive approach in England's first innings, and then Glenn Phillips in the same way. Interesting to see how he plays, you know, by the time he comes out. That Tom Blundell due in next, and then it would be Phillips according to the scorecard. So, yeah, they try and fight fire with fire. 3 slips. Keeper standing up here as Robinson's in, struck on the pad, he's fallen over, the finger's gone up. Just tumbling over. In terms of his balance, Mitchell. And he's reviewed it. But Robinson thinks he's got a second here in this innings.
It looked pretty good. You're right, slightly fell over it, whether it's just sliding down, but another one thumping into the pads before almost the batsman could sort of react.
This could be a duck here for Mitchell. He's on nought. That one's moved back up the slope again. A treat past the edge of the bat. We'll listen to our third umpire, Nitin Menon.
It's tight.
Struck him below the knee roll.
Oh yeah, height's not an issue.
Keep it going, please. Okay, gap between bat and ball. Thank you. No bat and ball tracking, please.
Here we go. We'll find out if the ball's going on to hit the stumps.
Pitching outside off, impact.
Oh, Ollie Robinson's got another.
Thank you. I'll go back.
And he'll say, thank you, umpire, very much. It's another umpire's call. Adrian Holstock this time, he gave it out on field. The ball shown to be coming back up the slope, and it would have been clipping leg stump. Darryl Mitchell has to go for a duck. New Zealand now 53 for 5 and floundering.
Nice little bit of captaincy though, and a little bit of work from the bowler. They said to Smith, come up. They like the Alex Carey tactic, because you know, batters, when it's doing a little bit, they like to slightly bat out of their crease and try and get forward and negate that bit of swing or seam, but trapped him in the crease, slightly fell over it. I mean, it was just grazing the leg stump, but you know, it's out. But no, nice little bit of tactics there from England. Keep the batters in the crease. Keep them sort of shuffling around. Thumped into the pad and gone.
Tell you what, Ollie Robinson just quietly with 7 wickets in this match. Still 5 more to get.
Yeah.
He could be on for the 10th here. Tuffers.
Yeah.
You're going to be joined in a second by Aggers.
Yeah, what a comeback game. I mean, he couldn't have better conditions for his style of bowling. But take nothing away, you still got to go and produce and do what you're there for. But he'll be licking his lips now, Aggers, old boy.
Certainly will. Hello, Philip. I think we can probably rule New Zealand out here. 201 still to go.
Oh, well.
5 wickets left. Well, this is the last partnership, isn't it? At Blundell and Conway. They've got to do something pretty
there's a couple of whackers to come there.
There are. But just the way that the wickets are falling and the pressure is on. The lights are on. There's mizzle around. It's a really lovely time to bowl, actually. That breeze has dropped a little bit, so Robinson's not running into a gale. And at least the crowd here have had the chance to see some cricket, which is great. It's been a bit nip and tuck with the weather. Blundell waits, Robinson runs in, bowls to him, and he works that off his pad. Well, runs down to long leg. They'll take 1 run. Josh Tongue throws that back in again. And that takes Conway, who's taking some nasty blows, back down on strike again. He's on 19. Many thanks to Richard Moore for a thoroughly entertaining lunch break. We learned some stuff there.
Yeah.
Imagine this nomadic cricket team touring around playing games of cricket. Actually, it's 11 spies. And none of the opposition didn't know, the umpires didn't know.
No.
And there they are.
Yeah. Been interesting what they would have given the umpire.
Well,
you know,
yeah,
bowler's name. Well,
take that Luger as well. If it's take with the jumper.
Yeah.
In goes Robinson, bowls, and he's playing and missing. Nicely taken by Smith, standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, bowler's name, Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse.
It's a completely different
how
world,
fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, it gets everyone's imagination going.
Yes.
I don't know why. Well, I think it might just be, James Bond.
How they identify the person they're going to work on to become a spy as well, in a foreign land.
Yeah.
How long they work on him and entice him.
No.
Then trust him.
Yeah. Double agents.
Yeah. Robinson bowls, tucked away towards short leg. Comes off a thick inside edge. There's no run. 54 for 5. Got to be alert for honey traps. And all these things, all part of it, Tuffers.
I don't think I would have been a very good spy.
I think you might. I think you might have been lured into a web or two, Tuffers.
I think I might have done. I think I might have been. Yeah. Did he talk about sort of like the pens that all of a sudden turn into helicopters and everything?
Well, Q exists. In fact, Q made the cake that he was going to bring 2 years ago when it was cancelled.
Oh.
There is in fact, Q is now C.
Right.
So, the boffin, if you like.
Yes.
Is the new C, the new in charge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wonder what the cake would have been. Could have been anything.
Well,
could have turned into an Aston Martin.
It's a good thing it didn't come, actually. Would have exploded or something. No, fascinating. Thank you, Richard. What an extraordinary life. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Light is poor. I just feel that the rain is not far away, unfortunately. Blundell's on 1, 54 for 5. So New Zealand need exactly 200 to win. You feel is the last gasp partnership. Tongue on the way, bowls. The right-handed Blundell is forward. The ball slides way off the face of the bat. It is fielded by Bethel at 4th slip. Michael Vaughan's arrived.
Good afternoon. What's your radar saying, Johnny?
The big blue splodge. You just never know. You don't know how heavy it is either, do you? They don't really say on those radars. It might just be a little bit of mizzle or something. 54 for 5. New Zealand on the verge of collapsing as Tongue comes in and bowls, and that says again well stopped there in the cordon. The angle bat again, sending the ball towards third man, doesn't get there. Intercepted en route. 54 for 5. Crowd well muffled up, this well into winter clothes and waterproofs and things, looking around the ground. Darker colours. The pavilion almost deserted. Tongue comes in, bowls. Blundell on the back foot wants a single. He should get there. He does. Tongue put a sprint in there for a moment. Couldn't prevent the run. Not many in the Allen stand over, which is it's the new stand over there, which is still awaiting its roof. And first impressions from here, at least, is it doesn't seem to have changed very much. It's the same,
looks like
same size, same shape. A small stand, considering Gubby Allen's stature at the MCC. Which he ran the ground here with a rod of iron for many years. 55 for 5. Tongue round the wicket and was flying over Conway's shoulder.
You're right. I'm sure I saw some drawings that the mound stand, you know, the kind of double-decker with a lovely kind of roof. I thought that was going to carry on all the way round at a similar height.
Well, I think it will. The Tavern's the next on the list, isn't it?
What? So the new one there, what's going to happen to that then? That's just going to stay a bit lower.
Well, actually, I'm just looking here at the spectacular roof that the Allen stand is going to receive. It's nothing. It's not like any of the others here. It's a white roof, but pointing at about 45 degrees upwards. This is outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. So I mean that will stand out certainly. But I think yes. So the one to the left, as we look at it, the Tavern stand, that's been there a very long time. That one. That's next on the list.
So that's actually going to grow in height.
Well, I assume it's going to match the mound stand, which is again to the left with the same roof, I'd imagine, unless they're making each stand.
You'd be slightly disappointed if you're in those flats. It's probably 2 down from the penthouse.
Well, you would if you paid 10 million for the penthouse.
And probably get a view at the minute. Your view might just get taken away from you.
There are a couple on the balcony up there, though, watching. Tongue bowls, and that thumps into Conway's pad. Gay is at short leg to do the fielding, and he said he enjoyed fielding in there yesterday. But yes, that's going to be complete in 2026. That new Allen stand. Quite a character, Gubby Allen. I met him once. He was, of course, the man famously who refused to bowl bodyline in 32-33. Didn't want to do that. I think it was right. But, he stood up to Douglas Jardine. Great old story, wasn't it? The whole bodyline thing.
I'm enjoying this with Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
Standing up to the stumps for Ollie Robinson. It did for Darryl Mitchell first ball. Just overbalanced. Just puts the batter under pressure. He can't come out of his crease.
In goes Robinson carrying his shadows, and that's pushed away defensively by Blundell to mid-on. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Because the batsman is in his crease. So Robertson can pitch the ball up that little bit further, but the batsman's got a short leg there as well, so he knows he can't really go thrusting that front foot at the ball either. So some nice field positions going on here, some thoughtful ones, and then there's another fielder catching in the leg side behind square now, so there are 2 leg slips effectively.
Well, they're checking for light here because it's got a bit gloomy.
Yeah, it has. I would surprise me if they go off any moment actually. So yes, leg slip. I mean, it's like London buses. You don't see one for years, and now 2 turn up.
Well, I think Ben Stokes is realising it's probably going to be only a short while longer until they're off. So he's going, okay, 2 leg slips, a short leg. Try and get a wicket.
Yeah, quite an umbrella field here. 3 slips and a gully. Big gap in the offside there, square. Robertson bowls, and Blundell again plays that across his pad. So he can't thrust that front foot. Little inside edge into the pad, and Gay will catch it.
Yeah, it's so hard for New Zealand because it's a stop-start day. When you're chasing a target like this, you want to try and probably be a bit more positive. Try and cause a bit of chaos. It's quite hard to do when you're looking over your shoulder and think, I'm probably going to be off in an over's time or just a few balls down, so you try and survive. And I just think the orthodox way on here is just not working.
Robertson wider of the crease, bowls one that swings into Blundell, hits the middle of the bat. Umpire Tucker's not happy, and he's the senior out there of the two, and he's wandering in from square leg, and
it's starting to rain.
His colleague's got to go out to join him. Doesn't feel good. Lights are on. It's a very murky afternoon, and the umpire's having a conversation. Batsmen, they're meeting mid-pitch, and they're staring at the umpires, who now wave at the ground staff, say, "Come on." Inevitably, the crowd aren't happy, but there's that familiar sound. It's the hover cover. And pull started, and that'll make its way out to the middle. Again, it's not heavy rain. It's just not very pleasant. In fact, none of the fielders or the batsmen are actually running from the field, as you often see when it's raining properly. They're just strolling off, and as if to say, "Are you sure about this?" So I don't know if that's light or rain, actually, that they've come off for there. Not that it really makes any difference, but off they go indeed, and the cover appears. Go into position. Manoeuvred by half a dozen ground staff, I suppose. The driver at the back. Slowly takes up its position over the pitch as the England fielders troop off again, and New Zealand's batsmen will have to start again if and when we get back out. And actually, looking over towards the southwest, which is where the rain's coming from, we can see the high-rise buildings there. It's not as though it's completely filled in and it's raining heavily, so we can see those. It's a positive sign at least. But the fourth umpire's appeared. He's got his umbrella up. Again, we can see on our screen the camera inside the pavilion, showing the players walking up that famous old staircase, trooping up to the England dressing room. Down those stairs, dear old David Steele went that time. We're talking about at lunchtime. Went down a set too far. Ended up in the gents.
Yeah. That's a
dear old Steele. It only happened to Steele.
I can see how it happened.
Yeah, a bit nervous. Test debut.
Absolutely. I mean, it is I don't know, because that balcony that you could walk across from where the England dressing room is across to the
that's gone.
The stand is disappeared. So when you'd be playing for England in the dressing room, and you'd walk through the corridor to have a shower, and you just walk through the members.
That's right.
You got a towel wrapped around.
Yes,
you.
I know. It's all very informal in there.
All
isn't
those
it?
in there, egg and bacon ties, and morning, you're just walking through to have a shower.
Yes.
They have. They've refurbed the dressing rooms.
Yes, I haven't seen. Have you seen them recently?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, and out the back, and they've put ice baths and things like that for recovery.
Dear old David Steele, he was such a character. We had him on a tour. We toured Zimbabwe shortly after independence in 1980 or thereabouts. Quite a young team from Leicestershire, And we took two pros with us from other counties. One was John Hampshire, who you know well.
Yeah.
The other was David Steele. And as youngsters, a little bit cautious of David, because he was this very established old pro, England hero, sports personality of the year, and all that. He always looked serious, because he was steely grey hair, glasses. He just looked. And it took about 2 days to realise he's one of the funniest people I've ever met. He was just such
Why
a
did you
good
take
choice.
two senior pros from other counties?
I really don't know. Whoever decided that, I think they just wanted, because we were quite a young team, they just wanted to sort of, some experienced players to give some advice. And I mean, dear old David, his nickname was Crime, because crime doesn't pay. He smoked 20 a day without ever buying a packet of cigarettes. He wore absurd sort of voluminous shorts.
What kind of player was he?
He was he was a good player. very front foot player. And so when he bowled at David, you saw this big front foot coming at you, the sort of the boot almost, get on the front foot. And so he would get in that position, and actually he played fast bowling really well. And so he'd rock back from there to play his hook shot. So he didn't really get right back and across as such, because he was committed onto that front foot. But he was a very brave player of fast bowling. And he was a terrific addition to that tour. I must say, I used to love bowling. I remember bowling to him once at Grace Road, and down he comes that big front foot. He doesn't hit back. He got him on the inside thigh, which nothing there. It is a horrible stinger, isn't it? And he looked at me and he rubbed it. He said, "Thanks, youth. Needed that. Just needed."
I love that youth.
Just needed waking up. It's absolute agony, or blinking away tears.
Thanks, youth. That's the Northampton thing.
Thanks, youth.
Yeah, I think Russell Warren used to play for Northampton. I used to call him. I played a few kind of under-19s development. I used to play a load of second-team cricket against him, Mal Loy, Richard Montgomery.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they used to call his youth. Yeah.
But David was at Derbyshire, and Jeff Miller took a long time to get his first class 100, like some years. And I'm not quite sure. I mean, you could look it up if you're interested, Andy, or maybe not. I can't remember what year it was. But anyway, he's on the verge of his first class 100. It's at Derby. David Steele comes out to join him. He must be in the 90s. There's a mix-up, run-out situation. Jeff, it wasn't his fault. David had called him. Runs back to put his bat back into his ground. David Steele ran past him and dived past him. Ran out his teammate looking for his first class 100. Dived in. Admitted afterwards, he said, "Sorry, youth, that wasn't great. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up." Next day, Jeff arrived to find a little carton of half dozen eggs. David had bought for him to say sorry. Half a dozen eggs sitting on his seat. He used to chew the same piece of gum. So if he was batting, he would not out overnight. He would come on, sit in his seat in the dressing room, take the chewing gum out of his mouth, stick it underneath the seat. Next morning, 5 to 11, ding ding, get ready everybody. He'd just reach down, get the old bit of gum back in the mouth. Off he'd go. Oh, he was brilliant.
Well, they're putting the full sheets on now. So that's an indicator. It is a bit darker, but you're right, because the old
they can still see. You can still see those.
I think it's coming in a different direction now. Look at the flag, the MCC flag on the right here, the grandstand. It looks like has it changed direction?
Well, it's just
coming more so over our new stand, isn't it?
Just meandering in. Right, well, covers are coming on. Michael, you're going to be joined, I think, by Alison, who's probably got something up her sleeve. If I know Alison, she's got a pink ball up her sleeve by the look of it, and she's got a red ball, and she's got a pink ball up her sleeve. So, and Stephen Finn up her sleeve as well, which takes some doing. But go on, Ali, reveal all, as it were.
Hello, Aggers. Well, I do have a not right now, anyway. I do have a pink ball in my hand. It is a pink ball which would be used in Australia, pink kookaburra ball for day-night test cricket, and also a ball which actually, do you know, Michael, I bought that at Trent Bridge in 2008 when James Anderson took his career best figures, and I always thought I'd get Jimmy to sign it, and I never actually ever asked him. So that is, we've got a traditional red cricket ball and we've got a pink ball. It's because if it wasn't raining, if we were to be off for bad light right now, the ICC has now approved a trial whereby a pink ball can be used in daytime test matches to negate bad light. So obviously rain, can't do anything about that, but if it was just bad light, then teams could continue with a pink ball with the floodlights on. Stephen Finn is with us and is going to have some strong views on this, I'm sure. Michael, intrigued to get yours as well, because when this trial was announced, it wasn't altogether clear quite how it would work, but the understanding is that both teams would need to agree before the start of a daytime test match that the weather's a bit iffy, bad light could be a factor, and we'll both agree to just play this match with a pink ball so that there's no chance of us coming off for bad light. I wonder, first of all, whether actually any teams would agree to that, because it's a lot of ifs, isn't it, based on the weather. But Vinny, what was your initial thoughts when you saw this as an option?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's been various outlets that have reported on it, and it's not actually clear initially whether it was going to be that you would play the test match with a red ball, and then as soon as bad light came in, you threw the pink ball in to make sure that play continued, and then you continue with the red ball afterwards, which to me, I don't like. I think we want to see as much cricket played as possible, but I think there are just too many differentials there if that were the situation. But I think if both teams agree before the game that there's going to be bad light or that they think that it might be affected, playing the entire test with a pink ball is completely feasible for me, I think.
Do you think that, Vaughan, could have happened? Say, take this test match as an example. We all knew that weather was going to impact it. You know, rain, of course, can't do anything about that. But could you have seen England and New Zealand coming together and saying, OK, we'll play this with a pink ball in order just to take at least light out of the equation? I think they would have actually agreed with that. Is there enough people kind of in favour of playing with a pink ball?
Well, I think I read that England probably wouldn't be in favour of that. I just think it's down to the game to come up with a ball that is able to be used in all conditions. And the problem, I think, with the pink ball is that the players say it's just not a good enough ball. So it's down to the game, and it's down to those involved who can to try and come up with a coloured ball that works in all conditions. I mean,
but why is this so poor? Because
can't shine it. So
yes, go on, explain.
Sorry, but so the leather on it. So a white ball is the same.
Similar. There are differences.
But as in it's the same in terms of you try and buff it. So take a traditional red leather cricket ball. If there is a scuff, so if a bowler misses the seam, which I did regularly, if you miss the seam, someone at mid-off, you'll see someone, you're not allowed to use saliva or sweat or sweets anymore. You have to use...
Why did you look at me when you said sweets?
I mean, in eras gone by, maybe some teams used sweets, but that wasn't accusational. But you now use sweat to put a bit of moisture on that leather, then you buff it on your trousers, and generally on a red ball, it will buff out that, so you can get a smooth half of the ball, which then means that the ball can swing as it gets older and older. So,
and a lot of that is to do with the fact that there isn't any artificial coating on the leather.
Yeah.
It's natural. So again, that heat brings the natural fats of the leather up to the surface, so that's where you get the shine.
Yes, but when you use a white ball, you try and repair it and you buff it, and you can put as much moisture in it as possible, rub it on your trousers. That it will never smooth over, so you'll always have that rough bit on that side of the ball, which then stops it being able to swing, and then you just aim to try and get that ball reverse swinging, which is, I find, the most fascinating passages of play reverse swing bowling, actually, just because the game happens quicker, it's more challenging to face. I love watching reverse swing, so if that were a situation where you could find more reverse swing in the game, I'd be all for that. But a pink ball behaves very similarly in terms of there's something about the lacquer on a pink ball that means that the writing will disappear off it, but you won't get scuffs, but you also won't be able to buff it. So it then is this ball that feels like, you ever played with an Incredible, like a harder version of Incredible? It feels like that in your hand, so it feels plasticky. It doesn't feel like a cricket ball in your hands, which I think is one of the reasons why players aren't that fond of it.
Because this is really, I guess, meant to be a hybrid, isn't it? It is the closest they're able to get to a red ball, but whilst trying to get the brightest ball so you can see. So there's a bit of science involved, isn't there, around pigments and so on. But ultimately, Australia play a day-night test match every summer, and Michael, we're out there covering those, and it's just not really an issue that's talked about anymore. It's become the norm for the Australian summer over time. Just they get on with it and play with it. And I mean, Mitchell Starc, takes stack full of wickets with it. But is it a fact that it just needs to become the norm?
Yeah, and I think England have pretty much said that they don't want a pink ball game next time in Australia. I kind of found that quite amusing, because I thought of the winter of all the normal games. Let's kind of take away the MCG, which was a bit of a lottery. I thought that was England's best chance of winning a game, actually, in Brisbane, if they'd caught the chances. Played Michael Neser a little bit better. I think they could have won that game. So I was surprised when they made that call. But, Test cricket is the format that we all know we have to try and protect. Yeah, it's the one form that we keep saying that we do everything we can to get off the pitch. You know, today's been the perfect example. It could easily have played at 12:15. All right, would it make a massive difference? Probably 30, 40 more minutes, but people have paid a lot of money to watch. You know, in white ball cricket now, because of the nature of the game, the white ball, lights on. You know, there's a legal issue as well with the red and the pink ball with the umpires as well. I think there's a legality that the red ball's been proven that when the lights are on, it's not that visible. Whereas the pink ball has passed the test. That's why you can play with the pink ball with the lights on. Look, we've had this conversation. I know this is kind of a new rule that the ICC are going to try and bring in, which I think is good for the game. But for a long period of time now, we've been saying similar things, that Test cricket needs to find the answers, and the administrators around the world has to find the answers. And if it is that we change the colour of the ball, I actually think for junior cricket. So when Archie was young and he was playing a lot of cricket, we played a bit of cricket with the pink ball. And actually for grandparents watching, the pink ball's an easier ball to pick up and see.
It's pretty much the norm now.
Yeah,
Stephen Shammott's joined us, our correspondent.
You know, a red ball with a green background and lots of these lovely grounds with trees everywhere, you can't pick up the ball. So, look, I've said for a while that we have to surely find a way of producing a ball that can be used in all conditions.
I actually think that the one of the things that counted against pink ball here was that we did one test match, didn't we, at Edgbaston
against
West Indies 2017. And it was done in, was it late August, early September?
Yeah, where it doesn't really get dark enough.
It was the middle of the summer.
Was it the middle of the summer? But it was freezing, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it never got dark.
No, but it also was cold. I remember seeing
this
people
country's
in the
not really
stands.
conducive.
No,
is it?
but I think if you were to use it in a daytime test where you knew that light was going to affect it, the temperature would be fine. I think that's far more feasible than trying to do it as a day-night game in this country.
And this is the point of it, isn't it? It's not about saying England or any country should be playing more day-night test cricket. It's just about simply saying, here is a ball which is being used on a regular basis, albeit mainly in Australia. And they've played, it began 2015 was the very first one, and I was there for that. It was against New Zealand. So Australia have played 15 overall, and okay, they've won 14 of them. Actually looking at those results as well, a lot of them are pretty one-sided, and I guess it becomes more so because Australia are the only team that are used to and accustomed to playing. So they've won 2 matches by an innings, 3 victories over 200 runs. The closest one was that they lost that one match against West Indies, famous one at the Gabba. But yeah, if it becomes just something that teams have to do, I think there would be just less argument. Maybe start the edict by saying perhaps every series that is played, half of the matches need to be with a pink ball in daylight tests, and just get countries around the world used to playing with it. It's acceptable in Australia every season.
But that's the key part, isn't it? We said teams are going to have to do it, because at the moment, the guidance that we've had from the ICC, and it was all a bit wishy-washy of how it might come about, is that both teams are going to have to agree to it. And I just can't see how that's going to get off the ground with two teams who, at the start of a match or the start of a series, when you say, if there's going to be bad light around, will you both agree to this? Well, we've already heard the noises from England that they don't really want to get involved in that. And when it first came out, it landed from the ICC, it was a bit of a surprise when we got that release earlier on in the week that they were thinking about doing this, that the pink ball could be used to mitigate bad light. The first thing I thought was, okay, if we get to a stage in a game where it's a bit too dark and the floodlights are coming on, they might have to come out. What they will simply do is whip the red ball away, put the pink ball out there. Well, actually, no.
That's what got me angry.
Yes.
You can't do that.
Here would be a solution to that potentially, because let's go back to the Oval Test in the Ashes last time here, where a change of ball did happen, didn't it? And actually, when the change of red ball happened, a ball of similar age, et cetera, but it started doing things, and Australia weren't happy with about that. So what that argument is that, do you know what, changes of balls happen anyway, and conditions and things can just change dramatically. But if you were switching to a pink, I think there would be an argument, wouldn't there, to say, a little bit like Wimbledon, when the centre court roof has to come over. bad light comes into play. You take a pause, a mandatory, I don't know, Finney, how long would a batter or bowler, if they've been netting in advance or whatever, want to just have a bit of time in the middle, have 20 minutes or half an hour to accustom your eyes to the pink ball, and then we'll come back out and play.
Could get light by then, though.
But then you just keep playing.
That was my first solution. I think last year I mentioned something, but this solution of deciding upon playing with the pink ball is a better one at the start of the game.
Yeah, who's going to agree to that?
Well, here's how you start it. You don't start by saying, "Oh, we'll wait for the Michael Fish to arrive that week," and go, "Oh, by the way, it's going to be pretty gloomy this week. Use the pink." Just start a whole series by using the pink ball. Start telling teams around the world that we're going to start playing with the pink ball, or get a ball that is able to be used. And if we get if it wasn't raining now, we probably still wouldn't be playing, because the light, that for me is unacceptable for the paying public. That ticket price is about £145 here at Lord's. And that there's been periods over many years now here in the UK. We're probably the country that it affects the most because of our weather. So many times at all our venues we kind of sit watching, no rain, and yet there's no play. Now that's just not. We're in 2026. That's just
when there's such competition. For
absolutely,
yes.
So the other part of the ICC release was that they're going to work with the MCC in terms of looking into technology, sort of lighting technology, research and development. And I've started to talk to the MCC a little bit about this, and they told me that 29% of test matches are affected by bad light. So 1 in 3, basically. So if you think also in countries like Pakistan, where it goes dark,
Kolkata in India.
Absolutely. And so, but I think you're sort of alluding to this, Forney, where you're saying, can we just find a ball that can be used in all conditions? Or, well, now if you're saying, well, actually, let's just play an entire series with a pink ball. How far are we off just saying Test cricket is only ever played with a pink ball?
Well, if it is a good look, if it's a good enough ball, absolutely. Yeah. But they've just got to improve the ball somewhat, and they've got to make it. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I don't know how you make a pink ball like the red ball that you can polish it up.
Yeah, that's their biggest challenge. And I've spent some time in the Kookaburra factory and looking at what they do, and they've sort of tweaked it like year on year. There's all these minutiae improvements, and one was, a criticism being that the outer coat, the colour gets scuffed off it too quickly.
First ones went green, didn't they? They started going...
picking up the green from the grass.
Yeah, because I think there was only 1 lacquer, then they went to 2 lacquers, but then it became like that incredible that you can't shine that just becomes a blancmange after 15, 20 overs.
You used to be able to see in the factory there'd be a sheet of white leather literally being spray painted pink, and then it was that pink coat being knocked off and you'd get white showing underneath. So then they went to, right, we're going to dye that leather all the way through in as sort of a deeper pink as we can, and then add the lacquer so that if the top layer comes off, you're not having the white exposed to it. So the R&D is a massive part of it. But you'll know as well, Michael, when the day-night test matches in Adelaide, the curator there, Damien Hoff, has also worked out how to fine-tune both the outfield and the pitch to, I guess, protect the pink ball. So the outfield's just that little bit lusher, a little bit more grass is often left on the pitch to accommodate it. And you think of then some of the harsh surfaces in different places around the world and drier outfields, rougher outfields. So again, it's almost like Adelaide has become the primed home for pink ball use. How many other grounds would be able to do that if the ball still needs that level of protection?
Well, the challenge we have here in England is the size of our squares as well. So in Australia, the majority of places are drop-in pitches, aren't they, where the square might be 4 pitches wide. So as soon as it hit into the outfield, it's just running on nice, soft grass, whereas you go to the oval where the square stretches the entirety of the width of the outfield, and then you're over wicket ends, and that's where when you're thrown in from the boundary, you throw it into wicket ends. That's how that cumulative, the scuffs cumulatively grow on the ball. So, yeah, it's confusing, isn't it? But I like the premise of maybe us saying, rather than an entire series is played with a pink ball, you say, the Manchester Test is a day test.
Why are you picking on Manchester?
Well, the rainiest, second rainiest cricket ground in the world after Sydney.
Michael, statistics.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, the Durham Test.
He's picking on me as a northerner.
Manchester. Tell me about it.
Okay, the Southampton Test match
That's better.
that is a pink ball test, but it's a day test that I think that like one test a series rather than an entire series.
Well, actually, you mentioned that. Do you remember the COVID test match we did there in August 2020? And that was the shortest test in England since 1987 because of rain and bad light, but mostly bad light there. And in that match, there was no crowding, actually. I remember the suggestions of, well, why don't we start play an hour earlier in order to make sure we get the overs in before the light fades in the evening. And we've got a message from Elmer in Crewe at tms@bbc.co.uk to drop us an email and join in. Elmer says, I just wondered what consideration may or may not have been given to players who have red-green colour blindness and playing with a pink ball.
Chris Rogers was colour-blind.
Commentated with him as well, sitting up in the box for that first day-night test match.
And he couldn't see it.
It was tricky.
He couldn't see the ball.
It was tricky. Yeah. So, there's a lot of different things to consider.
The other thing, I think, is also the quality of lighting as well. I think a lot of research is going to be done into that as well to see whether or not just having 4 massive stanchions with floodlights is necessarily the best way to illuminate a huge cricket ground. Sometimes you see around the world like the Ring of Fire and all those sorts of things, but how many grounds have got old-fashioned approaches when it comes to lighting the venue, and if that is good enough to be playing in bad light, and whether or not we're going to see changes like that. And also you've got to think of bringing in a condition that can be used all around the world. It's okay at Lords where there's potentially resources available to improve these sorts of things, but what about in other countries where Test cricket has got enough problems with even just being on the field, and then saying to them, well, you've got to improve your lighting to make sure it's suitable to play in bad light?
But fundamentally, Test cricket has got a decision to make, because we carry on as it is, and we'll continue to have conversations like this for a long period of time. I mean, we're in an ever kind of changing landscape in cricket. You only have to look at the number of leagues that are starting to pop up from nowhere. The European League starts in September with teams from Amsterdam, Dublin, Glasgow. Test cricket is always my frustration, because everyone says, it's the one format that we need to protect. Yet it's the one format that we continuously have this conversation about, where the paying public, and they're the people that matter. They're the ones that come and watch. They're the ones that pay for the subscriptions on the television. They're the ones that keep the wheels in motion within our game, and if they're having a decision to make over the course of their budget to buy tickets for cricket, and that you, particularly here in the UK where it's not cheap to buy a test match ticket, you as a fan would think, all right, what's our kind of budget going to be this summer? Are we going to spend our budget on a day at the test where there's a very good chance that we'll turn up, particularly in Manchester, Steve, and the lights will be on and we're not going to see cricket, or we're going to spend our budget on a couple of 100-ball games or a T20 game and a 50-over game where you pretty much know they'll do everything they possibly can to get that game of cricket on. That's where there's going to be a problem, and it's been the same problem for a number of years, and nothing still really, until this announcement from the ICC has been done about it.
I would say that cricket as a sport, though, is good at innovating. Just in my lifetime, all the different things that have come in, the way that cricket's embraced technology better than some other sports. I would say in general, cricket is quite good at moving with the times, but there are certain things that bad light is an obvious one.
But do you think that has included test match cricket?
I think it has in a lot of ways. Certainly, like you think of the way that DRS, it was really rough around the edges when it first came in. There was a lot of people who didn't like the way that it worked, and it's evolved over time. Even something as simple as the third umpire for line decisions. Like there'll be lots of people who can remember when that was just left to the on-field umpire, and that came in and it solved a lot of things. It solved a lot of things really quick. Numbers on the back of shirts. How long did it take for that? But people were quite resistant to that, and now it's just the norm. I do think that cricket, and particularly the MCC, actually, it can be very good at innovation and reinventing itself. But this is one thing which feels like that should be something that's quite simple to sort.
So many things are variable already in cricket, aren't there? Nothing is even across a test series that we'll see here, in this pitch being a prime example. So actually playing on a surface with a pink ball instead of a red ball, when a pink ball is perfectly accepted in a test every season in Australia without any questions asked, just feels as if it's another variable. And actually the variables are what can really spring a match to life. I mean, it's made compelling viewing, albeit not long enough, and nobody wants a pitch where class batters you just can't get bat on ball, and all these bowls in LBWs. But the excitement of thinking, well, actually, the lights have come on. The light's not very good now. Here are the floodlights. The pink ball might really start to do something.
Yeah, I like that, Ali, because we never really we just say a team's unlucky. They've lost a toss. It's a bit green. It's over broadcast, and it's a bit gloomy. You go, it's a bit unlucky this. So it's just the game. You win the odd good toss, you lose the odd bad toss. And I just think for the future, and to make sure that look, people are at home now are tuning in to us talk about it, and there'll be people at home watching telly going, well, there's Andrew Strauss getting 100 from back in 2003. I can see it on the screen. It's like, we want to see some cricket. I know there's a bit of drizzle in the air, but we need to do everything we possibly can that's not the case moving forward. If it is just the case of just changing the colour of the ball to make sure that cricket is played, you've got to give the paying public what they've paid for.
It's tactical challenges as well, isn't there? So when we see sometimes in day-night tests when captains have timed a declaration, or things like that, what if all of a sudden, I don't know, you're batting and the bad light rolls in and you think there's a pink ball? I quite fancy having a bowl now.
How many sports are there? I guess golf's a sport that the weather comes in really bad that they go off.
Tennis,
yeah, but lots of posh tennis events have the roof.
On the roof, yeah.
It's easy, isn't it? In a small stadium, or the compacted stadium that tennis have, to have that.
My point is that, again, if you've paid as a family for tickets for a sporting event, how many really are vulnerable that you've paid for that day out, and yet you still go, I might not see anything.
Yeah.
There's not many sports like that.
Here's a question again that relates to the sort of viability of the pink ball. Neil Forrest has emailed us, tms@bbc.co.uk, says, perhaps I'm being naive here, I'm not sure. Surely when a batter is watching the ball, the seam is the part that gives away its spin, direction, seam position, etc. So why not have stitching in whatever colour works best? Neon pink if necessary, along with a similarly clear dot to signify which side is which, he suggests. Well, I'll tell you about the stitching, because again, that's come through various iterations, hasn't it? Well, I'm looking at this ball in front of me now, which has got white stitching for the very centre seam. The quarter seam is black. But at the very start, I think the first pink ball they used for a day-night test match, it was dark green. So again, they've tried different colours, and they got feedback from players after each. Would you remember, Finney, what the stitching was when you played a pink ball test?
You look at me as if... no, I didn't play a pink ball test. I played and it was a Dukes that we used, not a Kookaburra, in domestic cricket here. You played against Essex at Chelmsford in 2017. Alistair Cook got 170. And Nick Brown, actually, I was fielding at second slip, and this was like my first experience of a pink ball. So I was fielding at second slip. Why? I don't know. But the edge, Nick Brown edged it on 40. And it was like a comet coming towards me. It had a trail behind it, and it just hit me out of nowhere. Tipped it over the bar for 4. Dropped him on 40. He got 240. But my memory of that was just the trail behind the ball as it came towards me was something that my eyes really struggled to get used to. But I only played one game with it, so it'd be a case of getting used to playing with it, which I think is a valid point and is the challenge when Australia have played so many. Vaughan's grinning at me.
No, I'm carry on. I'm enjoying what you're saying. That's why I'm smiling. I think you're making a lot of sense.
We're turning, Finney, here, aren't we?
No. The only way I was against this, and quite strongly against it, was because I think if you play 2 sessions of a test match with a red ball and then you just transported a pink ball in, I think it's impossible for that to be a fair contest. But I think if the decision is made early, and something we struggle with in cricket is being decisive. You look here, the umpires are, are we on, are we off, should we, like, there's so much indecision in cricket. I think if someone were to be decisive and say, the 2 days out from a test match, this test is going to be a pink ball, you've got 2 days to bat against the pink ball and bowl with the pink ball in the nets, and we crack on and we play as much as we can. I think that there is a lot of merit in that.
Put the decision in the hands of the match referee, perhaps, to say this is going to be a pink ball daytime test.
My problem with that is leading into the test match. I mean, when do you make the decision? You make the decision on the Tuesday, Thursday start because you've seen the dodgy weather. I mean, I just think you've got to almost just say, look, we need to trial a period of playing with the pink ball if it's going to be the case.
Across all test
just trial
cricket,
it for a bit, just to see what happens. Just to see what happens, just for the course of a couple of seconds. Everyone around the world plays with a pink ball in a daytime test.
And again, with the World Test Championship, it would be important that everybody around the world bought into that for at least that sense
just say for, I don't know, three test match series, the next 3 test match series that every team around the world is in, you play with a pink ball and just see what happens. What's the worst case scenario?
Who was that message from about asking about the
Watching the
seam, and,
it's gone off my screen.
and whether or not you're watching the way that the ball is spinning or whatever. I was just thinking how underqualified I am as a semi-retired club cricketer to sort of talk about watching the seam when I'm sitting next to the man who used to be ranked as the best batter in the world. So is that a thing?
Only for 3 hours.
Is that a thing to
3 hours
watch
more than most?
To watch the seam, can you?
Yeah.
Can you see the ball spinning?
Yeah.
So is it easier to see? Would it be easier to see the black seam or the white seam that you're holding there?
I honestly don't know. I've never had the chance to face a pink ball with a black seam, but I would say that players, when they're at their best, they're not just watching the seam, they're almost reading the writing. That's what you study in the middle of the ball.
Finny?
The middle of the middle.
I think you know my answer to this one, Steph. I just looked in the general area. I would say I think the white seam on a red ball is a lot easier, or would be a lot easier to see. Think of, I know Stark was over the England batters for the entirety of the Ashes, but especially with the pink ball, no one could tell whether that ball was going to swing back or go across them with the scrambled seam.
Finny, that's more at night under the lights, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
This would be, you would never get full dark sky here because you would be only playing, in
the daylight. So in the afternoon, we're judging this at the 2 o'clock start in Adelaide.
Yeah, whereas this would be playing with a pink ball at 11 a.m. here, and then coming off at, definitely can play until 7:30 because there's never going to be any issue of bad light. And actually, the India coach, Gautam Gambhir, has said it would be in favour of using a pink ball for test matches. And he makes a very good point that imagine if you need World Test Championship points to get to the final. It's your penultimate match in the cycle. You need to win the match, and then bad light comes into play. Your team then, no matter how sort of, precious bowlers or batters might be about thinking I don't like the pink ball, I'm not used to it. Actually, that for a team, they don't want to come off a bad light.
No, absolutely. And I'll give you just a small clue. If Gautam's saying that and the BCC are behind it, it will happen.
Well, it's come from the ICC, hasn't it, where Jay Shah is
going back to the idea of being able to what we can see more easily, the pink ball, the red ball. Before the Ashes, or before the second test in the Ashes, we tried to look at why Mitchell Starc was so good with the pink ball. Did you write about it, Finny? Was it your column on why Mitchell Starc was
very good? It was as well.
I think they're online to be read.
One of the things that CricViz told us that why Starc is so good with the pink ball is that not necessarily it moves it more, that there becomes a certain time of the day when the pink ball is the hardest to see, and that is when it is delivered at a certain pace. I think it was above 88 mile an hour. And for whatever reason, in pink ball test matches, Mitchell Starc bowls more deliveries, a higher percentage of deliveries, over 88 miles an hour than anyone else. And that is another factor. It's not necessarily the movement of the pink ball when compared to the red. There is a time when it is very, very difficult to pick up, which backs up your point about somehow when you found yourself at second slip.
Yes, I tried to forget that, Steph. But yeah, I think certainly it's true. My biggest memory is just the visuals of seeing that ball coming down towards me, whether I was batting or fielding in that game. It's just completely different, and it takes some getting used to. But if everyone's doing it and you're practicing it, this was like a trial that we had a couple of days build up to then playing with it. If people are used to it, then
yeah. What would be interesting?
And that trial was in the day, or
no? That was a night time.
Yeah, I think the nights are different. I think playing with it in the day. I do get the fact that, and we've seen the pink ball go really soft. After 25, 30 overs, it becomes a bit like a blancmange and it does nothing. Which
always, though? I mean,
a lot of the time that I've been watching. But, I just think in a day game only, it might change into something different because the pitch, at night just sometimes gets a little bit greasy. A bit of kind of dew comes around. In the day game, it might get scuffed up more because the pitch will be a bit drier.
Just on the idea of an experiment. And it's interesting that the ICC have said straight away that this could be used in Test cricket because at the moment, obviously, we've got another experiment going on with the idea of substitutes being used in first-class cricket. That's something that the ICC brought in last year, and it's been trialled in India and Australia, and it's now being used in the County Championship. So I do wonder if the first step of using the pink ball in Test matches might be to pick a first-class competition somewhere in the world.
September here would be perfect.
And say, or you are going to play. We've done it in England where a certain round of matches had to be played with the Kookaburra ball. And I know we've played day-night matches in the Championship, but we are now going to say for
a round of county championship matches when everyone is playing in the daytime. You're going to use
September would be perfect for it.
You're going to use
the games have to start at 10:30 anyway to account for bad light.
You're going to use the ping ball.
More likely to be an issue.
The other point is I don't know, is there a general feeling at the moment that batting in Test match cricket is not quite at the standard that it used to be, that switching between formats makes it harder for players, that pitches are a little bit spicier? Well, if the pink ball does less and becomes like a blancmange, like you said, well, is that going to elongate Test matches? Is that going to redress the balance if the ball's on top at the moment? Is that going to be something again? Finney's pulling his face because he likes
that was my
contemplation.
How juicy it might be.
Can I bring Andy in?
Yeah, just say, Finney, I just wonder how juicy it would be for you then to get a new ball. 80 over mark is hit. You get a brand new ball at 5:30 p.m. on a murky day with the floodlights on. You'd relish that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd just like, Andy, can you do some research on I know it'll take a couple of minutes, on the pink ball games in terms of numbers, batting averages, bowling averages, compared to, when did it start, pink ball cricket?
2015.
2015, so the last 10 years of red ball cricket compared to pink ball, just because I think the perception out there is that the pink ball does all sorts. I'm not too sure it does.
Certain time of day, isn't it?
Yeah. I think in the afternoon, I think it's quite a nice time to bat, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd agree.
I'm looking at, I've just pulled up randomly Australia's Test match against Pakistan with, big hundreds for Steve Smith and Peter Hampscombe in this particular match. It's not as if the pink ball comes out and, batters can't score runs, but then it's not as if the pink ball comes out and Mitchell Starc loves it hooping around corners. It's just got,
I think
real
Nathan Lyons had a
points.
good record with the pink ball as well.
Yeah, in Adelaide he's won a number of matches with it. Yeah.
Smith wore those things under his eyes, didn't he?
For
the pink ball this year.
The little.
That was the glare of the floodlights, wasn't he? He thought it would take the glare off.
Yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily
shine into his eyes.
You could see someone, murky light, floodlights are on, and batter emerges from the pavilion with the little black tabs under their eyes to combat the floodlights.
Not a bad shout though. September county cricket trial in it. Not a bad shout.
We'll let Andy wheel away and come up with some
numbers
on the.
But it can't be that again. Test cricket, we're off for we're getting people on the moon.
You make a good point. I mean, the other thing which is changing, which would be in the game's favour, will be that scenario we had last night when a wicket fell in the final over. O'Rourke was the night watcher; he was out, and after October of this year, if that happens, well, we play the rest of that over, even if it was one delivery that the next batter would have to come out and face. You complete the over.
Be another night watcher, wouldn't it?
Well,
no, it definitely would be.
For 1 or 2.
Get one of the bowlers who's been fielding for 100 overs. You have a go.
Again, you kind of look at how did that ball ever come in?
Yeah.
Again, name me another sport where the 89th minute, a huge dramatic moment in football.
You scored a goal.
You score a goal. Right, we're off now.
Yeah, silly.
Because there's a minute left.
What's the regulation for the end of a session? If you take a wicket in the last over before lunch,
you
as
go
in
off.
the new regulation. No, as at the moment,
you go off.
You still go off. Yeah. So you wouldn't.
That's not changed.
And is that not changed?
No,
I think that should. I think it should.
But why wouldn't they go with that as well? Because
why is the end of the day any different to before lunch?
Must be time. They must just think they want to
have the tea.
Have a bit of a
feed.
Time for a feed.
Keep the lunch and tea timings as close as possible. So
You've ruined one batter's lunch. You can't ruin a second.
That's the motivation for bowlers. Ruin his lunch. That's what you say on the cusp of lunch. Take him with us. Ruin his night. Let him have a big night out in Bristol or somewhere. Is this your chat?
I'll be honest with you, Stephen. There was many players that I played with that loved getting out on in the day. Marvellous. Got a pink ticket.
Well, Zoltz has got some numbers for us.
So in Test cricket, since the start of the 2015-16 international season, which is when that first day-night test was played, in day cricket, it's averaged 30.9 runs per wicket. Day-night cricket, 25.8. So quite significantly less, specifically in Australia, where most of those games have been played. It's 33.5 average runs per wicket, and day games 27.6 in day-night.
Do you think that those two numbers would converge if players were more used to playing with the pink ball? Is one of the reasons for that just the scarcity of it?
Possible. I'll check Australia's own, just Australia's batting stats, because I guess that might give us a hint as to.
These are the 15 matches Australia have played in day-night Test cricket. Again, we're sort of comparing apples and oranges a bit, aren't we? Because we're looking at matches where the pink ball is being used under floodlights.
Yeah, well, I suppose those numbers would be closer together if you took out the evening session.
Yeah, we know
of all of those.
We know there's a time when it's particularly difficult to bat.
Why? I mean, in terms of the ball, Does it have to be pink? Are there other? Can it not just be a lighter red?
No, they trialled orange was used, wasn't it?
Yellow
at
was
one
used.
point.
They thought about yellow, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, so this is the product of a lot of years of trialling different things, and this was seen that the best, but the only way of achieving such a bright, pink that's bright enough to be seen both under normal daylight conditions and with the floodlights on was this sort of slightly fluoro pink as it is. But then the only way of achieving that is by it's called pigment finishing in the leather industry, as opposed to, here's the geeky word, aniline finishing for the Red Bull, where it's all to do with the tanning of the leather and then the way it's finished. So
that retains its property. The Red Bull retains its properties to be able to repair it.
Natural
I do
skin
think the
of
pink
leather.
ball is a better colour ball for the spectator.
To watch.
Sitting in the stand, side on, watching the ball. The Red Bull, you sit there and you go, where's it gone?
Oh, here's an interesting one from Phil O'Shaughnessy in Leeds. Says, greetings. I was listening to your conversation about the colour of cricket balls. I was imagining that with the advancement of technology, one could see the day when you had a chameleon ball that automatically changes colour according to the conditions.
Now we're talking.
I've seen one. I have seen one.
Have you?
Yep. I've held on in my hand a ball that starts off, got to get this the right way around. It looks like it's a red ball, and then as soon as conditions change, it became pink.
So it's got like a sensor.
Yeah, it's leather technology. It's one of those things that sort of anything is possible, but it's got to be right for the conditions.
Brightness of the
brightness of light that is on the ball.
Okay.
So I'm standing inside with it, then I went out into the sunshine, so it's like UV reactive leather, effectively.
Is that from a magic cow? Hold on.
Red on particular grass.
Is that the wrong way round, though?
I'm probably explaining it the wrong way around because it was definitely developed so
if you go out into the light,
the light, it goes dark.
darker.
That's the one. That's the vital way it should be. Yeah. So you're holding it in your hand indoors, and it was pink.
And what did it feel like? Did it feel like leather?
Oh yeah, I mean it looked exactly like sort of
just
a
out of
cricket ball you'd
interest.
play with. But then you'd get this hybrid colour in between, so it's not workable.
Just
to
out of
actually
interest,
play with.
right? So I'd be quite cheeky as a bowler if that was the case. So the ball has to be seen. I'd be running in with it hidden in my hand.
You don't know what colour it is.
What colour is it coming out?
Like those hypercolour T-shirts in the 1980s.
Taking this to the absolute nth degree, what about not playing Test cricket in whites? Because you would have played with a white ball back in the day, the old Duke's white ball. Now that really swung around, didn't it? The problem with the white ball that we play with at the minute, it doesn't do a great deal, does it?
Right.
How far are we away from playing Test cricket in colours with a white ball, black sight screens? That would eliminate bad light.
I think when that day arrives, I think it's the end of Test match cricket.
Well, why?
I think Michael would have long departed this earth.
Tell me why.
Because I like the true whites. Look, we've gone for names and numbers on the back. That's enough.
Yeah.
We've got pretty much most of the shirts are coloured anyway, with that many logos on the front.
Well, if we can change the colour of the ball, why can't we change the
But
colour?
how's that going to improve the product?
Well, you won't have bad light for a start, will you?
But then you're back to the idea of the white ball is even less durable than the pink ball, isn't it?
But previously, there was a version of the white ball, wasn't it? I mean, you would have played with that, wouldn't you, in the mid-90s when the white ball absolutely went.
Yeah, it did a few tricks.
I've played with the white Dukes. They trialled it because they trial a lot of this stuff in the second team. So to try and put pressure on the manufacturers or Dukes, who are the ball manufacturers here, there are various Gunnermore, Tiflex. I think Kookaburra might have Kookaburra's definitely been used. Sorry, in second team cricket, they trialled the colours. Then there was a period where we used white Dukes in second team cricket. I had to go and get fitness. I reckon 6 or 7 years ago, and yeah, there's a massive, great big seam on it, and it just went everywhere. I mean, it was great for bowlers.
Well, that's it as well. The seam, whether it's hand-stitched or machine-stitched, plays into the way the ball behaves as well. And really, the ball manufacturers can tweak and do whatever they want, hence that idea of UV reactive leather. They can do that. It's just a matter of whether that is suitable for what the game requires, and that's where the testing will come in, the R&D. But yeah, there are a lot of clever people in sort of leather technology and science.
It was the pink Dukes that was used in the day-night Test matches that Australia played in the West Indies, wasn't it, when Mitchell Stark made a real mess of...
Oh, that was in Jamaica. That was a shocker.
Yeah, and that was the pink Dukes ball play then that really
6 for 9
went round corners. Yeah,
and that's it. But there'll always be discrepancies, won't there? And
you'll be wanting strategic timeouts and everything in Test cricket soon, won't you?
Getting them in. We're going to get the coaches on the field in T20 internationals, aren't we? That's coming in.
Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few changes, aren't there, coming in October, which is, the ICC, the MCC rather, put out all sorts of rule changes that are yet to come in, which involves, what have we got? I mean, the sizes of balls for start, Vinny, are going to be more standard, more uniform. I don't know, you probably wouldn't notice, but as a male cricketer, you get a batch of balls, even for Test cricket, and they will all pretty much be of very similar weights and circumference. Get a batch of balls for women's cricket or indeed junior cricket, and at the moment there's quite a large degree of tolerance level. So actually, Isha used to talk about she might pick up a ball one day and it will feel like a comfortable sort of small apple in her hand, and then the next day she'll pick up a ball and it will feel like a massive orange. So they're tightening the rules up on that, which will help juniors and women's cricket to start with. The bunny hop fielding as well, that's going to change. You've only got one chance to sort of hop. If you're outside the boundary, you can do one toss-up, but then next time you've got to be inside the boundary rope. Is that a disappointment for you?
Yeah, I love all those catches on the boundary.
Well, they'll still be possible. You just can't keep throwing it up, and throwing it up.
It kind of adds to
I think that's it's entertainment. Isn't it? You want to see what can be pushing the.
I want to see someone backflip, toss it up, backflip off a boundary board, and then catch it inside the rope.
Ball sports, aren't they, these rule makers? Umpires having greater leeway on when the ball is finally settled. Now, would that have calmed down the situation between Carey and Bairstow in that scenario? If the umpire is just like, well, it's just down to me, I just decide when the ball is finally settled.
No, well, they could have done that anyway. The umpires could have just called dead ball on the field during the.
Yeah, they didn't though, did they?
They didn't. They didn't, and they probably should have done.
Yeah. Well,
do you reckon?
I think I think.
Why?
Why do I think? Because
he was out.
By the letter of the law, I think he was out.
Yes, why are you calling a dead ball then? It was a skill.
Because I think the umpires on that day lent on the technology too much to get them out of a problem. If you... we're going down a rabbit hole here. But
but that's what rain breaks are for.
So the standing umpire...
Please keep digging.
The standing umpire, at the moment the stumps were broken, was fiddling with his cap to give the ball back to Cameron Green. I think any league cricketer on a Saturday who tried that and saw the bails broken, and then the umpire said... Nice try, mate. I wasn't watching dead ball. Dead ball.
Here's the problem to your argument. League umpires will know there's some skullduggery going to happen, so they're watching for all that kind of international. Nah.
Are you saying the international umpires need to go? That could be a rule change. Send international umpires to the leagues every so often, just so they're switched on to every little bit of skullduggery that could happen.
Every little bit of cheating.
It's not cheating.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't cheating. No, it was skill.
Yeah. Should have been standing up. You can't have a stumping standing back.
The wording for you then. The ball no longer has to be in the bowler or wicket-keeper's hands to be finally settled. It can be in the hands of any fielder or stationary on the ground. This allows umpires the freedom to make reasonable decisions on when the ball is dead, even if one fielder or one batter is still attempting to play on. That's the way that is described.
Been quite busy, haven't they, at the ICC towers?
Yeah, well, these came through from the MCC earlier in the year. It won't take effect until October.
But these are, I suppose, there's a difference. These are laws, aren't they?
These are laws,
that would affect every single level of the game. Where what we got earlier on from the ICC, there are things that are just for the very top level.
Yeah, very specifically for what they're asking, trials in Test match.
So this is making it even more complicated for people playing at the weekend.
Yeah, a few people have sort of been getting in touch with different laws they'd like to see tweaked in the game. cms@bbc.co.uk. Play with a red ball under floodlights when the light gets a bit dim. Well, no, players do struggle to see those. Actual sporting penalties for slow over rates, fines for players mean nothing. That's a conversation that has had plenty of airing over the years.
Always gets a nod from Zoltz.
Yeah, well, I think not only should they be fined, but they should walk out with a card reader during the game, so they have to pay it on the spot.
What a zapper! Yeah, I like that. It should be on the screen exactly how much.
Here's one from Dave Herbert who says, when a fielder throws the stumps down, the ball should then be dead. Seems unfair that a brilliant piece of fielding can then be punished by conceding runs off the ricochet.
Well, my argument to that would be, what happens if you just, say for instance, you're trying to scuff up the ball. And
you're going to... Players would try and scuff up the ball.
Well, look, not in my time, obviously. And you just have a free shot at the stumps all the time, knowing it hit the stumps and the batter was just kind of casually just stood in normally. So that could be a problem there.
Sorry, go on, Steph.
It's always frustrated me when umpires have stepped in to tell fielders to stop throwing the ball into the ground.
But that's a regulation. I think that should be changed.
Absolutely.
You look at, especially in the IPL and 50 over cricket. So if you are fielding at long on or long off or fine leg or deep third, you can't pick the ball up and throw it to the opposite end of the ground and make it land on the wicket, which would be getting the ball scuffed up to try and help it reverse swing later on in the game. You do that, the first time you do that, the umpires will say, you can't do that. That's your last warning. You can't do that. I think fielders now, especially in white ball cricket, should be allowed, because that's not using your fingernails or
using the environment.
You're using a skill to land the ball on the wicket in the first place from about 75, 80 metres away, or 45 metres in India, some of those grounds. But why would you not want reverse swing in the game? Because, again, as a bowler, towards the back end of a 20 over or 50 over innings,
how do they assess that? So if you're at long off and the ball comes in, you surely it's teams talk about having that kind of body language and energy, and one of the things you get the ball into the keeper.
Yeah, but if you do it,
they're on it straight away, aren't they?
Yeah. For every time you do it, the first time you do it, they say not again, not again. I think that should be allowed in white ball cricket to try and help bowlers get reverse swing, because reverse swing is amazing to watch. The most fascinating passages of play ever for me have come when the ball's been reverse swinging.
Also, to the point of the direct hit at the stumps and making the ball dead or not, there's also a skill in deciding when to throw, isn't there? And that is a split second.
Judgment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a split second decision that a fielder has to make. And so if you can lose the penalty of, say, overthrows or whatever, that makes that decision easier to make, I would say, why take that out of the game? I think it's quite good. It's a good thing, I think, to have the jeopardy of when you shy at the stumps, knowing that you could win big, but you can lose big too.
But it's up to players to back up.
Yeah, and you can still get a run out at the other end. How many times do you hit the stumps and then there's confusion with the batters? If you say that the ball is then dead, you're then eliminating the fielding team's ability to get a run out at the other end. So
curtailing play a bit early, really, isn't it? Yeah. Finney, as a bowler, the technology of the DRS for LBWs. How are you on the ball tracking and the umpire's call on impact? This is something that Dan Norcross mentioned last night.
I did see that. I almost interacted with him on social media.
Now is your chance.
Now's my opportunity.
So he was saying, and there's a lot of logic to this, that ball tracking, the whole idea of umpire's call is that the predictive nature of the ball tracking, i.e. where's the ball gone after the point of impact? Is it projected to have gone on to hit the stump? So you have that element of umpire's call is sufficient, is more than 50% of the ball projected to have hit the stumps, and you have that leeway because the ball tracking is a little bit off. But for point of impact, it's just like ball tracking in tennis. It's following where the ball has been. But no, is this the point then? It's not actually as accurate. You can't trust it for that either.
Yeah, I think the point of impact can be between frames. So I think with DRS, if you're trying to determine where the ball has pitched, that can be absolutely definitive, like it is in tennis, because it's been released from the bowler's hand. There's nothing intercepting it. It can tell you 100% where that ball has landed on the pitch. Therefore, when you're determining whether a ball is pitched in line with the stump, say a left-arm swing bowler bowling to a right-handed batter, the right-hand batter falls over, it hits the pad. If 51% of that ball is pitching in line with the stumps, then that is out, because it is more in line than out. But the technology can tell you exactly where that ball is pitched. You can rely on that 51-49 split like you can in tennis. You can have 1 millimetre of the ball is in or out.
And the batter can be hit on the move as well, which is supporting your point about between frames, that actually the point of impact isn't just one point, it can be a number of places.
And I think it's too hard for the technology to be able to tell absolutely definitively at what stage it is the point of impact. The first millisecond that it hits the pad? Is it when it thuds? Is it between the two? Yeah. And that, when you're talking about millimetres or you're talking about 51-49, at the moment is the law, isn't it? Is if 51% of the ball is pitching in line with the stumps, then that is determined as in line. If 51% is out, then it's not. I think it's too hard to tell.
Isn't there also something advantageous about still having some power with the on-field officials?
Yeah, their power, I suppose, gets eroded all the time. There's be some element of the authority rests with the umpires, so it's leaning towards that. But it's very much because that element of the technology isn't completely foolproof. Thank you, guys. It's been a very informative
chat. At the end already.
That's whiled away a good period of time. Floodlights still on, the covers still on. Not a pink ball in sight at Lords, other than the one we've got on the desk in front of us here. But Stephen Finn, Michael Vaughan and Stefan Schemmelt, thank you to you. New Zealand 55 for 5 in the 2 very small passages of play we have had in between the rain today. And I don't think it's still, it has to be mizzle in the air. I mean, there's not a sign of, hasn't been any sign of ground staff in the whole time we've just been chatting about balls and regulations and light and all those sort of issues in the game. But the wickets that did fall today, well, both of them went to Ollie Robinson. Rachin Ravindra, who was on a pair, was out for 8, bowled by Robinson. That was 53 for 4. Daryl Mitchell was LBW for a duck. And so 55 for 5. Just before 10 past 2, so just under an hour ago, was when the players came off the field, covers came back on, and that's been the situation so far ever since. The sky is still filled in, just a blanket of grey, and it's a bit misty in the distance, suggesting there is still a lot of mizzle in the air, and I can still see umbrellas that are up in the lower reaches of the stands around Lords. Not everyone's got umbrellas. A lot of people happy to sit out in very light sort of mizzle drizzle, so it's not visible really at the moment, but no ground staff doing any activity whatsoever. But we will keep you entertained on Test Match Special. So we will have a little chat now about the Women's T20 World Cup, because this time next week, that tournament will be underway, hosted at various venues here across England. The opening game against Sri Lanka, that's England against Sri Lanka, taking place at Edgbaston next Friday. And we've got every match for you here live on BBC Sounds. England go into the tournament in good form. They've beaten India and New Zealand in recent T20 series. And visitors to Piccadilly Circus in London recently might have seen a billboard promoting the World Cup with a picture of England captain Nat Sciver-Brunt, who's trying to get fit to lead the side. Let's catch up with her now. She's been speaking to Fionn Wynne.
Nat, first of all, how does it feel to see yourself on that enormous billboard in the centre of London?
Really special actually. Obviously a little bit embarrassed being filmed whilst reacting to such a big screen, but a really cool moment for women's cricket. I'll try and separate myself from actually being on it, but to represent the team is really, really cool.
And you personally, how is the injury? How is the progress? Obviously 2 warm-up games next week. What's the plans?
It's progressing well so far. Everything has gone well. The plan is to be taking part in those warm-up games, really lead on to obviously that first match. So far it's all going to plan.
And Charlotte Edwards mentioned it briefly yesterday, that was just going to be in a batting capacity in those warm-up games. Are you just taking it game by game for the actual tournament, or are you expecting just to bat?
I think at the moment, just expecting to bat, and maybe look at further down the line in the tournament to maybe see if I need to get a few overs under my belt. But we've got a very, very good bowling lineup that covers a lot of bases. So I might not need to bowl during the tournament. I think we're sort of leaving that to a bit later down the line.
And how's it feeling in the nets, batting-wise?
Really good. That batting is something that I have been able to do in the last few weeks, so really happy with that. And I'm looking forward to sort of turning my focus to more, I suppose, the teams that we're going to face. Really excited about that.
And in terms of the series that's been on, all the series that have been ongoing, how has it been? Obviously, the build-up to the World Cup has been huge. There's been so much going on. But then also having to watch from the sidelines must be a bit of a strange balance for you. I guess I haven't, throughout my career, I've been very lucky that I haven't had too many injuries. So, watching from the sideline is a bit different. And obviously, as captain as well, I sort of obviously would love to be out there and I suppose preparing with the team, with everybody else. I guess I've actually been able to take a different perspective, which has been quite cool. And I think being able to see things from the outside, whilst you're not really involved in the games, has been really nice and sort of led me to have different conversations with people during the game and I suppose sort of pick up different things at different times. So I've tried to I suppose use it to my benefit that I'm sitting on the sidelines. So it's been cool to see a different perspective. But has it been a bit frustrating as well at the same time?
Very frustrating. I mean, yes, I can have all the conversations, but obviously I'd love to be playing. So yeah, it has been difficult at times to be on the sidelines, and frustrating that calf can take so long to heal. But it definitely needed that time. So yeah, I'll look forward to that first warm-up game.
And what's the dynamic been like with Charlie? Obviously, it's your team, but she's done a great job filling in. Have you been in communication quite a lot?
Yeah. I guess that's one person that I wanted to have lots of conversations with during the games and maybe after the game as well. But yeah, she did a brilliant job, like you say. And I wanted her to, I guess, be able to use this experience for her learning as well and growth. So doing it in her own way was really important. See, different leaders can have effect at different times, but doing it in her own way and not trying to do it in how I would do it was really important. So I think she did a brilliant job.
And just something on Alice Capsey in that innings particular last night. She also played brilliantly in the first game against New Zealand. You'd have seen her career from being a teenager, but in terms of where she's got to now and the belief that she seems to have, it must be really pleasing for you guys to all be able to see that come to fruition.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, she's obviously was on the team from a very young age and had a lot of talent, but probably didn't have that. She definitely didn't have that experience. And yeah, I suppose experience is priceless. But she seems to be in a brilliant place now. Very confident in the way she's going about things, and that innings last night was brilliant to watch. She took the ball by the horns really and took the game on herself, and I loved watching it. Her and Heather play some brilliant cricket.
I just want to ask you something about when we've done a lot of comparing with 2017, and something during that tournament that I think you did as a team was coming off social media for the duration of it. I appreciate it's a very different world now in terms of social media, and especially with the younger players coming through. Do you have a kind of strategy on that, or are you and Charlotte leaving it up to individual players?
I think if you asked some of the younger generation to come off social media, they'd be like, what? Are you joking? But I guess now there's different things that you can use. I would definitely leave it up to individual choice, but like on Instagram you can use certain filters if you want to turn off comments, and I suppose you can use different things, I suppose to I suppose make yourself feel as comfortable as you can do with social media. As you say, it's such a big part of what we do now, that to ask out of the team now would be a bit strange, I think. But there's always support out there to I suppose individually work out how best you want to use your social media, and really we'll be supporting the team through that.
Did you find it helpful coming off it just from a personal experience back then? I don't, to be honest, I don't really remember social media really taking over my life then. Obviously, you spend so much time on your phone that it's impossible not to see things. Myself personally, I wouldn't read too many comments or read too many articles and things like that. I try to sort of not ignore it because it's part of what we do, but I suppose that's my technique, in that I don't read too closely into comments or things like that. So it's obviously something that can be really good if you're feeling good about yourself, and can also be really negative if you're not. So try to keep really level about it. And lastly, leading England at a home World Cup is obviously going to be hugely special for you. Do you and Charlotte have targets in mind? Do you have a goal, or are we not quite in that stage yet?
Well, I think the goal is to win the World Cup. So I suppose that's the headline thing, and then it's up to myself and Charlotte, and then the team, as to how we sort of piece it all together. But obviously, we've got 9 days now until that first game. We've got 2 warm-up games that I suppose from a personal point of view will be really important for myself. and yeah, I guess then obviously working out the 11 and then going from there. That'll be the starting point, and then we'll work out, I suppose, how it all unfolds after that.
Well, that's the England captain Nat Sciver-Brunt speaking to the BBC's Fionn Wynne. A little bit more drizzle in the air here at Lords. Just seems to have filled in heavier once more, but we'll keep chatting away. I've got Isha Guha alongside me, World Cup winner, and Katie Martin, former New Zealand wicketkeeper as well. Good to see you both and talk about what's going to be a really exciting period. You know, we're here to witness 2017, which is the last time World Cup was held the women on home soil. Before that, the T20 World Cup in 2009. So these events don't come round much. To start with, Isha, just that big picture of the significance of having a World Cup on home soil, given in particular, and some people say, oh, stop comparing and looking at the other sports, but there is a real wave, isn't there, behind what the England women's team, the Lionesses, have done, and the rugby team winning the Rugby World Cup, the Red Roses.
There's a real feel-good moment for women's sport in this country at the moment. I think Jess Ennis-Hill back in 2012 was a real light bulb moment for female individuals in sport in this country. But I think in terms of team sport, you're just riding that wave of celebration and the inspiration that's been caught from those two teams that you've just spoken about there. And England have a great opportunity now. I think they've been tracking along nicely. Charlotte Edwards obviously coming in as coach. She's wanted to stamp her mark on things pretty quickly, and that's Sciver-Brunt as captain. And I think that last game, it felt like things had really kind of clicked coming into the World Cup. But in terms of the bigger picture moment, it's always a special moment. You can sometimes feel the pressure as a team when it's a home World Cup. I remember 2009, we just won the one-day World Cup in Australia, so that was a significant moment for us, and didn't have too much time to celebrate. I think it was a couple of nights out in Australia before we flew back home, and then it was head down to get ready for the T20 World Cup here on home soil, which was another incredible moment for us to be able to play here. Obviously back then we were the curtain raiser to the men. Now we have standalone women's tournaments. So, you know, the way that the women's game has continually evolved over the last decade or so has just brought it to a moment where it's going to be the biggest ever World Cup that we've seen, I think, in terms of the number of teams, the level of competition and the crowds that we're going to see come into the grounds on the back of what was a hugely successful moment in India just recently for the 50 over World Cup. You just feel like all that momentum's building with you know, the support that's being garnered at the ICC now, and certainly, you know, England and Wales have always been brilliant when it comes to women's cricket in the last 15 years or so. It really has shifted here in the with the introduction of the 100 to, you know, one of the most equitable tournaments in the world across all sports. So it feels like it could be culminating in a really amazing moment here at Lords.
Yeah, the final, 5th of July. England will be desperately hoping that they are part of it. Katie, New Zealand are the defending champions. You called the winning moments when they won in Dubai. I mean, just that inspiration piece, I mean, that wasn't a World Cup on home soil, but quite the celebrations for them and the reception when they got back home, so that the meaning of it filters through, doesn't it, to every level?
Yeah, we could be here all afternoon talking about the celebrations till very early in the morning when the sun come up. But
I think you might have taken part in some of that.
From what I can remember.
No comment.
Yeah, to be fair, seeing the trophy with the Burj Khalifa in the background with the sunrise going up, I think that's just stuff that's embedded in your brain. And I know that 2009 where actually New Zealand played England in both of those World Cup finals and lost. And unfortunately, I was part of that. Well, fortunately, you feel privileged to be able to play at a World Cup. But I think, yeah, the reception that the group got home, they went on a trophy tour around every part of New Zealand, and where you're seeing a movement. I think it's so important on the back of a World Cup win, and I'm sure that you'll reflect on 2017 as such a moment for your home organisation to be able to make the most of that. And I think probably England reflected on 2017 that it didn't happen. You didn't get that shift of momentum. Same in 2000, but you feel that in New Zealand that, you know, cricket has been on free to air, so it's been a lot more accessible. Players are becoming names at home. It's not just young girls that come and watch the games now, it's boys as well. The crowds get out. There's a lot more engagement and opinions on different players within the group as well. And I think we'll see generational change in 15 years of the players that said, I watched the World Cup in 2024 when we saw, you know, those players win it. And I think when you reflect on 24, Melly Kerr was saying how she wrote I guess, poems and all sorts back when she was a kid about Susie Bates and Sophie Devine and dreaming of that moment to play at a World Cup and win it with them. So I think New Zealand cricket's done an outstanding job on getting behind the game in New Zealand, equal pay in terms of the match payments. So I think, there's still continued work to do because the domestic game isn't professional by any stretch of the imagination, but it gives a platform to be able to move forward with that.
I think what's interesting about this particular World Cup is that there was a lot of talk in the last 5 or 6 years about Australia, India, England pulling away from the pack, and New Zealand, a bit like the men's game, they punch above their weight. It's a cliche, but they do punch above their weight in terms of the level of resource that they have compared to those other 3 teams. And I think with South Africa now, we're seeing that they could absolutely go and win a World Cup.
Just recently beaten India, haven't they, in the T20 series?
Exactly. They've made that many finals. They've had a couple of players come out of retirement as well. They feel this is a really great opportunity for them. And they're playing some really good cricket. The West Indies, you never know with them. They've obviously won it before. So I feel like it's a little bit more open, this particular World Cup. England are not the favourites. I would say Australia are, but they're in a group with India and South Africa. So I think it's going to be one of the most competitive World Cups we've seen.
Well, let me run you through how many teams are taking part and who's in what group. And it's a really simple format to look at because it's 2 groups. Everyone plays each other in their group. The top 2 go through to semi-finals and then the final. So Group 1 is this group where, a big team is going to miss out here on a semi-final because you've got Australia, India, and South Africa all in that group, together with Pakistan, and then 2 qualifiers, which are Bangladesh and the Netherlands women who have qualified for this T20 World Cup for the very first time. England are in Group 2 with the defending champions New Zealand, West Indies, the unpredictability of that, and then Sri Lanka, and then Scotland and Ireland as 2 qualifiers. So there's that real sort of home nations, if you like, rivalry to go on with there. And a key match I know that the ECB have been looking at is that England-Scotland clash because they meet in Headingley in what would be England's 3rd game. So if you're marking your card for England matches, their opener is the first game of the tournament against Sri Lanka, which is a week today, Friday. Friday was yesterday. It's Friday coming up, the 12th at Edgbaston. Then they move on to Southampton, Tuesday the 16th to play Ireland. Saturday the 20th is at Headingley against Scotland. These are all evening games starting at 6:30 in the evening. Then West Indies back here at Lords on Wednesday the 24th, and then Saturday the 27th, their last group game against New Zealand at the Oval. The 2 semi-finals are at the Oval, and then the final is here at Lords. And significantly as well, when you talk about prize money, the overall prize pot has gone up 10% on the 2024 edition. The winners still receive the same amount, but it's that broader amount of money that's trickling down to those who have qualified. So the winners will still get US dollars 2.34 million. Susie Bates built a sauna with her winnings, she told me.
She did. I think most of the White Ferns now own a house in New Zealand. Probably wouldn't own one in England by that. But it's a really important point, that, because it's been uneven because there's been professional teams and amateur teams, and there's still an aspect of that, and that's where Australia, India and England, the professionalism of the domestic game already going into high performance programs, to then be able to be so dominant at that international level. It's pretty obvious the more time you spend to be able to do something, you're going to get better. But the prize money is used for a number of those smaller associations to say, well, a player might not have to work. They can use the prize money to actually have that as enough income. I know New Zealand at the last year's World Cup didn't even get out of the group part, and they won £50,000. So you imagine having that money as prize money to be able to actually say, I'm going to focus solely on cricket and get better. I think that's where that money is probably more valuable.
So I'll give you the minimum participation fee. Got here $247,500 US for the team. So per group stage win, 31,000, just over 31,000 US dollars. And then if you can make the semi-final, that's 675,000 for making the final if you lose. So yeah, these are much more significant amounts, and the investment continues to come from the ICC to keep it going in that right direction.
And I think you got to think about the impact on the lower ranked teams with that sort of money. You know, the Netherlands being able to qualify for the very first time, Scotland, Ireland. You know, Ireland have been around it for a while now. Scotland have too, but you know, to have that level of kind of investment coming into their women's cricket, you know, we talk a lot about professionalism, and young girls can now aspire to have a viable option in terms of a professional career in cricket now. But domestic structures are also really important, and I think that has always been the balance for the women's game, and certainly in England, I know that a number of the England players, senior players, forego. They actually came together and said, we don't want to push for more money. We actually want this to be diverted to the women's game. So they were quite sensible in how they approached that. This was probably 5 or 6 years ago. And so we saw the benefits of that now with the domestic structure in the UK, that there is a lot more money and a lot more professional contracts. I think we have 140 now. 2014 was obviously the first time we had those contracts. That was overseen by Claire Connor and Giles Clark. They introduced those professional contracts to 18 players within the England team, and now we have domestic contracts for players with the help of the Professional Cricketers Association managing that transition. So I think all that investment coming into the game, money doesn't grow on trees. You've got to be able to spread it out to create that sustainability and the future of the game. And I think for the lower ranked teams, to be able to put those domestic structures in place, I think will be hugely valuable for them.
Yeah. What about the way England are shaping up then? We heard from Nat Silverbrunt just then, and yeah, that's a huge thing. England want her back and batting. Ideally should be bowling as well, but that's an unlikely prospect for the start, you think?
I think what has taken pressure off her getting back to full fitness with her bowling is the way England have bowled. I watched all of those games ahead of the World Cup, and what I see with this England team actually, probably a year ago, I would look at their bowling unit and I would worry a little bit when an opposition batter got after them. I now see 5 or 6 players within that side who might go for a few runs, but they'll come back and they might take a wicket. And it's that magic and that belief that you can have as a team when you're building a bowling attack like that. You've got players who can be tone setters. Lauren Bell has come on leaps and bounds. She's arguably one of the most prominent players now coming into this World Cup with everything that she did at the WPL and the confidence she gained there, being a tone setter in T20 cricket. You think about someone like a Marizanne Kapp. She is such a tone setter for South Africa that, it's very difficult to get her away early. But she's just developed in so much skill that she can bowl throughout the innings as well. It's not just Sophie Ecclestone that they're relying on. You've got Lindsay Smith, you've got Danny Gibson who can come in. Freya Kemp's been bowling a few overs. Charlie Dean can take wickets as well. So, and then Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who's
18 years of age,
bright new star that's come into this squad. And there's now competition for places. And I know it's something that Charlotte Edwards talked about coming in as coach, was she wanted a bit more competition. She asked the players to go away to domestic cricket and really perform so they could put their hand up for the World Cup squad. And a lot of players have missed out, which is obviously going to be devastating. But, that they've really built this side that can kind of cater for all conditions as well. It was just the batting that really needed to click. And we saw in that final game that, that partnership between Alice Capsey and Heather Knight was just the icing on the cake, really. So
it's the third game of the India series just gone.
Yeah, that's right. So I think they're tracking nicely in a World Cup campaign. You want to be feeling good going into a campaign. You want to know your role in the team. In 2009, we all knew our roles, but we also knew everyone else's. And we started to build that winning feeling. And when you're coming into a World Cup, and your backs are against the wall in a game, you want to be able to look at your mate and think that they can do a job as well as you. And building that culture, I think, is so important going into a World Cup campaign. I think England will be able to do that. And Nat Silverbrunt, obviously, you could hear the frustration in her voice around the injury. It's something she hasn't really had to contend with too much. She'd absolutely and desperately want to be part of that side. But taking that pressure off her having to rush back with the ball, it does pose a question to Charlotte Edwards, and it's a question that I wouldn't want to answer about who would be left out of that side.
That's why you enjoy sitting up here watching Isha.
but in terms of the balance, if she's not bowling, if they're not rushing her back to bowl, because you can cover overs with Danny Gibson and Freya Kemp, you're not going to drop her because of the way she batted. I think you're going to have to drop a batter. So. It's going to be very difficult.
And Capsey has shown her hands in more than one match over these, group of T20 games. there was, Katie, a few questions being asked around Heather Knight and her effectiveness in a T20 side, strike rates, running between the wickets. How important, therefore, was that partnership she put on with Capsey, but her own individual role there? Because Charlotte Edwards afterwards was quite bullish about saying, well, actually, anyone in the media questioning Heather Knight, well, thank you, we're grateful, because that just spurs her on. It spurs, spurs us all on. And I'm sure, players might say we don't read papers or, listen to the media and so on, but things sort of filter through.
Yeah, I think Heather Knight has made every team that I would have. I think she's a type of player, when you play against her, she's got so much control and she can adapt to situations. She's not always the most flashiest player. She's never been the most flashiest player, but she's gritty. And I think when it's a must-win game in a really difficult situation where you have to adapt to the conditions, she is by far England's most important player. And so she might fade into the background in games because you have your Danny Whitehodge who gets off to a great start. You got Bally and Lindsay who are able to dominate in the power play with the ball. But when stuff gets hard, that's when Heather Knight comes at her very best. You add Nat Sciver-Brunt and the partnerships that they've had throughout the years. I've watched Heather Knight own a Sydney Thunder team and nearly take them to the final single-handedly by the way that she was able to galvanise that group and bring it together. I think the most important thing for England is the fact that you've got more all-rounders now in your top 7. So when you've got the likes of a Danny Gibson who can bowl at all phases and has power, and then Freya Kemp, who I think these 6 games have been the best thing that have happened to her, because teams have worked her out where you can bowl wider. She doesn't hit to square leg that much. And I think now the conversations that Lottie's had with her is back your game to hit straight. The New Zealand girls said she hits harder than anybody else that they've fielded against in that England side, which shows that if she backs her skills that she's got and she knows that the plan's against her, she's going to come off game after game and have that power innings that England maybe have missed in the past, that strike rate of 180, 200 in games. So I would have Heather Knight in my team every day of the week. It just comes down to, is it Sophia Dunkley or is it Alice Capsey for me?
The value of her experience, Isha, having someone that has been there, done that, got the former captaincy experience as well. How valuable is that to have in your middle order?
I think it's incredibly valuable, especially when it comes to the longer format. So the one-day format, we saw it in the recent World Cup against
T20
India. I'll come to that. In the one-day World Cup, especially when you're playing against spin and you want someone who can play against spin in that middle order. It has been very dry here in this country, and who's going to be able to play spin the best? Probably her. Capsey's very good as well. Nat Sciver-Brunt when she comes back. I think you've got to think about that as well. Yes, T20 cricket, you want someone who can bang the ball everywhere, but she has improved her strike rate in the last few years. She has improved her game to be able to do that when she needs to. She didn't quite get it right at the start of the series, and in that penultimate run chase, she'll admit she didn't quite get up with a rate like she needed to, and she basically rectified that for the last game. So Sophia Dunkley's still quite an intimidating player, though. If she's one of the most intimidating players going round when she gets going. Her strike rate of 160 for a long period of time there, it all comes down to balance for me. And what does Lottie want from a balance point of view? Do you want to just say to Sophia Dunkley, go out there and just try and whack every ball and try and throw those opening bowlers off their line and length and create a bit of panic for the opposition, because that is a thing in itself. When you're running into bowl in a T20 game and you are unsure about where that ball is going to go, you don't want someone who can hit you for 3 or 4 boundaries in the over, and then all of a sudden you're scratching around. You're having to chase the game then afterwards. So for me, it's a balance thing. It's a question of whether Nat Sciver-Brunt is bowling as well. So do they need some bowling cover? And those will be the questions. Do they want to just hold her back? Coming back from a calf injury is a very tricky thing to do. You're going to want Nat Sciver-Brunt for knockout games if they get that far.
And how important is her running between the wickets with her batting? That is probably her key part of her game.
Absolutely. And I'm not discounting Sri Lanka in any way. They won a series over here the last time they were in the UK. But England have been playing well enough under Charlie Dean to say, well, actually, if she's not quite there yet, should we just go with the same team and then hold Natsiva Brunt back.
She could come back for the 20th against Scotland, say. That's quite a significant extra amount of time.
I think it's going to be a case of whether she's feeling confident enough in her own game. Now, she's someone that I think would be able to just slot straight back in. But speaking to her at an event just recently, you know, she was talking about wanting to feel confident in her body and being out in the middle in a high pressure situation. So I imagine they'll probably just see how these warm-up games go and where she's tracking in terms of the injury. But the way England have played have allowed the luxury of her making a decision about when she comes back.
I almost think if she was bowling, you'd probably have to make the decision between Kemp and Gibson. You could only have one of those players. Yeah. I 100% agree with Sophia Dunkley, because when it clicks for Dunks and when she is confident and has the backing, and maybe she's a little uncertain of position in the team, so you can see that panic that comes about. But she is a player that can absolutely shift the game. I think she averages something like over 50 when she's batting with Danny White-Hodge as well, and batting is so much about partnerships, and especially in T20, it's difficult for two batters to go at the same time. So it could be the fact that an Alice Capsey has to miss out, irrespective of the form that she's in at the moment.
That's a tough call, isn't it? That is a big call to make.
What a position, though.
Yeah, what a position to suddenly have these choices and big decisions to make. How tricky is it in a World Cup, Katie, when you're coming up against some teams that you don't play a lot and haven't played a lot? And I'm thinking in particular England's opening game against Sri Lanka, because on paper, let's say rankings, yes, that should be relatively comfortable win for England, but it's T20, anything's possible. This Sri Lanka side, the last World T20, they had quite, you might say, an ageing side, quite a lot of players who are late 30s, a couple of 40s. They've done quite a revamp, and there's quite a lot of new young faces in there that England won't have come up against. Is there sometimes a bit of a kind of scramble for footage, and a lot of analysis and would need to be done to try and look at some of these players that they would have never come up against before?
I don't think that with Sri Lanka, because I think they've played so much cricket around the world. I think when I look at Sri Lanka and I look at the conditions in the UAE, when the wickets are slower like that, people tend to think that it brings in those bowlers, which it does. But then from a power batting perspective, Sri Lanka have such small, petite little batters.
Why are you looking at me? I know I'm petite.
Well, when we head to bowl to you, I was like, here we go, just picture the length, I'll go past, who knows.
What about Danny White-Hodge and Tammy Beaumont? They've got a lot of power.
Well, you're sitting beside me, so I was just low-hanging fruit. But I think the fear with the Sri Lanka team is a Chamari Atapatu, and I know that within Sri Lanka cricket at the moment, they're spending so much time to technically teach the players how to create power. So I think the conditions, and we've heard that they want the wicket to be a lot faster, a lot bouncier, should actually suit a Sri Lanka team from a batting perspective, because it allows them to have that free-flowing play. I think their spinners become really effective as well. So I don't think that they're a team that you can really play lightly. And you think in a T20 game, sometimes it takes two batters to be able to come off, and you think Atapatu scoring 100, and she's got a great record here in England and World Cups as well, that then they're not a side that you can sort of take lightly. And so they're always a surprise factor. Go back to 2020 where they nearly beat Australia at Perth, and that nearly eliminated Australia from that World Cup really, really early in that tournament. So look, I think they're a team that are feared, and probably a team that you just can't underestimate, especially in a run chase where they can take control.
Ultimately, you've got to look at the squad, and Charlotte Edwards has built a squad where she understands the different roles of the different players and created that level of competition. So Maya Bouchier coming in and doing a role at number 3 in the absence of Natsiva Brunt. I actually think that's been quite good for the team, because I know that they've got her in the bank. If someone goes down injured, 2 or 3 people go down injured, and she can come in and do a job. And I think just that exploratory phase, yes, you want to have a team that you know what the 11's going to be, but knowing that you do have people in the bank in a squad in a World Cup campaign, I think is really, really valuable. And then it's just a case of which is the team that's going to get me a win on this day against this opposition in these conditions. So I think they will think very clearly about that for that first game. How is that pitch going to play? What are they going to need to get over the line against that particular team? And yes, they might be thinking ahead as well in terms of who they want for certain games. They'll have to take Natsiva Brunt's injury into consideration as well, and how everyone else is tracking injury-wise. But yeah, it's really a case of who is the best team for the day.
And England will want... Yeah, go on.
Just to add
I'll just quickly say, Katie, there are ground staff out in the middle doing a bit of clearing up. So this is a bit of positive news for everybody. The players last came off at 2:07. New Zealand 55 for 5. Blundell and Conway, the two not out batters. Ollie Robinson getting the 2 wickets that did fell in 2 very short passages of play that we had. So at the moment, it's not raining. Fourth umpire is even out there at the moment, but there are some ground staff with brooms. I mean, all they're doing is sort of brushing water off the covers, but that's an advancement in what we had 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Well, I don't think it's been raining for an hour or so, it feels like. Maybe there's been a few spits. We're up here, to be honest, so we can't really see.
Very light mizzle.
Yeah, it's been light mizzle, so it's good to see them out and pushing that.
Exactly.
They're not just sweeping, they're putting it down the drains, Ellie. They're doing a little bit more than sweeping.
They're sweeping it in a certain direction to achieve a certain outcome.
I don't know how England goes about this at a tournament, but typically as a team, you look at the teams that you're coming up against. So if I look at New Zealand, for example, in that 24 World Cup, you said you go India is our most important game of that. I think England, they will say, obviously West Indies and New Zealand are going to be their most important game. So how do you go handy at that particular game? So yes, the teams are a lot closer, but you identify what your must-win games are. So I look at New Zealand playing West Indies first up. That for me is effectively a quarterfinal. So you look at so much planning around that particular game. But I don't, and that's not to lessen other games because the teams have come closer and they're a lot more competitive. But there's certain games where it's a how do I scrap and win this game, and that is our most planned game versus other games where you might not have as much information. You might have to watch and stand the players bowling and warm up to work out who does what. But there's games that you comes out of 10 you're going to win. What's the position of the game? How do you kill the game? And your net run rate might be important because each team, especially with Australia, India, South Africa, all might beat each other and all might lose against one of those teams. So there's aspects from a tournament play that you really have to take into account and look at what your draw looks like. That sounds complicated.
No,
you're looking at me.
It's World Cup cricket, isn't it?
For me, that sounds like a dangerous game. I think
to target certain matches.
I think you've got to go into every game thinking you're going to win every game, and that's the only way. That's what Australia have done for such a long time. That's why they've been so successful. They aim to come in and they dominate every single game, because if you're suddenly thinking too far down the line, I just think that there's an opportunity there to slip up, and no team here is safe. I know England will be looking at every team in their group and going, we have to beat them.
And possibly more so for them with it being their home World Cup. I think for them, they must feel so important to win that opening game with all the positivity that can start to garner if you open your campaign with a defeat on home soil, particularly with all the other sport going on at the same time. The Football World Cup's just begun. You need every little bit of ounce behind your team as possible and just start to get a wave of positivity.
And it's just that creating that winning feeling. It's the confidence of going into a game and saying, this is how we're going to do this. This is how we're going to win this game. I think when you're the hunted as well, when you're the home team, teams like Scotland, Ireland, they're going to want a piece of England. They're going to want to show. And I remember when I first started playing for England, and we played Scotland and Ireland quite a bit. And I remember those games. They were tough games of cricket.
See, I've come from an experienced New Zealand side where we always tended to have to play we played India so often in the first game, or Australia, and you think there's. That's when I look back at New Zealand against India in that first game in 24, knowing if New Zealand won that game, it gave them such a better chance because it put pressure. So if New Zealand lose to the West Indies in that first game, as an example, you play England last and you go, that might end up being a must-win game in this situation, otherwise we're eliminated from the World Cup. Now, I know that it sounds a negative mindset, but that's actually how teams go about planning and saying that is a game that that is such a crucial game in terms of our planning and our execution, because on the outset of the result of that group phase, that is a game that could be you in or out of the tournament. England, we always tended to lose to Australia. So like even 24, you look back on that and you thought, well, more the last 10 years, you thought, oh, well, we got rolled for 70-odd, but that doesn't matter because we don't have to see them in a semi-final, and neither did England, and it all worked out for New Zealand in 24. But there is definitely certain games. You don't take any team lightly by any stretch of the imagination, and I think the conditions here will bring teams even closer together than what we saw in 24. But there's definitely games that are more higher stakes from a win and lose, especially if you think India, Australia, and South Africa
in a group. Well, we'll wrap up shortly, but Ish said Australia are the favourites. Are they your favourites, Katie? I mean, South Africa are the ones who have made the last 3 World Cup finals across 50 and T20, but where do you see the Australian team right now and for this tournament?
Never underestimate Australia. I think interestingly enough, they've just come in as they're just saying, look, there's no pressure on us. The pressure's on the defending champions in New Zealand, who probably also don't think that pressure's on them either. But I think for me, South Africa are the best balanced side within the tournament. The question that comes down on that South African side is, can they handle the pressure of actually arguably being the favourite team in the tournament? And does their team come together with the additional couple of players? How well do they come together as a group and understand that role clarity, which I 100% agree with Ish? How are they clear on what their roles are going to like Sune Luce is now opening the batting. Tasman Brits has gone down to number 3. Kayla Rainick is such an important player. Dane van Niekerk probably won't get a run in this side. She'll be competing with Rainicker, I would have thought, in terms of their 11. So for me, South Africa are the favourites, but how do they handle the pressure of that tag?
I still think Australia are the favourites. I just think the number of match winners they have in that lineup. I know they've disappointed in the last 2 World Cups, and that will hurt them. They're coming here to win. Under Sophie Molyneux, I think they enjoy her captaincy. They enjoy how she approaches the game, and that winning mentality that they just seem to grow up with from an early age. They're coming to a World Cup to win. We saw what happened after 2017. They lost in the semi-final there, and they came back a much stronger team under Meg Lanning to just dominate for a few years there. But look, it is wide open. The last thing I'll say about this World Cup, I remember 2009, and on the back of the One Day World Cup, we thought, okay, the country are going to get behind us. We've won the 50-over World Cup. We're in the T20 World Cup final. The men have been knocked out early. We're their last hope to be able to kind of lift the trophy. We were the curtain raiser to the Pakistan-Sri Lanka game. And I remember being in the coach on the way from the hotel to the ground. And, I was really excited about this is going to be a new phase for women's cricket in this country. And I looked out the window, and the pub was showcasing, they were advertising the Pakistan-Sri Lanka men's game. So there was no mention of us playing in the final of a World Cup. And that's when I was brought back down to earth. And I said, yeah, we've still got a long way to go here. We now have the girls up in Piccadilly Lights. Piccadilly Circus billboard. No other England cricket team have ever been up there. It's going to be a phenomenal moment for the sport, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, the fact that, memories of 2017 and the 50-over World Cup final here are so strong. That was such a transformative day, that one fixture alone, that now we've moved on even further from 2017 to 2026, another home World Cup and the final at Lord's. Following on from, I think, even that momentum and visibility of the women's test match that will be staged here, off the back of the number of years of the 100 we've had, this ground is, people are used to coming to watch women's cricket at this ground, and a World Cup final now, it's going to be full here.
Let's go 16 years on. New Zealand, England. Here at
in
Lord's.
A test match.
No, don't worry about that. in the T20 World Cup final. Very first one to now, Isha. I love the synergy of that.
Isha, Katie, thank you. We will look forward massively to this T20 World Cup starting on home soil. The first match, England against Sri Lanka on the 12th. That is this Friday coming at Edgbaston, 6:30 p.m. start. We've got all the games for you. Live ball-by-ball commentary on BBC Sounds. And then the final here as well at the home of cricket. It's going to be an incredible spectacle. So many eyeballs on the game these days, and just so much at stake with the professionalism of the game and the talent that there is on show as well. Ground staff, I think, that might have grown in numbers out there in the middle with their brooms, sweeping the water off the covers and into the drain pipes. The floodlights are on. It feels a little bit murky again at the moment, but we haven't got that sort of mist and haze in the distance, which suggests more rain. So let's hope that there's enough of a dry spell for them to dry the outfield and eventually get the covers off. But yeah, at the moment, it's very, very early stages. No sign of these covers being removed whatsoever. So we will keep you entertained here on TMS. Reminder, New Zealand 55 for 5. England 5 wickets away from victory. New Zealand was set that target of 254. 2 wickets were snaffled by Ollie Robinson in the 2 little passages of play that we did manage before the rain came down just around about 10 past 2 this afternoon. Now, over 1,100 boys and girls teams from 820 state secondary schools across the UK are taking part in the inaugural Barclays Knight Stokes Cup. Now, the boys and girls final will be held at the main ground here at Lords on the 10th of September, with the winners of each final having their school names engraved on a new honours board in the writing room of the Lords Pavilion. Now, the writing room being the one as I'm looking across at the pavilion. It's on the ground level at the very right-hand side of the pavilion, beneath the away dressing room. Now, Angus Berry is here, who runs the tournament alongside our very own Michael Vaughan, who was instrumental in the idea behind it. Welcome to you both. Hello, Angus. How are you?
Hi, very good, thank you. Good to see you.
Great to see you too. One of you, just to give us the background, Angus, then perhaps of the Knight Stokes Cup. We can obviously see who it's named after, but yeah, tell us the premise of it and why it's important.
I think we've known for a long time that there isn't enough cricket played in state schools, and the opportunity to provide a competition that really put that talent on display and showcased it was something that we were really, really excited to do. And we were really fortunate that Michael and Mark Nicholas and Rick Lewis came up with this idea and came to us and said, look, we need someone to run this. And the MCC Foundation we've been working with in the state school sector and getting state school kids playing cricket for a long time, you know, we jumped at the chance, and the opportunity to kind of bring this vision together has been fantastic. And you know, the chance to play at Lords, the chance to come and step out here is a massive catalyst and a massive opportunity. So yeah, really excited that it's finally getting going and that we're not too far away now from seeing the teams out there.
Yep, I haven't actually said MCC Foundation that you're the chief executive of. That was, of course, the support behind the Cup. Michael, yeah, just tell us your involvement in it.
Well, a very simple story. I was playing golf in Scotland, and I was involved in an ECB state school task force, and it just triggered to me that no state school had ever represented itself at the home of cricket. There's been state school players play here, but from what I could recall, not a state school to come here and play. Obviously, I'm in many other schools, and went down into a pub in Scotland, and I was playing in a golf event. Rick Lewis, who Angus just mentioned, who is the founder of the Black Heart Foundation, is a good friend of mine. I mentioned the idea to him. He went, "We've got to make it happen." He said, "I will fund it." To start with, through the foundation, Mark Nicholas was in the pub, president of the MCC at the time.
Where the best ideas.
I went, "Marky, come here." He came over, said, "How about Lord's State School final?" He went outside. I don't know who he rang, actually, but he came back in 2 minutes later. He said, "Done deal." And then it was down to Angus and the team here to get together. An idea is one thing. To put it in place has taken a huge amount of work and a very skilled team to put all the pieces together, you know, and everyone's been fantastic, you know, and that's obviously the state schools who are getting the opportunity. The independent sector's been great to give grounds when state schools don't have facilities.
Yeah, this is a good question to ask, actually.
Club grounds have obviously given up their facilities as well to help the schools that don't have the facilities. And the most important thing about the tournament was there was no barriers. So if a school didn't have a field to play, we'd provide that. If a school hasn't got the kit, we'll make sure that we provide the kit as well. And you know, I think the first initial meetings we were a bit nervous about how many teams would enter. You know, particularly in the girls department, we're like, "Oh, would there be enough, and would it be a big enough tournament?" Well, we've been absolutely staggered. I think we're at 370.
I've got 820 overall. 820 secondary schools, so over 1,100 boys and girls. I don't know whether you've got a number for the teams or the split between boys teams and girls teams who entered.
Yeah, it's nearly 40% of those are girls teams, which is
a brilliant number.
Which is fantastic.
And that was the first thing. We were all a little bit nervous for the amount of teams that we wanted to enter. We thought even if the first year we got 100 boys and 20 girls, that'd be great. So we just wanted to get the tournament up and running, and to see how many have joined this year has been absolutely incredible. And to think so many kids are playing a game of cricket this summer that necessarily wouldn't have done last year, and to think that they've got a chance of, it's a long road because you've got to win a lot of matches to get it, but there's Northern Finals at Headingley, so the counties have been really good in kind of providing venues as well for regional finals, and on September the 10th this will be finals day for 2 girls teams and 2 boys teams.
What an amazing occasion that will be, and playing into that inspirational piece. How challenging was it to, I suppose, get those partnerships together? Because you said there needs to be no barriers, but that is one of the biggest difficulties, isn't it, for kids to be playing cricket in state schools? Cricket requires so much space, equipment, and also having, I guess, coaches, PE teachers that can teach the game. And Chance to Shine obviously done a lot of work by getting that, starting cricket in state schools, and Mark Nicholas was a founder of that when it began in 2005. But yeah, was that seen as one of the first things you need to do is build these partnerships?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we realised quite quickly that there's pockets of really good stuff going on all around the country. There's Brighton Aldridge Academy down in Sussex doing fantastic stuff. There's a multi-academy trust up in Yorkshire that's working across a number of schools. They've just hired a director of cricket to work across 21 state schools. And how do we pull all of these different really good pockets together? And I think that's something that the MCC can do, and that we try and do as the foundation, is bring all of these different partners together. And when the idea was out there, we had a launch event here at Lord's. The number of emails I got for people offering help, it's fantastic. We've had over 100 independent schools kind of say, how can we get involved? We've had loads of different kit suppliers say, we'll give discounted equipment and we'll support where we can. So, it's really kind of showing cricket at its best, I think, is bringing all of these people together, because the game is stronger the more people we have playing it, and talent is absolutely everywhere. It can exist in a state school, an independent school, wherever it is. All they need is that opportunity to play it.
And what are the parameters for your team entering? Is it particular age groups, or is it just your best players from your school, throw them in?
So we've started under 15 this year. Big exam pressures, as we know, when you come into a year 11, under 16. So yeah, we've gone under 15 this year. I think given the success that we've had this year, we'd love to expand that across and, have new age groups playing every year. That would be fantastic. So yeah, under 15s this year, and that can be drawn from anyone who's in the years below as well. So yeah, giving a kind of a whole school an opportunity to get engaged.
And it's hardball cricket, and across how many overs?
Hardball cricket, 20 overs. It'll be a T20 game here. We've given a little bit of flexibility to the counties in the early round. I think Yorkshire and Lancashire have got to get down from over 150 teams. So, they've got to squeeze some games in pretty quickly. So there's a little bit of flexibility there. But, 10th of September out there will be 2 T20 games. And I think the quality is going to be something really fantastic.
Yeah. And how passionate have Heather Knight and Ben Stokes been to have their names attached to this trophy?
They were really humbled to have their name on such a prestigious trophy. And it's going to... from my point of view, it's not necessarily trying to find the next Heather or Ben. It's trying to create a community of cricket lovers. I just remember back at my school in Sheffield, Silverdale, we had an economics teacher called Mr. Kent, who was a cricket lover, and he put together a team. There was a bit of help from the sports department, but he really drove our cricket team. We were okay, but most of my mates played. They were footballers, and they just thought, we missed biology on a Tuesday afternoon. Chemistry, fantastic, great cricket. You get a lesson or two off. But, all those mates of mine from Sheffield, they're all cricket fans now. They don't play in the league on a Saturday, but they watch out for Yorkshire and they watch out for England. So it's just creating a wider, bigger cricketing community, and that's why it's a special event. It will grow. I mean, and I have to say the MCC have been tremendous, because I've been cheeky throughout the months. I at the lunch said, we'll have an honours board. I didn't ask, and they were, and it's happened.
Amazing, yeah.
Uh,
And I've kind of said, and we will have an under-13s tournament in time. And Angus has just said that's the kind of growth.
And anything else you want to wish for while we're on air? I mean, he's not under any pressure, only broadcasting to millions.
I also said the teams that come here, they'll get the same food as the players on match day. That's going to happen. So they've been absolutely fantastic, and there's a real want to make sure that the state sector is really looked after, and this tournament will get bigger and bigger over the years.
Yeah, and I guess it's all about, in the wider cricket ecosystem, things dovetailing, different programmes fitting together. I mean, I go down to the local cricket club where I've got a niece and nephew, and my niece is now 12, but she came through playing All-Stars and then Dynamos cricket, the ECB setup, and my 6-year-old nephew has now started All-Stars. But you go along and it's just boys and girls at that age playing together, and it's completely normalised that boys and girls both play cricket, and of course they're growing up in that age group seeing this at the very top level of the game on their TVs, where men and women are playing cricket alongside and at the same time on the same day in the same kind of kit, the same razzmatazz, everything. And so yeah, these matches is kind of another phase, isn't it, for those kids who might play in those programmes but they go to a school that doesn't have a big cricket tradition. This gives them an avenue to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and there's great links with the schools and the work that Angus and the MCC Foundation were already doing. You know, the link between obviously school and then the clubs has got to be a strong one. That's where I started. I started at Silverdale and I played for Sheffield Collegiate. There was a link with the school, you know, and we just want to grow the cricketing community. It's a real special game, and I think this proves that there is a want. And there is a love of the game. It's just that opportunity, and now they've got that opportunity. It's great to see so many teams entering.
Yeah, I've just seen that the figures here then, 783 boys teams, 374 girls teams. If schools want to get involved next year, Angus, having listened to this and thought this sounds like a great initiative, what do they have to do?
So go to the website, go to the MCC website. There's a Knight Stokes Cup section on there, and they can register their interest. I'd also say badge your teacher, come down here on the 10th of September, get your cricket team down here, get your entire school down here, because it's going to be a fantastic showcase for what state school cricket is, and see it on show, see what you could potentially do next year.
The finals day I know because Rick Lewis, who runs the Placard Foundation, is an American fella that likes to put on an event.
Oh, a bit of razzmatazz.
So this will have something potential that Lords hasn't seen on September the 10th.
Wow, even bigger than the 100 final where we...
Just watch this space. Watch this space. It'll be a great occasion, and you know, to see 4 state school teams playing at the home of cricket. You know, we've got to work on the pitch. We've got to just...
Well, I was going to say...
Sorry, I've just got to work on the deck, but it's going to be absolutely fine.
What about teachers, though, Angus? That's a really important point as well, because it might be a school where kids are saying, well, that sounds like fun, like, can we enter this? But actually there's a bit of nervousness for teachers who don't yet know cricket or haven't had exposure themselves to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the next things for us as the MCC Foundation is to look at what comes next. You know, how do we support the schools that have both entered already but maybe don't feel like they've been able to enter so far? So we're looking at things like teacher CPD, so going into schools, providing coaching for teachers so they feel confident in that environment. And also, you know, what does investment into state secondary schools look like as well? Because we know that we want to create a culture of cricket in those secondary schools, and I think that's for us the next step. The Knight Stokes Cup is an incredible competition that really has launched something and launched some real interest. For us, we're also looking at the legacy of that. What does that mean? What's the long-term vision for it? Because, you know, we've got 1,100 teams. You know, we want to grow that every year. So how do we get those next batch in? That's what's for us next.
What does the actual trophy look like?
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's
Any giveaways?
Well, it's made by the same company that made the 100 ball. The FA Cup.
Are the kids going to be able to lift it? That's enormous. That weighs a ton.
I've been very
trophy.
fortunate to have it in my hands. It's a beauty.
Nice.
Yeah, it's not like let's go the European Cup. The massive one. They'll be able to lift it.
Yeah, it'd be special. It'd be special. I mean, yeah, you touched briefly on sort of your experience of playing cricket, but like your own kids, I guess, were fortunate to grow up in a household where they had an England captain as a dad. I often wonder about the link between clubs, which again, if players get their opportunity at school, they might then look at their local club to continue playing. But do you think there's something in Michael? In Australia, when an Australian squad is announced, you get in brackets, sure, it's got, New South Wales, South Australia, whatever, their state team, but then you always get their club highlighted as well. Is that something that England could do? And it takes nothing, does it, to say, Mark, Wood, Durham, Ashington alongside. What kind of impact could that have?
Or their school.
Or their school. Have it all. Show a pathway.
Yeah, I mean, all those things, all the links that you can provide that links obviously the players at the top level and remind everybody where they've come from.
And it gives pride, doesn't it, to the club or the school that produced that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's great for the game if we can link everything together. It's just, from my perspective, it's just great to know that there's a real want for cricket. You know, I think there's enough barriers in cricket, and we're always a little bit reluctant to kind of push cricket towards everyone. Yeah. Well, it proves that over 1,100 teams on year one. You know, I think we're only at about 23% of the state school sector. So the growth of this tournament is huge. It can grow and grow and grow. And over the course of the next few years, I'm pretty sure. The good thing is we've obviously got some good backers. We've got a really good sponsor in Barclays, and we managed to have a really nice fundraiser here at Lord's, which future-proofs the tournament for the next few years. So that's all looked in. The kids can now just look forward to play a bit of cricket, create a bit. You mentioned something about Lancashire, didn't you, about what's gone on?
Yeah, so met a guy who's at a school in Lancashire. He's in the Lancashire under-18 pathway team, and he's got two of his mates who go to the same school. They'd never had a cricket programme at the school before, though. And then they saw this, and they went to their teacher, they went to their mates and said, no, we want a team in this because we want to get to Lord's. And they won their mini group in Lancashire. They're through to the next round, and you know they could well come through all the way to Lord's, having never had a cricket programme before. And I think that's what this competition is all about. It's kind of sparking that interest.
I think I read that Greg James's old school. Here we go. Greg James old school.
Oh, Bishop Stortford. Yeah.
I think
first to qualify for the national round.
There you go. So Greg's old school team have got through to the next round. So they've
got matches on the 30th of June. They'll face the top two teams from Essex at Helsbury School on the 30th, and then the winning school of that four will qualify for the last 16. There you go.
Greg's school. Yeah, that's great. There's going to be so many stories, and that's, you know, in the first year, you know, we're all a bit nervous about how it's going to.
Got any schools from Wellingborough? I'm now eyeing up whether my old primary school, Our Ladies, is entered a team. I don't know.
Not off the top of my head.
I'll have to look down the list.
I guess you can't name every team.
Not yet. I'm working.
All 800 odd.
Working on it.
Look, good luck. Great to hear about it. And that final here is going to be an immense occasion for the teams that get through, and hopefully a huge inspiration piece for more kids that just say to their teachers, we could play at Lord's, let's get a team together. Angus Berry, thank you. Michael, I don't know whether you're staying for the moment, so I think we're going to have a bit of a chat with Simon, who's about to move in here. So I'll let Simon move in. I'm afraid it started raining again, so after seeing the ground staff out there sweeping the water off the covers into the drain pipes, they have firmly retreated, and now the stewards are standing around with their ponchos on as well. It's a stoical effort from them in the rain always, isn't it? But it's filled in again, I'm afraid. New Zealand had reached 55 for 5. So England, well, they've still got plenty of time in the match to take 5 more wickets. But the spectators who are here today have seen 2 very short passages of play so far. But as we are 4:10 in the afternoon, we'll continue to chat. And Simon Mann is here to do just that.
Thank you, Ali. We're going to have a look at our Lord's memories in just a moment. It's a pretty grim scene at the moment. It's actually hard to imagine there's going to be any more play today, but we can go quite deep into the day, and there are only 5 wickets left to take, so they may be tempted to hang on a bit longer than normal, say, with a call-off. I think the radars indicate them it might stop about 5 o'clock, so then it will be a race against time. We talk about an hour to clean up, so if it did stop at 5, potentially at 6, we could get underway. But are we going to get more rain? That's the question. We do feel as though we've been fighting against the elements all day today. We've actually had 3 passages of play, and what is it in all results? We've had 9 overs today, just about 9 overs. New Zealand going from 36 for 3 to 55 for 5. They've lost a couple of wickets. Ravinder bowled by Robinson for 8, and then Daryl Mitchell, umpire's call LBW to Robinson for 0. So 53 for 4, 53 for 5.
9.4 overs, I think, and 2 wickets for 19 runs. Yeah. I think the DRS count is now New Zealand have been on the wrong end of 4, England on the wrong end of 2. So,
well, umpire's calls, you mean?
Umpire's calls, sorry.
Yeah. So it's been a very frustrating day for spectators who had a ticket today. I suppose the one thing, if there is no more play today, they have seen a bit of play and they will get all their money back because we haven't had 15 overs. Okay, right, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about memories of Lords. This is the 150th Test match to be played on this ground. The first Test match was played here in 1884, and since then, of course, there have been many stunning highlights.
Simon, can I start?
Archer bowls it, it's clipped away into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. The throw is picked up, they throw to the wicket-keeper's end. He's run out, is he? I think he's run out. England think he's run out.
Oh, hang on. Now, this is interesting. Bairstow's walked out of his crease. You're thinking it's the end of the over. Carey has flung the stumps down from long range. Bairstow stalks off. He's had a word there with the Australians going past. They could have withdrawn the appeal.
Bashir bowls. Siraj gets one that spins. He's bowled him! He's played on, and Bashir is leaping around. He's engulfed by his teammates. Siraj cannot believe it.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup in front of a packed house at Lords, who go nuts in the crowd.
In goes Stokes. Listen to the crowd. He bowls outside the off stump. It's caught in the gully. As Stokes, with 2 balls left in this over, is on his way. He's there. He bowls to McCullum. He's bowled him. He's bowled him first ball.
And he's given him. That's all it took. They all had to come back. With just 3 deliveries, and Phil Tufnell takes 5 wickets again.
Agnew, 95 for 7 now. Lily's gone for 12. So some excellent bowling at the death by Leicestershire. Well, that's an extraordinary stroke. Because just as he played it, he had the feeling that he hadn't quite middled it. In fact, he did, and he's hit it for 6 and gone past the 200 mark to become only the 9th cricketer in the history of the game to make a double century at Lords.
Well, an eclectic mix of memories there. A fifer for Tuffers.
Yes.
A one-day cup win for Aggers playing for Leicestershire.
1985.
1985,
beating Gooch.
Yeah, well, a memorable day for you. And what we've done is we've got Tuffers together, and Michael is here as well, and Jonathan, just to look back actually at some of the memories at Lords. But Michael, before we heard that montage, you were desperate to get in and ask me something.
I thought we were talking about 150 Test matches. What were you doing in there, John, with the Leicestershire? Was that just...
Memories of Lords.
Okay, I thought it was like the Test matches.
Memories of Lords.
Happy memory. I've got a quiz for us. Phil Tufnell at Lords.
Yeah.
How many balls do you think Philip Tufnell has bowled here at the home of cricket?
I must have bowled a few.
What, in county cricket as well?
Yes, all Test matches and county cricket. How many balls has Philip Tufnell...
Take my calculator out. How many years did you play, Tuffers?
18 years.
I'll give you a clue. He played 96 matches.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. 96.
There you go.
Times.
It's not easy doing arithmetic on the air.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
a few thousand,
17,000.
Very not bad, I guess. He bowled 23,039 balls here at Lords. he got 1,101 maidens, 347 wickets, which is very good. 96 matches.
Yeah.
807 runs.
Lovely.
He scored.
Listen, we had a very good batting lineup at that time. I wasn't required quite.
That's a lot of balls, Phil.
It's a lot of balls.
How many did you lose?
I loved it. No, loved every minute of it playing here. Let's be honest, as a young kid walking into Lords, that hadn't really wanted to be a professional cricketer or anything, sort of fell into it a little bit. But that walk in, I can remember with me Tesco's bags over my back with me boots in. To do...
You had your boots in your...
Yeah, that was for the MCCYCs, and we were all meeting up in the dressing room, the home dressing room. And I've turned up, and I just went, wow, this is some place.
Did you not have a kit bag?
Not really. No? Not in those days. There was all the other fellas in blazers with sort of Esker on them and everything, and I managed to sort of get in and turn up, and got told off by Don Wilson.
Yes.
Don Wilson. Yes. What a touch to have that as your main mentor at the MCCYCs and England left arm spin bowling.
A great man too.
Yeah, he was a great lad, and I can just remember.
What year was you?
Don't ask me about the years, Mike. It must have been 84, 5 or something.
That was the first time you came here.
Yeah, first time I came through those gates. Yeah,
I played with Derek Pringle here when I was 16. We were playing for sort of England schools knockout type thing. You progressed. You got to play the armed forces or something like that. It was back in the day when all those sorts of games were played here. But that was my first. I was 16 when I first played here, and you never forget the first time.
No, you
well,
don't.
you never forget any time really.
No.
Just the smell of the place when you walk in the pavilion, and all the stewards and the tea trolley trundling up the corridor. All those sorts of wooden trolley.
Yeah. My first, I said it the other day, Mike Gatting giving me a Duncan Fernley bat. I was young cricketer or top scorer in, I think it was 1988. And I think the Daily Telegraph had sponsored it. And Gat gave me down in the tavern stand in the boxes. And the Middlesex, you might have been playing. Middlesex were playing, and I got invited down. And my school got a kit bag with £1,000 worth of kitting to take back to Sheffield. Silverdale Comp were happy with that. Yeah, so that was my first arrival here at Lord's.
Yeah, and I think my first game of cricket I've ever seen was at here as well. My dad took me here, Middlesex. I can't quite remember who it was, and I can remember Don Bennett, who was my coach.
Very patient man, Don.
20 years. I can remember watching him bowl, and must have only been about 8 or something. I don't know. So that was my first sort of game of cricket I watched was at Lord's, but it was a big thing, wasn't it? Son, we're going to Lord's.
Yes.
What?
Okay. Gillette Cup final, 71, my first game here.
Yeah, there you
sitting
go.
in the old grandstand.
What, the first game you came to watch?
Yeah, I was 11 years old.
Yeah.
And watched Lancashire Kent playing here in the Gillette Cup final. And Peter Lever bowling from this end. I said to my dad, that's who I want to be. I want to be Peter Lever.
Was Bumble playing?
Bumble's playing.
Was he?
Jack Bond was captain. Yeah. And so, I mean, it works out in a silly way. Bumble, Barry Wood. I could go through that team. Harry Pilling, Clive Lloyd, Farouk Engineer, all Ken Shuttleworth, Lever Lee. You go through that team.
Were you sat in the stands or just... Because I
used in the grandstand.
Yeah, my memories of Lord's are actually on the telly. I used to absolutely adore the finals.
Oh, yeah.
The NatWest final.
They were pitch black. It was pitch black.
Oh, I'd just sit by it all day. I'd get the scorebook out and I'd score the game. And
did you?
Honestly, I did, yeah. I used to always do that, and I used to always kind of wanted to be the fans by the boundary rope that ran on.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you be? She's saying, why would you sit in the stands where you can sit on the grass? Get ready to run on.
They did run on too. They ran on at the World Cup final, didn't they? Of course, chaos.
Yeah.
With the Australia West Indies.
Yes, they did in 1975. So those are your sort of first memories of coming in. We've all asked you to select your sort of favourite kind of playing, commentating memories of being here. I don't know if you can still remember the ones you gave at sort of 1:30 today, but I've got a list, fortunately, for you. But Jonathan, let's start. Leicestershire 85, winning the Benson Hedges Cup.
Yes. We never won anything. And what was lovely about that was, yes, we were playing Essex. And so they were a good side, and they were used to winning things. And we didn't do as well as we should, actually. We had a really very good side. But to come and play, but what I loved about the finals in those days, and that was the one that we played, but also the semi-finals, which were big days as well, you saw all the members who loyally followed you through at Grace Road, year after year after year with nothing. And suddenly there they are, sitting over in the grandstand or whatever. It's all those familiar faces. And it's a great day. Those finals here, and it's such a shame that they've lost that.
Yeah,
because they really were, and it was a county cricketer's day out, and it was absolutely fantastic. And a couple of memories of that game. We were in the visiting side. That's where we were, and it was all getting a bit tense. And I remember Paddy Clift, Peter Woolley played really well. Paddy Cliff waiting to go in, and a great section of the ceiling of the dressing room just fell down straight on his head as he was waiting to go out the back. I don't know why it fell down. I was sharing a house with Gordon Parsons, the old fast bowler Gordon, and he bowled beautifully. He bowled something like 11 overs for 30 or something. He bowled beautifully. And in those days, of course, you rushed back in time for the high. But there was no champagne. There was no celebration. We won the game, drove home. There was just nothing. And so he said, come on, let's get back and watch the highlights. Obviously, he wanted to watch himself. So he got back to our flat, got it on just in time, watched the highlights. And because he'd taken 0 for 30, you did not see him in the whole programme. You didn't see him bowl a ball. You didn't see him field the ball. He didn't bat. Gordon Parsons did not feature at all.
But you got a wicket, so you must have featured.
I tell you who I got out. I got out, what's his name? He was the crazy fellow from Essex. Alan Lilly. Alan Lilly. Yeah, I bowled him out. Great fun, old Lil. Yeah. Oh, it was the county cricketers and the county cricket supporters' day out, and it was absolutely brilliant.
I think in the 90s when I first started in county cricket, the only thing I wanted to do was play in a Lord's final. Yeah. I didn't have any ambitions or kind of goals at that time to play for England. I just want to take Yorkshire. And
we had two. You had Gillette Cup and Benson Hedges. Yeah. Or the NatWest as the Gillette Cup came, and the nice thing actually, we actually balanced the season out well because you played the Benson and Hedges rounds first at the start of the season. There were zonal games, and one or two got affected by the weather, but it was like a league. So if you lost one or two to weather or something, it didn't really matter. So you played those at the start of the season.
That's when the minor counties were involved.
We got beaten by Shropshire. Minor counties up there. So anyway. And then, when the Benson Hedges was done, all the qualifying rounds, then he started playing county cricket, championship cricket, and that started sort of early May. Pitch is nice, weather warmed up a bit, So it actually gave a good starting balance to the season playing as Benson Hedges game.
Did you play in the Lord's final, Mike? I can't remember.
Yeah, we. I think we lost to Gloucester in 1, and we beat Somerset here in 2002. Matthew Elliott got 100, smashed caddy all over the place. I actually took a very good catch in that.
You did?
I did. I did. I caught Trescothick flying one-handed at cover. I know you're all looking at me like I'm lying. I did. Look at you on YouTube.
Well, a bit surprised.
Yeah. Well, no, it's stuck.
Well, Jack, who put this put that compilation together, you heard at the start, you didn't manage to find that catch, Michael. I'm not sure it did exist. Did you play in Lord's Final, Tuffers? You'd have played in Lord's Final,
No. We had, Philippe and John Embry sort of thing. I was always sort of lurking around.
So were they considered better one-day bowlers then, were they?
Yes, that's right.
When Ramps played as a 17-year-old.
That's right, against Worcester here.
Yeah, were you in the squad?
I was in the squad. I was 12. But didn't get in. No, I didn't get in. It started at 10:30 or something, and the phrase nipped it around all over the place. So it was sort of like, let's go and have a look at the wicket. Well, we got Embers. It's 10:30. It's going to do all sorts. Sorry, Cat. You're right. You're 12ers, but I can remember. We had a good one-day side. I can remember being on the balcony and being part of 2 or 3. I think.
Were you actually fielding 12 men?
I think they might have got a youngster in. Well, I was a youngster then. Yeah, I think I was. I think I might have run a drink out or something, or a pair of gloves.
You've all given us your 5 top memories, and that was one of yours, Jonathan, yes. The Leicestershire winning the 1985 Benson Hedges Cup, but also some other moments from you as well. So you went for Stokes bowling against New Zealand in 2015, getting McCullum and Williamson out. Actually, we heard that in the compilation at the start.
I got it because of the crowd, really. I mean, this place is normally quite quiet and respectful. The World Cup final was different. This is a Test match. And that spell from Stokes, his bowling from this end, was electric. And he bowled brilliantly, swung the bowled fast. And to get McCullum second, he got 2 wickets.
First ball he got
First ball, and the whole place just looked
whoosh, there was a massive whoosh.
Yeah, so it was just one of those moments that you remember.
Great shout.
Yeah, just really for the crowd and the way that Stokes bowled that day.
He got 100 in the game as well. I think
he
the
did.
Fastest 100.
Very fast one. Yes, he did. Yeah, 100 balls more or less, I think.
Yeah. That's celebrated actually downstairs in the media centre. There's a big montage of photographs down there, and that's one of them. Michael, you went for Archer against Smith in the 2019 Ashes. Actually, you're slightly distracted at the moment. I think you found your catch on your phone.
You found it.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, John. Just have a look at that while I talk about Joffre Snell.
The replay of this.
Yeah,
off the Hogster.
Yeah, the Hogster just bowling to Trescothick, and I'm at. I don't know why I'm at cover pointish.
It's amazing how you found that so quickly, Mike.
Well, I have a few helpers.
Right. So you Archer versus Smith in 2009.
Again, it was the atmosphere and everything around Joffre and his arrival. Thanks, John. His arrival into the England team, and obviously bowling to, at the time, someone that was the best. And the way that he ran in from the pavilion end, and it was just brutal. And he just made Steve Smith, and he is a great player. He made him look very average for a short period of time. And obviously the blow, and then Marnus coming out, and there was obviously
hitting him as well.
Peppered Marnus, Labuschagne, and again, it's the atmosphere of this place. When something, Lords, they're a very knowledgeable crowd, and they can always kind of feel when something special is happening. And you're the same with Ben's spell against New Zealand back in the day, but you know, that occasion, the Ashes and Jofra Archer charging in. I don't think there's many better spectacles in cricket when a quick bowler is charging into a real quality batter, and there's a bit of chin music.
I can remember, I was commentating on that, and everyone was watching it. I can remember turning round, and there was like about 30 people in the back of the box. No one said anything. They were just going, just eyeballs wide, you know. Amazing. Slow pitch as well. And then old Marnus came out, knocked him over as well, didn't he?
Yes.
Got him sconed.
It's Tuffers, one of your memories. It says here, Tuffers is 5 for against Sri Lanka.
Oh, well, thanks very much.
That was one of yours, Tuffers. It wasn't one of ours, it was one of yours.
Well, I'm on the honours board. I know Michael's up there about 7 or 8 times. But, yeah, I mean, you come to Lords, don't you? And you want to get on the honours board, and I managed to achieve it. A very, very good Sri Lankan side.
Was it a flat wicket, Phil?
It was extremely flat. And managed to wheagle out 5 Sri Lankans.
Who did you get out?
I think it Hattura Singha, I think, Mahanamar, Gurasingha. Might have been, I don't know.
Aravinda?
Might have been Aravinda, but well, you know,
Wijigan Awardner.
But there you go. I'm not quite sure who it was, but you know, but to get 5 for and then get it at Lords and get on that, you know, it was an achievement. You know, I was absolutely delighted with myself. Everyone can remember as a kid growing up, you know, and you hear all you lot talking on the radio about honours boards and everything. I wanted to do it, and did it.
Did they do? So what year was that?
God knows.
Well, it's mid-90s, yeah?
Mid-90s.
I think Sid Lawrence played and Jack Russell played.
Let's bring Zoltz in. Go on, Zoltz.
Well, mixed up a few games. I think the Lawrence and Russell played in '88. Toughest one was 1991. The five batters dismissed: Hattura Singha, Asanka Gurusingha, Roshan Mahanamar, Hashan Tilakarat, wicketkeeper, dogged player, and number 11 Don Anurasiri.
Oh, so you didn't get Aravinda out there?
I can remember who gave me my 5 and it was the number 11. It was John Hampshire. And LBW. Didn't get him used to get too many LBWs. And I thought, I'm not going to get my 5.
Was it missing?
Might have been.
Yeah. did they do the tape on the board back in the day when you came back in the dressing room?
No, because that was to win the game. That was to actually then win the game. So I got the 5, won the game, and we all got up. And I've got a wonderful picture, actually, very emotional photo, actually, say of Sid Lawrence, Hugh Morris. Yeah, lovely picture, and myself, Daffy, Chris Lewis. All that England side on that sort of like a really good selfie.
You know, people are quite obsessed with the honours board, right? Yeah. But they're only a recent thing. They weren't there when I played.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, the honours board didn't exist.
No.
So when did the honours board come
I don't know, but it's certainly after I finished anyway.
Really?
There weren't any honours boards up. Yeah. It's a new concept. They're everywhere now, aren't they? Most grounds have an honours board.
Well, didn't you must have felt chuffed when you got your first ton here, Mike? Yeah, on the honours board.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was against Sri Lanka.
Oh, there you go.
I think I want you to join yourself against Sri Lanka, Phil. Oh yeah, I mean, I think you play for England. That's a tick, isn't it? You've got your England cap, and the next thing you want is 100. I got 100 at Old Trafford, and then your next thing is like, I want 100 at Lords. Got 100 at Lords, and you kind of tick these things off. But yeah, the honours board was huge. From when I was growing up.
A motivator.
Yeah, it was. I remember playing against Middlesex here.
Had to find out when
in the 90s, and we played on a pitch right that it was in line with the away dressing room.
That's right. I got you out, Mike.
Did you?
Yeah, bowled you. I think you had about 120.
Did you get me out?
I did get you out, bowled, Mike. Turned forward offensive. You went like that.
Was that first innings or second innings?
Well, I can't remember, but I did get you.
I think I got 100.
Yeah, you did get 100.
Yeah.
Two of you went for the Johnny Bairstow incident.
Oh, yes, that was great.
In the last Ashes.
With me and Phil.
Well, both of you went. Yeah, both of you went. Well, why did you go for that? Why has that resonated with you as a sort of a Lord's moment?
I just thought
kicked
it was
off.
Yeah, everything around it was dramatic. It was controversial. The long room. You know, the reaction from the members, the reaction from the England team, the reaction when they came back out. Stuart Broad, I think he was having a pop at one of the Aussie players when they were coming out to bat. I mean, it just...
And then Stokes...
and I think we all said it, this place has a history of great atmosphere at Keema. I'd never known this place...
No, it was angry.
So angry.
It was a Sunday, wasn't it? There's a bit of a different feel to a Sunday here.
Yeah.
Stuart said something like, "That'll haunt you forever," or something like that to Alex Carey.
Yeah.
As he came up, he said that, and you could hear it down the... It wasn't quite those words.
Had you interviewed Rishi Sunak that day?
That would be on the Saturday or the Sunday. It might be on the Saturday.
Oh, was it? No, because I have a memory of Rishi Sunak sort of going absolutely...
Oh, perhaps it was a Sunday.
Yes, I have a memory of the Prime Minister going, that's an absolute disgrace.
He does like his cricket.
Yeah, it was like a bear pit. And then Stokesy got that 155, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely
right.
teed off. And I can remember Steve Smith dropped one down there, and all the crowd were on him. Oh, it's amazing.
He just knew it. He knew. I was commentating, and just knew if it was given out, it was going to kick. You just knew it was going to kick off.
Yeah.
And it was interesting doing that because, so I was commentating with Glenn McGrath. There was no doubt in my mind as a commentator that's ended the over. Through it goes, boom. And actually, what they don't show in many of the clips is the umpire actually taking the sweater out, and he's handing it to the bowler.
Correct.
All he didn't do was call over. But he had taken his sweater out and was doing that. Johnny Bairstow taps his foot in his ground deliberately, boom, walks out. And of course, we know what happened. So the thing I felt about that, and one day I don't know if I asked Pat Cummins or not about it, but I wonder if Pat Cummins slightly regrets that opportunity that he might have had, because all the stuff about Australia cheating, bad sports, and the whole place was shouting about Aussies always cheating.
Incredible.
England, they were winning that game. That could have been the moment where he really made a decision that could have killed all that stuff forever. And I just wonder, when the third umpire was reviewing it, if he just said to Johnny Bairstow, I won't do it this time, Johnny, but you do that again, you're out. What the image of Australian cricket might have been.
I've heard him speak about it. I don't think he'll ever.
No, he won't.
No,
I interviewed him afterwards. He was steaming down there at the response.
Skilled, Johnny was dozy, and in the rules of the law of cricket, it was out.
Well, it was. If you take it to the nth degree, it was out. Absolutely.
It did kick off, and then you could see Stokesy was absolutely furious.
You were angry, Phil.
Well, we was all angry. I was livid up here, but I can remember, then Stokesy just smashing sixes when it was going.
Stark was bowling quick, and he kept on just almost sweeping him into the tavern stand.
And the chairs, it was brilliant.
Yes. It was.
I think Australia, just talking to Australians, we were there over the winter, I think that they're utterly bemused by the English reaction, aren't they? They just cannot understand it. It was like, well, why, the bloke's out of his crease, why wouldn't you sort of roll the ball at the stumps and get rid of him?
It's our old friend, the spirit of cricket again, and people's perceptions of it, that line, are in different places.
Yeah, they are completely different. Yeah. I don't think Pat. Well, I mean, he might when he's 70. I don't know, but
a hero.
I don't think he does now. But I think you're right in the sense that it turned the game, didn't it? It kind of it almost opened the way for England. They weren't quite able to go through the door actually, because you look at it. I think England needed 70 with 4 wickets left, which wasn't a bad. Ultimately, it wasn't a bad position to be in, and then Stokes was out, and then they rather crumbled, didn't they?
I mean, I don't think Stokes would have played the way he did without that incident.
No.
I think it really
it was a spark.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and Broad played well. He came out, didn't he?
Yeah,
he played nicely. He was the usual Stewart. He was kind of being a pest.
Well, do you remember he kept asking to get permission to leave his ground, didn't he? He kept going around when he was really going over the top with it. But the atmosphere down there by the pavilion at the end, where we get sent down to do the end, I'd never known anything like it.
I think a couple of members got sort of barred.
Oh, they were suspended, weren't they? But they manhandled the Australians, which is totally out of order.
Oh, absolutely.
And the members there at Lords are in a very fortunate position. I mean, there aren't many sporting places like this, venues like this, where you're so close to the players. Yeah. And it's a privilege. And if they want it's sanitised and no one allowed in there when the players come through, well, that's the way to guarantee it, isn't it? So, yeah, that was unfortunate.
John, you went for a long way back now. Bob Massey's 16 wickets.
Yes. Well, that was the first game of cricket.
1972.
Yeah. That was. I remember watching it entirely on television. I was 12, black and white telly at home. And it's one of those, it sounds a bit of a sad childhood, but I'd sit and watch the test match, curtains drawn. Mum would come in at lunchtime, be served lunch at lunchtime and have a bit of cup of tea at tea time. And you'd live the test match. But the point was, you then went out afterwards. And I had a brother who's 2 years younger than me. And he'd go out and copy your heroes in the garden. You'd watch them on the telly, which, of course, the fortunate ones can do now, and but many can't. But that was absolutely mind-boggling to see how Bob Massey swung that ball. some incredible deliveries. I mean, cleaning up batsmen from round the wicket with massive in-swingers. And it was absolutely incredible. And Dennis Lilly was tearing it as well. You know, there was lots about it, and people who we've got to know very well playing: Rod Marsh, Ian Chappell, Keith Stackpole, people that, you know, as English people, we're not supposed to like. But actually, as we do this job, you get to know what great people they are. But the main thing was just watching and being spellbound by how Bob Massey bowled that day. And again, it's, you know, I do tell this story sometimes, but years later, I'm working with Bob at the Wacker on a test match for ABC Radio, and he just said, you know, you're a bit of a hero. I didn't, you know, because those sort of memories stay with you, don't they? And he said, mate, I'm having a barbie tonight. You want to come along? And I said, well, yes, I'd love to, Bob. So I got invited to his house, and on the way there in the taxi, I thought, I wonder what he's got. And sure enough, I got in the house, and there in the trophy cabinet were the 2 balls from the game. And he saw me just gazing at them. He said, mate, I said, I watched the Bob. That game meant so much. He said, mate, do you want to hold them? And I said, yes, Bob, I'd love to. So I held Bob's balls in my hand, and it was like sort of, you know, turning the clock back to the age of 12 and watching that incredible spell of bowling.
Were they heavy?
Well, they were just as you would expect, but they were mounted, I think, from memory, and quite shiny. But yeah, one of those things, you know, it makes you turn the clock back, and yeah, memories, Simon.
Results remind us a bit more about that game.
Well, Massey took 8 in both innings. It was his debut, finished with match figures of 16 for 137 in a game that Australia won, part of a drawn 2-all series. At that point, the 3rd best figures in Test history. Now the 4th best, Narendra Hawani, also on debut, 16 for 136 for India against West Indies. Massey only played 5 more Tests and took 15.
Never swung the ball again.
15 more wickets in his career.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. And I've talked to Ray Lingworth about it, who was the England captain, a typical Illy. He said, well, whenever we batted, the sun went behind the cloud, whenever we bowled, the clouds went away. So he's sort of suggesting, you know, that Bob swung them around under cloud cover. There was talk about, you know, lip salve and that sort of stuff, but nah, it was just one of those extraordinary things.
Michael, you went for a game, as we move on, you went for a game in the early part of the 21st century, where Cork and Gough won a game here.
They bowled beautifully as well, yeah.
Against West Indies.
West Indies, yes, that's
right.
it. I actually, I got brought into the team. I think Nasser broke his finger at Edgbaston. I think I went 1-0 down in the series. Came here, Stewie was captain. If my memory is correct, I think the West Indies got about 280 odd in the first innings, and then we were bowled out quickly. I think they had a lead of 134, and then Caddick, Gough, and Cork came out and bowled them out for 54. And I think we needed 190 to win. And then the lights were on, it was gloomy. You know, we carried on in those days. We actually played, and Kirtley and Courtney were running in. And, you know, we just managed to, I think me and Ath put on a few, but took forever. And then at the end, I think Corky got 30 odd not out.
He did.
And Goughy had to wheel himself out to get a few at the end as well, maybe 4 or 5, but it was on a knife edge. It was, again, that was my first kind of experience of the crowd here at Lord's. You know, the atmosphere, it was jam-packed, and Kirtley, Courtney kind of running. I think
Cork was brilliant.
I think Franklin Rose was playing for the West Indies as well, and King. I think they were running in. And yeah, Cork around that time, I mean, for a lot of his career, he knew how to win a game.
Yeah.
He knew how to win a game with the ball, but with the bat as well. He'd done it many times for Derbyshire.
Competitive sounds.
Yeah, and he came out and he was, a bit like Stuart Broad, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of in a bit of a pest. And then he hit I think it was through extra cover or through the cover point region, hit the boundary to win the game. And that was us back in the series, and we ended up obviously winning the Wisden Trophy for him.
And he pointed to somebody very obviously.
Yes, he did.
I never knew who it was. No, that was Nasser. But Cork pointed deliberately to somebody down here, and I often wondered who. I'll have to ask him next time.
I think there's a picture of it downstairs in our tea room, and he is holding up some sort of...
Or perhaps he was. I was getting confused with the NASA one.
No, well, NASA, of course, did that as well. Might have been to you,
I saw him in the lift 2 days ago. He said, you're not going to talk to me about interviewing. I said, well, I might mention that gesture. He said, well, you'll get a mention then. So I was quite flattered to be one of those three, actually.
Was I right with those numbers, Zols?
You were very close. West Indies 267, England 134 all out, so a lead of 133. So you were one out there. West Indies all out 54, England 191 for 8 to win by 2 wickets on the second day of that game.
It was second day, wasn't it?
Yeah,
all 4 teams back. All 4 innings were.
At the end of West Indies' first innings, at the end of the first day, they were 9 down, and the whole of England's first innings and West Indies' second innings, and England just batted 7 balls at the end of the day in their second innings. So the majority of that chase on day 3, and it was a thrilling. A similar bit to there was a Pakistan test here in 1992 that had a sort of similar ending, with Pakistan beating England with Wacker and Wasim in another sort of dramatic, fluctuating game.
And that was a significant victory actually for England, wasn't it? Because they had a pretty low ebb through the 90s, end of the 90s, and it was kind of the first step back, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and I'm pretty sure. It was at the end of that series. I think we won 3-1.
Yeah,
we won at Headingley, a 2-day game.
That's right.
Yeah, 2-day game at I think again Gough and Caddy. I think Caddy got 4 in an over.
Yeah, that's right.
And then we won at the Oval. I think that was I think we drew. I think it was Stewie's 100th test at Old Trafford that we drew. I think there was a draw at Old Trafford, and then went to the Oval and we won at the Oval. And it was a 3-1 set. I think then we went to Pakistan and won in Pakistan or Sri Lanka first, Pakistan. I can't remember which one came first, but it was around that period. Yeah, started to play some decent cricket and gather a bit of a team.
Didn't sort of Courtney Walsh bowl like 18 overs or something on the spin or something? Just wouldn't stop.
Just Walsh and Ambrose.
Yeah, just Walsh and Ambrose.
How are you going to play against the West Indies? Just Walsh and Ambrose.
Yeah,
if you got to King and Franklin Road, there was a few shots played.
Yeah. They didn't mind a bowl, those two fellas, crikey.
Another of your memories, Jonathan, it also involves the West Indies. Gordon Greenwich's double 100 here.
Well, see, I didn't play in that game, but it was I played a couple of games later. And, of course, my friend David Gow was captain. And I just remember, we talked about it the other day when we interviewed him. That declaration, and it's quite interesting how the press kind of put pressure on you, don't they, to do this and do that. It's always easier for up-here declarations. It's that classic case of it happens a lot. The media saying, declare, it's ridiculous, batting on far too long, and all that sort of stuff. And, of course, David did batted on, and I think he declared just before lunch. Andy can check that out. I can't remember what the actual score was that they needed, but it was well over 300.
344.
Yeah, and they smashed them off. Was it 1 wicket down? It was. I mean, they absolutely romped it.
That was a run out.
It was. It was a run out. I mean, it was Gordon Greenwich was an incredible batsman, and we played against him a lot. Obviously, when he played for Hampshire, and if he came out limping, you knew you were in trouble because he didn't bother running. He just stood there and he smashed a great cutter, great hooker, and he's just one of those. He's a brilliant batsman. But it was just one of the. Yeah, I teased David about it a bit, obviously. But it was just an example of. People talk about that West Indies team. They talk about the bowlers. But actually, their batting was absolutely awesome as well. Was it Larry Gomes who also got runs in that one? I mean, such an understated, hardly ever talked about batsman who just calmly ran things around at number 3. Go on, Andy. What were the
played for Middlesex, didn't he, Larry Gomes?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So England declared 300 for 9 on day 5. They'd been 287 for 7 overnight. West Indies chasing 342, 344 for 1 in 66.1 overs at 5.2 and over.
Yeah, I mean, those days.
Yeah, it's still one of the quickest innings ever played. Greenwich 214 off 242. The 1 wicket was a run out. That was Desmond Haynes, and Larry Gomes 92 not out.
What was our attack then? Because I think was it Willis, Foster?
Willis, Ian Botham, who took 8 in the first innings, 0 for 117 off 20 in the second innings. Derek Pringle, Neil Foster, and Jeff Miller was the spinner.
Just on Gordon Greenwich, we were with Sean Udall, the ex-Hampshire Middlesex England player. Just a few days ago, we said, "Come on, Sean, what's your best team that you've ever played with. You know, you've got to pick an 11 from those that you've played with. And he went, oh, let's go through. He said that Matthew Hayden, played with Hayden. David Warner, played with David Warner here at Middlesex. Good opening pair. Number 3, Gower. They went number 4, Robin Smith, judge. Number 5, Kevin Peterson. 6, Freddie Flintoff. Number 7, Adam Gilchrist, played with Gilly here at Middlesex. Shane Warner, 8. Wazzy Makram at 9. Yeah. Malcolm Marshall at 10. Jimmy Anderson, 11. We were like, what a team. And then we're in the green room after just chatting away. And he went, oh, I forgot Gordon Greenwich. What a team that is.
Ridiculous. We were trying to play it next door.
Yeah, we were.
Getting a bit thin.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've picked your team, have you, that you played?
Well, we'll do it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perhaps for another rain. Don't do it now.
It's a good game.
Yeah, it's a good game. Yeah, I mean, he was a fabulous player, wasn't he, Gordon Greenwich?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So watch for the limp. If he turned up limping,
run for the hills.
Yeah, I agree with you about you look at it now. He's 340. Sort of one-day matches. Teams sort of do quite well in that. Sometimes under that sort of chasing pressure, but it was the ease with which they did it, and it was sort of. Even though they were a great side, it felt unexpected, didn't it? Because David was getting so much stick for not pulling out early.
But also, in those days, there would not have been the minimum overs in a day, so you could slow it down. You could slow it down however you wanted, which I'm sure they did. But they still
they won well inside the distance. Yeah. Now all of you went for, I mean, an astonishing moment. The 2019. World Cup. So not a test match. This is the 150th test here, but everyone went for 2019. It was a strange day, wasn't it? Because it kind of wasn't a great game until the last hour. I remember Mark Woodall said, it was a horrible game. I sort of kind of hated the day, really. I hated the match. I remember him saying that when we talked to him about it. But
I can remember, there were so many different things. The bat that went for 4 off of Stokes, the drop catch, I think Trent Bolt dropped him there, and everything, the singing and everything. But I can just remember being in this commentary box. I think you actually was on with John at the end, and I was sort of hauled off because I just kept going, run! It was just completely thankfully Aggers was there to sort of explain what was going on, but it was just such... Yeah, it was crazy. You got so wrapped up in the game. It was amazing. Yeah.
It was a day we'll never forget, that.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was. And you just felt at the start of that World Cup that this was England's moment.
Yeah.
Home World Cup. What a chance really to ignite the game. The one thing that really still gets me is how Ian Smith, 2 boxes down here, could see that he was run out. Because you look at the view from here, and he was running to the far end, throw coming in from mid-wicket, he dived. How could you see from here that he was a yard out? I don't know how he did it. It was just instinct or something, because you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell whether he was actually in or out. And he called it straight away.
Well, his line, the barest of margins, is one that...
Yeah, and where did it come from? I mean, it just... And he had it. And I've always been a bit cross about mine, because I honestly... I mean, you thought it was probably right. And, of course, then England are celebrating, and then it went to the third umpire, which is quite dramatic, and you get the big cheer at the end. But how Ian called that and got the barest of margins and all that stuff live was absolutely remarkable.
Yeah. I'll tell you who's forgotten a little bit about that. Jason Roy.
Yeah, with a throw.
The old electric hands got smacked out to like a deep mid-wicket. If he'd have fumbled or anything, but he picked it up and got a good throw back to Joss.
But again, that day, I remember the pitch was everything that England didn't want. Because it was a sluggish pitch, and they wanted a bit of pace so they could smack the 350s that they'd been smacking on a regular bed, dismantled Australia in the semi.
That's right.
Just went, get rid of the Aussies. And it was a perfect style pitch for the Kiwis. It was their kind of surface. There was a few little calls that went a bit the way of the England side. That drop catch of Bolt.
Yeah.
Just remember, I thought, is it written?
Yeah.
And Jofra Archer, Jofra bowling the super over, just getting it right,
Well, he went for...
Just getting, that's why I say just.
4 first 2 balls or something like that.
Yeah, and he managed to get it back, keep his composure. So many things around that day. I mean, Joss Butler playing nice, and then he got out, and I thought, they've lost this.
The other thing was, did Stokes have a full toss on leg stump, and he just tried to knock it for 2, and then Woody got run out? I mean, 9 times out of 10, that's over old father time, wasn't it? And he just sort of knocked it for 2. We went, what are you doing? Oh, it's amazing.
One thing about it also is that it was an astonishing, once-in-a-lifetime day, really, with the Super Over as it was and everything else. Why the ICC has decided, therefore, that you should have as many Super Overs as you like at the end of a one day, that would have, just call it kind of quits. If the Super Over ends in a tie, which they have done already, because you've only got 6 balls, so the odds are that you're going to go on and on and on. That was special. Just leave it. Leave it as it was.
What, share the cup?
Well, no, you have to find a way.
Right.
I mean, I didn't object necessarily to they all signed up. You've got to find some way of finding a winner in a tie, haven't you? So you have a Super Over. If that fails, I think you do go back to stats. I mean, how long are you going to sit here for watching Super Overs? How many are going to? One day there'll be 3. Someone will score 14, next team will score 14, and you go back, go and do it again, and it just sucks it out. And I thought that was such a brilliant occasion. Just leave it at that. But it was the boundaries, wasn't it? The number of boundaries that were struck in the day. Well, that's a way of separating. I mean, they all signed up to it. They all agreed to it. I know the Kiwis were grumpy about it, but that was what was agreed.
Yeah, the singing as well. The singing. I've never heard Lord. Yeah. I've never heard Lord sing like that. Everyone up in the pavilion, weren't they?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well, we were very lucky to be out there, and we did the lap. Yes. I remember getting a selfie.
Ridiculous.
With yourself and Owen Morgan. That's our
noise
privilege
again.
Of being out and about when a team's celebrating. But Lords has had many moments of celebration with England teams, but I'd never heard a crowd like that.
Nice.
Just one thought on you mentioned the commentary at the end there. I'm just thinking from a technical point of view. I wonder whether actually Ian Smith, I haven't asked him about this, I haven't thought about it, is that whether, because as a radio commentator you're watching the middle, whereas Smithy was probably watching the monitor.
I think he was watching the monitor.
So he had close up anyway.
I think he must have
had a much better view of what happened at the end than you have from a long distance in the
I think he would have been watching that monitor with a side-on camera. He must have done, because you can't, the cloud of dust, all that stuff. So it always just niggles away a bit.
Or he went with England's celebration.
That hadn't happened quickly enough. He called it straight away, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's run out by the barest of margins. He went for it.
Final 2. Michael, you went for the 2017 Women's World Cup.
Yeah, when Anya got the 6th defending against India, won by 9. Near on sellout, which was historic for the women's game. Back then, and again, I remember just sitting at home and watching the whole thing, and the game, and England just found a way. India were controlling the game, absolutely controlling that game. It was done. Then from the pavilion end, she produced one of the great spells to get England that trophy in the hands. Yeah, but it was the crowd and the atmosphere that came through the television, and obviously to see Anya doing what she's done. Yeah, it was a special moment.
She was here 2 days ago.
She was. I'll tell you where she was. She was in the chairman's
she was.
down there, and she was getting stuck in.
Yeah, didn't someone drop an absolute Uber at mid-off? And we thought, oh my, no, that was the World Cup, and they've just dropped.
Absolutely.
I forget her name now. Someone at mid-off, but...
Jenny Gunn.
Yes, Jenny Gunn, that was it. And we all gone, oh no. And then...
I think that was the commentary. I think whoever was commentating, I'm trying to think who was commentating at the time, just said, oh no. You don't normally hear on a sort of non-partisan commentary.
And then next ball, I think, like sort of, polls everywhere, and they'd won it. Yeah, great day.
So final memory, actually, is one of yours, Tuffers.
Oh.
And it's the last time Shoaib Bashir bowled in a test match, full stop.
Well, I know, against India. Well, that was again another feisty encounter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Glorious, hot, sunny day, wasn't it? You could see 2 teams really smashing up against each other. Lots of chat. Was it Crawley and Duckett and everything like that?
Shubman Gill getting in.
Yeah, Shubman Gill getting in and everything like that. And then that delivery, there again, oh no, India are going to save it here. They started playing really well. And then that delivery from Shoaib, which... Poor old. What was it?
It took a left turn.
It did. I've never seen a delivery like it. No, who was batting?
Siraj.
Siraj, that's right. He's just gone back and he's sort of punched it back up the pitch, and it sort of spun back, and then took a left turn and just hit the thing. And I can remember I was commentating on that, and I laughed. I sort of went, "Oh, he's bowled him." It was just such an incredible.
We heard it at the start. They all kind of like muttly laugh.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. And I just couldn't believe it, And then again, the celebrations and the crowd have all gone up. Shoaib was punching the air. He'd broken his finger, and it was just that intense cricket that had been all the way through the Test match. They'd been right at each other, just trying to get that sort of inch in front of each other, and then just what a ball, just a little funny little spinny thing, sort of wiggled its way back and just knocked a bail off.
That was a great game.
Yeah, it was.
I remember the night before when I think it was Bryden Cars charging in. He got a couple, and then Joffre's spell on the last morning.
Yeah,
did for Rishab. I think he knocked Rishad's off stump flying out the ground, and it was that again. It's just the atmosphere here when it's hot here, and and the game's good, and it's really kind of closely fought, and there's a little bit of needle. We've had some real needle here at Lords over the years in terms of teams going at each other, and I think they kind of really get it here. The crowd, they get the understanding of what's happening out in the middle. Not saying other venues don't, but there just seems to be an incredible atmosphere when the game gets hot. The crowd get involved.
And literally the temperature as well. It was a glorious summer's, shirt sleeves were on, It was just brilliant.
Yeah, it was an incredible Test match. 387, played 387, played 190, played 170, something like that. England winning by 22 runs. Is that the tightest finish by runs we've had in a Lord's Test match? I've just thrown that beamer at Zoltz to come up with.
Little curveball.
Yeah, it's easy to forget, actually, we talk about a shortened Test match here, that all of the 5 Test matches last year against India went to the 5th day, didn't they?
Brilliant. Yep. Yeah. What's yours, Simon? Have you got one that you can just call on? Crikey, you've seen a bit of cricket here, mate. No? Bit short notice.
well, I think that one was astonishing, wasn't it? That game last year, obviously 2019 as well. But I was also here, this is really parochial, for the Gloucestershire-Somerset one-day final.
I was going to ask you about it. Gloucester used to be here.
Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, it was a second home, Michael.
Bearing in.
Well, Proctor was 73 and 77, so they beat Sussex in 73 when Tony Gregg was run out by Jim Fote. And Jim Fote, who basically was... I don't know if Jim would be listening, but he wasn't the greatest county back, but he was a very good fielder back in the day. Almost like a specialist fielder. Yeah. And he picked it up at cover, and Tony Gregg set off, and he ran in with the ball. Rather than throw the ball at the stumps, he ran in, and he ran out Tony Gregg, and that was a significant wicket in that match. Anyway, that was a victory in 1973. And then should we go through them all? 1977 against Kent. That was after Mike Proctor's 4 in 5 in the semi-final against Hampshire.
That was semi-finals.
That was in the semi-final, and then the final they beat Kent by about 60 runs. When Kent were much, very fancy side, lots of very good players. And then, of course, in the turn of the century, start of the 21st century, just used to win all the time. You already mentioned it, Michael. You were defeated by Gloucestershire. But anyway, there was a match. One of the finals.
Nasty.
Well, Michael brought it up. One of the finals when Gloucestershire beat Somerset, and I think Jack talks about it, didn't he? He said there's at one point there was a. Because, of course, it was the West Country final. It was like, stand up if you're West Country, and the whole crowd stood up because, of course, it was the first ever, and I think it has been the first ever, only ever Lord's final between Somerset and Gloucestershire.
Umpires coming out with umbrellas up, usually a bad sign.
Yeah. Well, it's around about 5 o'clock. I think there's a feeling that they might well call it off for the day now. But I mean, if it did stop, there were only 5 wickets to win the game, and there's still
light, though, isn't it?
Yeah, there is that. What have you got for results?
That was the closest finish by runs. The 22-run victory for England against India last year. Second closest was that Ashes Test, Australia winning by 43 in 2023 with the Johnny Bairstow incident. There was a 51-run win for South Africa in a classic game in 2012 as well. The 2 closest by wickets were those 2 games we mentioned earlier on, the West Indies Test of 2000 that Michael played in and played a big part in that 4th innings chase, and the Pakistan 2-wicket victory in 1992. So not too many really close finishes in Lord's Test. One of the sort of most notable games, West Indies won here in 1950, their first win in England. It was the longest Test ever played at Lord's in terms of overs. We're having one of the shortest ever here. There were over 600 overs in that match across. Was quite a short 5th day as well. They really churned through them in those days. This match we were we're going to be lucky to get to 150.
We should mention 63 and Colin Cowdrey and his broken arm coming out. The last pair together. Had his arm broken by Wes Hall. He never actually faced a ball, did he? Unlike poor old Paul Terry. And he was subjected to it up at Old Trafford. So Colin's at the non-strikers end.
And Chris Wokes as well.
Yes, absolutely. He had to face. So Colin never had to face a ball. 1963, it was all considered very exciting. Brought the nation to a standstill. That radio commentary. But it's a famous picture, isn't it? Him wandering down those pavilion steps and out with his broken arm.
Another sort of famous test moment in 1934, Yorkshire's Headley Verity took 14 wickets in a day against Australia to bowl England to victory. England didn't win another Ashes test on this ground until 2009.
How many times has the first 3 balls of a test match been hit for 4?
Well, that happened in that 63 test.
It did.
Conrad Hunt.
Bowled by Fred Truman, who didn't talk about it very much.
Well, he did take, I think, 11 wickets in that test. So things got better for him. Yeah.
I suppose the other thing about Lords as well is because there are many more Lords Test matches, there are many more memories, aren't there? There are 150, but often in an English summer there are 2 Lords Test matches. This summer there are 3.
Okay, I do digress here a little bit, but you can't forget the grub. You can't forget the food, eh, mate? It's good food.
Well, I think it's absolutely a travesty that the England cricket team have brought their own chef.
It's extraordinary.
I think that's...
it's about cost cutting. They bring a chef to Lords.
It used to be a highlight.
I think
the toss and have a bat.
Oh, yeah. Oh. But I think the England chef's just helping out in terms of what the players eat. I think it's still cooked, obviously, by the team.
Well, you're very happy if you're in that Lords, the catering staff.
The lamb chop.
Done it for years. You've got a great reputation. You've got a chef coming in and doing.
The chef coming in and getting rid of those massive prawns, I ain't happy. And the sticky toffee pudding and ice cream.
We probably do need to do a bit more investigation. So does the chef sort their meals out in the evening?
Yes.
He does?
Yeah, he gave them some lovely lamb cutlets the night before the game, I believe.
So he goes to the hotel and sort of takes over the kitchen and says...
they'll have a team room and... I get it. I get it now.
Well, I do see it in the evening because I've stayed in Team Hotel here actually, and seen Deliveroo turning up with brown bags and the players picking up the food and going up to the room. So perhaps that needed a bit of control.
They probably have a team room set up at the hotel with I guess there'll be massage the bowlers at night and a good way of getting together, and they've probably got a golf simulator in there. That's the usual thing that they have these days. I'm sure there's a darts board as well. It keeps all the players together rather than back in the day, Phil, we used to sneak out and get in amongst them.
Oh no, I wouldn't fancy having me lamb chops watching one of the boys having a massage.
I think it might be time to bring this to an end. Thanks very much, Tuffers. You're excused. Michael and Jonathan are going to stay with me because we are going to
review 9 overs.
We're going to review what we've seen so far. We're not going to do it for very long, but we are just going to do a quick wrap up of the day and perhaps look forward to what we might see on the second day. We're going to kind of make an assumption that the umpires, who are actually having a huddle at the moment underneath their umbrellas, the umpires are going to call it off because it's 5 o'clock now. It'll take at least a good hour to get things sorted out. I think it is. Well, it is still raining, isn't it? There are some spectators who are tremendous optimists. Well, you buy your ticket, you come along to Lords. It's your big day, isn't it? It's Saturday. It's just so disappointing what they've seen today. Only 9 overs. So 3 days into this test match at Lords, we still await its ultimate conclusion. New Zealand needing 254 to win. We had 3 small passages of play on the third day, and New Zealand limped along to 55 for 5. We had 21.3 overs, so a severely rain-shortened third day. Blundell is there on 2. Conway is there on 19. But in the play that we did see, England chipped away. Ravindra bowled by Robinson for 8, and Mitchell, LBW, Robinson for 2. So 2 more for Robinson. He's getting 7 wickets in the match. He's had a great return, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, he's had perfect conditions. I think he'll be the first to admit that. If he was ever going to build himself a pitch, this is the pitch he'd built for himself. It's just had everything that a seamer of Ollie Robinson's class would want. There's uneven bounce, there's movement. He hadn't had to try too much. I love the move of Jamie Smith coming up to the stumps, to get rid of Darryl Mitchell. That was a good piece of tactics. I think that instruction came from the balcony, actually, from Baz McCullum. So that's good from McCullum to kind of lead the way in that front. I've been slightly surprised by New Zealand's approach, actually, because I said last night, I think the only way that they win is by causing a bit of chaos. Now, if you haven't got your top orders, top order players generally like to play the way that they play, understandably. I just wonder if it was worth just throwing in someone just to try and swing, just to spread the field. The only way they're going to win this game is if they cause chaos, spread the field, and then those better balls, you get ones off them because cover points on the boundary, square legs back, mid-on and mid-off go a bit deeper, so then you can knock it into the gaps on the offside, onside, and you get more runs. Clearly, you've got to take that risk first and foremost, and if a top-order player is not going to want to do that, would it be worth just sending the Jamieson in a little bit early? Maybe that's what they could have done. They haven't. They've tried to play the traditional way. I just feel if they play the traditional way, it's just going to be a slow death. I can't imagine anything other than an England win. I can't imagine anything other than an England win now because of the pitch and the situation. But the only glimmer that I could give New Zealand, if someone like a Glenn Phillips comes out and whacks it with Jamieson and the pair there at the middle, suddenly come out tomorrow morning and go, right, just got to swing and try and cause a bit of chaos. If they don't do that, I think they'll get absolutely beaten comfortably.
Do you think they should have sent Jamieson in already then? He should have come in?
It would be a conversation I would have had, yeah, because the only way that they get close to this target is by causing chaos. And if a top-order player doesn't want to try and play that way, again, I'd understand it. And this is a radical way, but you're on a pitch that's completely different to what you usually get in Test match cricket, and you have to think out of the box. And I just looked at Ollie Robinson, the way that he played yesterday. Just it was baseball really, but the field spread, and he managed to get a few quite quickly. So that's the only hope I give New Zealand if they go for that approach.
Yeah, I do agree with Michael entirely. It's perhaps not an easy decision to take when you're not used to doing that. I mean, England probably more just when you look at Travis Head at Perth. But I'm really pleased with Robinson. He gives control, and I know that the pitch has helped him here. But it allows Josh Tongue to come running in and bowl some hostility at the other end. If you've got somebody who's just really steady like that, sort of metronomic. On a flat pitch, you can let your fast bowler go at the other end and try. I thought it bowled beautifully in very helpful conditions. I mean there's not a lot more you can say about it. It just things that England I think are going to win the game. If New Zealand had held their catches, we wouldn't be sitting here now. It would be a day and a half game. The pitch we talked about a lot, and clearly that is going to be something that's going to have to come under review from the MCC after this match. I was talking to the cricket director last night, actually. I mean, he's kind of shattered about the whole thing. Sleepless nights and all that, and of course, the pitch has to be right, doesn't it? The pitch has to be good. And I don't mean good by being flat and being a road. You don't want that either. You want interest in the game. But there's a pattern developing here at Lords, and they're going to have to do something about it.
Do you think New Zealand would have preferred to have no play at all today, because the forecast is good tomorrow, and the prospect of a brighter day actually
or a batting day tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't easy. No, it's not easy for both sides when you're off and on, but certainly at a chasing side, you want a period of time, don't you, that you can settle in, cause up a bit of chaos, and then Ben Stokes has to change his bowlers and work a bit more on his tactical side. But it's been a nice day for England. Just a couple of wickets, not too many runs for New Zealand, and England will know tomorrow that if they arrive and just bowl the consistent lengths and lines and hit off stump, that's all they need to do is keep bowling on and around that good length where the ball's going to hit the off stump, and I'm pretty sure there'll be 5 balls with a name or 2 on it.
Yeah, because it's still nearly 200 to win. I mean, that's a heck of a lot of runs, isn't it?
In this, and with what the batting that's left. Yes, I mean, if England lose from here, I mean, the only thing is that, and again, going back to Michael's earlier point, I mean, England's confidence, it's okay, it seems okay, but it's going to be fragile. And if they had just come out, positively and actually got to 70 for 2, where it may be, and been playing like that, there'd have been some pressure on.
Well, Finney said earlier, and you'll probably agree as a bowler as well, is that what you actually want from a batter on this pitch is to try and play conventionally.
You can just run bowl at
you're not going anywhere. Yeah. You just know there'll be a ball. But what you don't actually want is someone kind of clearing the front side and launching you getting a bit of, you'll need a bit of fortune, but the ball suddenly starts going over the slips and then goes to cow corner, and you think, where'd you put your foot? I better put a few back, and then all of a sudden you bowl a good ball and there's a single.
Yep, exactly.
That's the only way that they can get close to this England target. But I think the one thing from England, they haven't won yet, but they had to win this week. From 140 all out in the first inning, you could tell the atmosphere up here was a bit, here we go. New Zealand get 250, and they're going to go 1-0 down. It's going to get messy. This management team are on that kind of cusp of, if they lose a game in the first game of the summer, people will start to say that they made the wrong call in keeping them all together. So it's so important for this team and this management group that they win this week, and it looks like they're going to get that victory.
Throughout all this, though, we've got Devon Conway, who's batted for nearly 22 overs for 19, so he's kind of just managed to cling on, hasn't he?
He's brave. He's taking some horrible blows. It has been a brave knock. He's scored a double hundred here. I mean, we're talking about New Zealand's prospects, but he can play. Blundell can play. They're not utterly bereft, but it's just the way that the ball has behaved, isn't it? I mean, if you go back to try and survive, then it suggests in the game so far, at least, that it's going to get you in the end, isn't it?
Mm.
Is this game been a bit of a lottery, really? In the sense, because of the pitch?
Yeah, but, two teams have had to play on it, and, Aga's mentioned the catching. If New Zealand, so that's skill. That's nothing to do with the pitch. So, England, I don't remember them having to catch too many because it's been LBW and bowls. So they've bowled better than New Zealand, because you'd say that they've bowled straighter and a better length. And New Zealand in the field, not just their catching, they've been messy. I think it's been a messy week in the field for New Zealand. If they'd have caught and they'd have been a little bit sharper in the field, I reckon they could have won this Test match. So, same for both teams. England, so far, have been a lot better.
They've had a pretty miserable few days, actually, New Zealand, dropping those catches. They all look at those umpires' calls for the LBWs, another one today. But you just throw back at them, but you dropped those catches. They're going to have to be honest. If they do gripe about the umpires' calls, which they've had, was it 3? They've had their 2 in over in the first. It might be before. It's the sort of thing that you can, if you do lose a game, you can kind of focus on negatives like that. Well, they've got to put that away. And if they do lose, go back at the Oval and play better, catch better.
Indeed. Thanks very much, Michael. Thanks very much, Jonathan. We will hope for much better weather on the fourth day, and indeed, I think we are promised much better weather as well. There will be highlights on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer at 7:30 tonight, with plenty of chat and analysis. The Test Match special podcast will be available soon, including a chat about the selection of Vaibhav Suryavanshi for India today to play the T20s against Ireland and England. That series against England is coming up in July. Our view from the boundary with the former head of MI6, Richard Moore, is available now on Sounds. Durham against Northants Steelbacks is on Sports Extra 2 from 7 o'clock. England versus New Zealand in the football is on 5 Live from 9 p.m. and we're back on air at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Goodbye from Lords.
Is just the wildest story, but it actually happened.
On BBC iPlayer,
Believe in Magic was like no other charity.
the sweeter the story,
They would just appear and sprinkle in magic.
the darker the truth.
It was all based on a lie.
It was unbelievable.
A mother and daughter running this charity. Was Meghan really sick?
The story doesn't add up.
The mother of all cons.
I had no idea where it would all lead.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls off an edge, caught behind.
Just download download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula 1 and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls off an edge, caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula 1 and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls off an edge, caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds. You'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward. In it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes for the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward. In it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes for the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward. In it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes for the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula 1 and much more.
It's all eyes for the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula 1 and much more.
It's all eyes for the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 live Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds. You'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner!